Okay, so this stream is starting actually relatively on time, and for the people typing in chat, you're not crazy. No, you were able to see the stream. The way that I did this is I had everything set up on my end, like on the YouTube side of things, about like an hour ago, really, and I was ready to go live. And then I got some new information about my wrongful ban, and obviously I had to go sort that out. So I posted the link to the stream in my Discord for people to, trickle in early, and, you could just leave it up, and that way when it was ready, it would just go live. But obviously I wasn't able to go live for like the last hour, so I can see the people in chat, don't worry. Obviously the stream wasn't live until right now. As for the whole ban thing, so obviously for people watching this recording later on, this is going to be a 70 to 80 speedrun. We're playing Retribution Paladin, and for added context, I'm going to be playing Herald of the Sun. I also need to edit some things. I should note that while this is on the beta, I'm actually playing my alt account on the beta, because I realized that because there's no way to reset progress, funny thing is, despite the fact that my main account has been wrongly banned, I still have beta access on it, and I can do that. All that stuff is still the same. It's only like regular WoW and whatnot that I can't access, like on live servers. Why am I being pinged? Oh, I see. But yeah, the main issue with that is I can't reset beta progress. So basically, in order to accurately test launch day leveling, I need to test it on a different account. In all previous betas, this was not an issue, because there was a copy account data button that you could press, and it would just reset your account to its live status. So I could do a full campaign run, copy account data again, overwrite all my progress on beta, and then test again as if it was brand new. You can't do that. I assume it's something where, like, the warband changes make that not possible. So in order to accurately test, like, day one leveling, I'm going to need to do it on this account. So what I'll probably do is I'll get up to, like, level 79 in 1 bar, and then I will just stop this character, and, it'll basically be, like, 30 seconds more, and I would have hit max level, but that way I can continue doing test runs on this account, because the moment that I hit level 80 on this account for the first time, not only do I get that account-wide bonus that gives me 5% additional experience, which throws off my numbers, but I also unlock things like world quests, etc., which completely invalidates my ability to test. It also makes it so all zones scale from 70 to 80, whereas on your first leveling run, as you will see, you have set values for every single zone. And that's very important, because that means when you choose to do the side quests will actually matter a lot. But let me just quickly, before I continue, did I ever hear back from Blizz? Yeah, I'll discuss that in a second. Don't get your hopes up. As of right now, it's generally bad news. Of course, doesn't mean I'm going to stop fighting, because I know that I'm innocent. But you know how it is with customer support. It's like pulling teeth to get them to, like, really do a deep review on anything. And unfortunately, it seems like it's not, at least on their end, right? It's not cut and dry. So I thought it was a simple mass report. It's apparently, as far as I can tell, not that, because I figure if it was, it would be very easy for them to overturn. So unfortunately, something is messed up on their system, and getting Blizzard to do an internal review of their system to find out what they messed up is going to be a lot more challenging than getting them to just read the ticket. So we'll see. Obviously, I'm not going to stop fighting until I get this fixed, because I would say the worst news that I've gotten is that if it is an issue on Blizzard's system, then this is not just a me problem, right? A lot of people were saying, oh, you might have just gotten, like, mass reported. And if that's the case, then, it's probably exclusive to me. It's like a streamer thing, etc. But it seems like if something is genuinely wrong on Blizzard's end, well, that does not discriminate. That means that tons of people are going to get wrongly affected by this. And I am probably only one of many false bans. So, I mean, at this point, I would hope that there's a lot of other people. I've already had a bunch of people reached out to me and said, and say that they've experienced something very similar. And obviously, you want to take everybody with a grain of salt, because there are potentially bad actors who could try to, like, latch themselves onto situations like this. But, of course, I do want to believe everybody, and the fact that now my situation has reached a point where it's clearly something wrong on Blizzard's end, I think it is more likely than not that not only are the vast majority of the people responding to me also completely innocent and are in a completely similar situation, but there's probably tons of other people completely silent who haven't said anything and are also facing this issue. Do I have any big streamer contacts? No, I do not. So I've said this before. I'm not like a very social person, right? I am probably, for like a channel of my size, I'm probably one of the least like interconnected YouTubers with like the wider content creator ecosystem. I'm trying to find the right words to describe this, right? But if you look at a lot of other YouTube channels of my size, I'm not going to name names, and to be clear, I'm not naming them because I don't respect them. There's a lot of channels who I do respect the people behind them, and they're around the same size as me, and they're involved in like a lot of podcasts and like community things with much larger streamers, etc. And I do not talk to anybody at all. I basically keep to myself. I, generally speaking, don't interact with other streamers or content creators of any shape or form. I have had very loose interactions with like one or two people kind of like through an intermediary. Like an example is about a month ago when all the Mop Remix stuff was happening, Archvalder got information about one of the strategies that I was using, and he posted it on his Patreon, and somebody, like the person who took my strategy and gave it to him, didn't credit me, and somebody who I know, a friend of mine, happens to be on Archvalder's Patreon. He contacted Archvalder. Archvalder was like, well, I don't know what Harldan wants me to do. I told my friend, let him know I'm completely okay with it. Like, you know, Archvalder updated all that stuff, gave me credit for finding it, and, you know, we were cool, right? So I've had contact with other people, like other content creators through friends, basically, who happen to know them. But I do not directly communicate with any larger streamers or anything like that. For the most part, I keep to myself. And partially it's just because hasn't really ever been a reason for me to reach out to other people, but also a large part is I am not the most social person in general, and I have been burned in the past very early on, without going into deep drama. Basically, if you've been around for the very early days of my channel, back when I had like 5,000 subscribers, first few videos I ever made, really small channel, I dealt with an issue where larger creators who were like more well-established in my, or in like the speedrunning niche, basically tried to bully me out of it. The moment that I started making videos and gaining more traction, they basically threatened me, basically told me to fuck off, like, you know, oh, you're making videos on information that I discovered, and I'm going to, like, false flag your channel if you don't take those videos down. They never did, because, of course, I told them, fucking try it, right? Like, you're gonna say that I stole your information? Prove it, flag my channel, try it, and they backed off. But obviously that whole situation left a really bad taste in my mouth. That happened literally within the first month of me ever making YouTube videos. And ever since, I hope you can understand why I've been very hesitant to ever do anything with anybody else ever. I would rather keep to myself. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. So, yeah. What was the argument of the ban, though? Okay, I'll talk about the ban real quick, just because I know a lot of people are going to ask questions. The TLDR, right? If you want the initial overview, the very first stuff that happened with the ban, I'm just going to link you my previous video on it, because I don't want to recap existing information. So if you're completely new to this, and no, Boomer, way earlier than that. I'll talk about that a little bit more. I just want to cover this. So this is my second channel video from Sunday, earlier this week. That covers all the initial information. So if you missed out on all that, it's a 2-minute video, explains the basics. And I'll just cover what has happened since then. So I made that video. Somebody from Blizzard reached out to me on Discord and said they could basically push my ticket for an expedited review. They are not a customer service person, they're a developer. In fact, ironically, and this is hopefully will shut up some people, the Blizzard developer who reached out to me on Discord is the person responsible for preventing Mop Remix characters from escaping. And the reason why they saw my situation in the first place is because a month ago, when I made the Mop Remix video, they joined my Discord to figure out how I did it so they could fix it themselves. They told me this themselves, just actually an hour or so ago. They were just like, but by the way, fun fact, this is why I joined your Discord in the first place. And they even said themselves, they thought it was fun trying to like see the ways that I broke out so they could fix it. So just to be absolutely clear, none of the Mop Remix shit is why this ban happened. I already knew that for a fact because that is not bannable. Nothing I did was bannable. But now I have literal, direct, concrete proof that not only is that not why I was banned, but the actual developer responsible for fixing it thinks that it was fun, basically trying to figure out how to fix the stuff I showed in my videos. So I'm sure I'm still going to have to deal with those stupid comments saying stuff like, oh, how did you not know this was going to get you banned when it's completely unrelated? But at least now I literally have direct evidence that that has nothing to do with it. So that's one thing sorted. But so my ticket got expedited, and the first response that I got was completely unhelpful. We've reviewed it, blah, 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 blah. The actions are severe. And another weird thing, which I haven't really brought up in my other tickets that kind of annoys me, is the original response that I got. It says, we base all our actions on the severity of the violation, and we take previous violations into consideration. I get that it's a template response, obviously, but it's really annoying because I've literally never had another action on my account ever. So you would think that if they're going to give a template response, something that says, we take previous violations into consideration. What previous violation? I know that there's nothing, but it's just very clear that, yeah, I know it's a copy-paste. That's why I haven't brought it up, because I'm 99% sure they are just copy-pasting. But it is a little bit annoying that they couldn't even be bothered to copy-paste something relevant. Now, that was, let me refresh the page just to get an exact time. That was, I believe, 2 days ago. So this was after my appeal was expedited or whatever. And of course I submitted another ticket, and I said, hey, my account was wrongly banned. I submitted a ticket. It was closed. Please do an actual review of the evidence. Now, after that, I made a post on the customer support forums saying my situation, explaining it basically. And now, unfortunately, a lot of random people in the forums are just really annoying to deal with. So I had to deal with a lot of like really annoying troll posts and people who think they're like Blizzard's pet and are giving out like, there's nothing that Blizzard can do for you here. You just need to wait for the appeals process to finish, which is bullshit, because then literally 30 minutes later, an actual Blizzard employee responded to my post. So like all the people who were just saying there's nothing that they can do for you on this forum, those people had egg in their face. But a Blizzard employee responded to me and they said, it seems like whether you know it or not, there was something that was flagged on your computer. Now, I'm like, okay, well, this is concerning, because obviously I know I've never used cheat programs, but not just that, I played multiple accounts on this computer actively, and none of those other accounts have been actioned, just my main account. So if something truly was on my computer that was tripping Blizzard's auto cheat, why is only this one account banned when all of the others that I have actively played and still am actively playing completely untouched? So I updated my ticket with this information. I said, I posted on the forums, I got this response, I copy-pasted what the blue post said, and I said exactly what I just said, this is concerning, and I said, here are my other 3 accounts, these are the battle tags, go check them out. Let me know, maybe they're flagged too. They weren't, right? So I'm like, if these 3 accounts have been actively used on the exact same computer, what the hell? Then I got a response 2 days ago saying, we've sent this further up the chain, we're gonna escalate your ticket. Okay, so I had some hope, right? They're actually looking into it. It's an escalation, not just a generic canned response. But then, a few hours ago, hold on, my phone's pinging me, so I'm just going to mute this so it doesn't bother me during the stream. But yeah, so a few hours ago, basically right before I went to start this stream initially, so I was hoping to start this a little bit earlier in the day, but then literally as I'm getting this set up, I get this response. And they say, it wasn't a false positive, you have something on your system that triggered this, but it's all not bad news. The ban has been overturned, and now you only have a 6-month suspension. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Well, I mean, that's nice, I guess, but I'm still fucking innocent, and 6 months doesn't fucking help me, right? So, of course, I mean, I submitted a response basically saying the same thing, and then going on to say, like, I know for a fact I've never used cheat programs, so if you are adamant that your anti-cheat picked up something, then you guys need to figure out what your anti-cheat is falsely picking up. Because some innocuous program flagged my account, evidently, and this is probably not the only time that it's happened to other people, right? Guarantee you, if there is some random program, I can't even begin to speculate on what it is, because again, I've never used anything that can even remotely be considered anti-cheat, so, or a cheat program, right? So I don't know, but something on their system, if what they say is true, is just flagging innocent accounts. And that's a fucking problem. So I wrote a tweet about it. I don't normally use Twitter, but going forward, I'm going to post a tweet every single day to try and get attention on this because it's ridiculous. And the tweet is pinned on the stream chat, so you can go check it out. If you want to signal boost it or something, go ahead. I'll take whatever I can fucking get at this point. But the other thing that... what was I saying? Oh yeah, the other thing that is very confusing to me, and I've asked them about this, of course, since this was just a few hours ago. I don't really know. I should note, I did reach out to the Blizzard developer who messaged me on Discord, and they basically said, sorry, there's really not much I can do at this point. Like, they were able to like push my ticket for review, but they aren't a customer support person, so they don't really know how the system works. All they did say that it seems like the ticket indicates that something was on your account, but like that's the same information that I got from the actual Blue Post, right? Or on my computer, rather. But they can't really help me at much at this point, which I get, right? Like, I'm not upset with them. I wish there was more they can do. I get it. It's unfortunate for me, right? But I was just like, well, thank you for what you've been able to do so far. But at this point, if they're not able to help, then really, that's the thing. All we can do at this point is get customer service to... Why the fuck? I just muted my phone. Oh my god. Now I'm getting spam calls from fucking probably telemarketers in the middle of it. I guess, yeah, I need to mute the ring thing too. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Zugpug, yeah, exactly. It sounds like Warden did flag something, what they're saying, but of course, again, I know that I have never used any cheat programs. I play multiple accounts on this computer, so what did Warden flag that was only affecting this one account? And, you know, obviously it's not a real cheat program, so what the fuck is Blizzard going to do to fix it? Because if there is a completely innocuous program that Blizzard is registering as a cheat, that's a fucking problem. You don't want to sound mean, but the argument that it happened to me, therefore it's guaranteed to happen to others is a wild take. How is that a wild take at all? How is that at all a wild take? That is a very common sense take of, if something completely innocuous is being flagged on my system, it is almost guaranteed that someone else in the world has a similar problem. Whatever innocuous program is flagging Blizzard's anti-cheat, I would say it is more unreasonable to assume that I am the only person in the entire world who happened to have whatever program flagged the anti-cheat open at the same time that I was playing WoW. How at all is that a wild take? That I do not understand. Maybe you misunderstood what I'm saying, but that is a very reasonable take. That is a common sense take. Yeah. It's incredibly unlikely that it's actually a Warden detection since only one account was flagged. See, Charles Rive, I agree with you. It also makes absolutely no sense to me, which is why, and here's, so, I got cut off by the stupid phone ringing before I could finish my point. Here's the other kicker, which I am waiting to hear back from Blizzard until, like, I know what the deal here is, but I can see in my email, and this is another weird thing that I've now realized with Blizzard support, they don't give you a way to actually view the penalties on your account, right? There's no list of the actions that your account has taken on it. You can't find that anywhere. So the only way that you can actually figure out exactly what you're being punished for is by looking at the email notifications that they send you. Really weird. Your leveling's too impressive to be human. Just admit you're a robot or new AI. I know you're joking, but yeah. So the email that I got, this is the really weird part. It says right around the time when my ticket got a response, it says you've been suspended for 6 months. So I assume they fixed the ban and then applied a 6-month suspension. But the 6-month suspension is for violation, abusive chat. Your fellow players reported you for abusive language multiple times. But then in the same response to my ticket, where they say that they've changed the ban to a 6-month suspension, they still say something on your account was considered a cheat program. Oh, but then why is the 6-month suspension for abusive chat? So, again, I don't know what's going on here, because until I hear back from Blizzard, it could just be that whoever did that ticket fucked up, and when setting up the 6-month suspension, they just clicked abusive chat. Maybe there's like a little drop-down menu. Select the reason why you're banning this account, and they just press the wrong bullet point or something. I don't know, but they're now saying that the suspension is for abusive chat, but that isn't even what the original thing is for. Maybe they thought you were a chat. Well, I don't really talk that much in game. Yeah, so I guess to clarify, did I not clarify that? I thought I got there. They did. Yeah, they changed the ban to a 6-month ban. It's no longer permanent. But of course, that again, not only does that not help me, right? I'm still fucked over. But also, I'm still innocent, right? So I don't care if it's a 6-month ban, a 1-month ban, a 1-week ban. I'm fucking innocent. I'm not going to let that slide. Because the problem here is it's not just that my account is fucked over. That obviously sucks. But at this point, I'm working to get workarounds, right? I'm doing testing on the beta. I'm working on leveling up characters on a second account so that my guild isn't fucked over, right? But one of the other big issues for me is I fucking hate cheaters. I pride myself on doing all of this shit legitimately, right? So this isn't just an action on my account. It's also fucking slander, right? Blizzard is accusing me of something that I haven't fucking done. So I take that personally, right? I don't give a shit what they do to lower the penalty. I'm still being accused of something that I didn't fucking do. And I won't let that stand. That's not okay. So yeah, I'm gonna keep fighting. Like, I don't care if, like, let's say they never address this. I will keep fighting for the next fucking 6 months if that's what it takes. Even if at month 5, it takes them to finally admit that something on their system is screwed up. But I'm fucking innocent and I'll keep fucking fighting. So yeah, it doesn't really do much for me at all in any shape or form. Yeah, it's annoying. You're not saying there's no false positive cases, but the condition for the anti-cheat software to trigger does not have to be the same across all players. Well, okay, Mysterio, I think maybe you're taking what I said and running with it a little bit too much. I never said that the thing that triggered the anti-cheat on my end is the thing that has triggered the anti-cheat on everybody. I think you're hearing what I'm saying, and you're interpreting it as me saying every single player that has ever been banned is innocent. That is not what I'm saying at all. I am saying that if it has happened to me, there are at least other false positive cases out there. It may only be 1, it may only be 5 others, but statistically speaking, I cannot be the only one. So I think you're just misunderstanding what I'm saying. Obviously, yes, people in this game do bot. I report bots all the fucking time. Do you know how many bots I reported in Mop Remix? I'm pretty sure if I go to... Well, actually, I can't check my character, but on my Demon Hunter that I played in Mop Remix, I have multiple things in my mail saying your report has led to a suspension for the player or whatever. I report tons of fucking bots. So I'm not saying that all bots are innocent. No, of course not. But I'm saying that if it can happen to me, it sure as shit can happen to other people. And that is a very reasonable take, I'd say. Sounds like Blizz is being Blizz, yeah. Is there an item in the shop you can buy to get unbanned? Oh, yeah. Don't give them ideas, man. They don't need any more ideas. Don't they have a number you can call? No, Blizzard support has been completely gutted for years now. The only way that you can get in touch with them is by waiting for a ticket response. They used to have phone support. I distinctly remember way back in the day, back in like a really, really, really long time ago, I had some issue with my account. I don't even remember what it was. I was like 8 years old or something. And I remember my dad going on phone support with Blizzard for like hours trying to get it sorted. So they definitely used to have phone support. And it was really good. Another example that I remember was when I was doing Upper Blackrock Spire back in Wrath of the Lich King, original Wrath of the Lich King. The gate to access Blackwing Lair wasn't open. Basically, we killed Ren Blackhand too fast, and the gate was just locked. So the raid group that I'd put together to farm transmog, well, I say transmog, obviously back in the day, I was just collecting old items for fun, which is why I have so many like old items still for transmog on my main account. But I had a Blizzard person literally teleport into the raid all the way back in Wrath and individually teleport each person in our raid into Blackwing Lair because the gate wasn't working. So yeah, back in the day, the game masters used to be amazing. The phone support was amazing. These days, not so much, which is why I find it hilarious when people say, Blizzard customer support was never understaffed. Like, somebody responded to my forum post and said something about it's a shame that customer support has been, like, gutted to what it is now. And another person on the forums responded to them and was like, customer support has never lost any employees. It's the same as it's always been. Stop with this YouTuber bullshit or YouTuber propaganda bullshit or whatever. And it's like, what? Hello? No? I don't know if you're saying within the last 6 months or so it hasn't been cut. I don't know. But over the years, it absolutely has been. I think 99% of players who were back then remember how good the old customer support was. I mean, it's insane. But, I mean, forum bootlickers will say whatever the fuck they need to get attention from their dear blue posters and get a nice little head pat for thank you for doing my job for me. I mean, it's just dumb. And that's why I think it's funny, right? Again, to reiterate, I made that post on the support forums. I had so many lemmings jump into that post and basically tell me that I was wasting my time and that Blizzard wouldn't actually do anything to respond. And literally within the hour, a Blizzard employee left a nice response. Obviously, they didn't help me with my problem. But again, it's the situation and the fact that Blizzard's software is bugged that annoys me, not the individual people at customer support, because they have left me, by and large, nice responses. The last 2 responses that I've received, I'm fairly certain are actually written. They don't seem like template responses. The initial ones were, but, you know, is what it is. Anyways, so obviously, I wanted to get... That's all we know for now. So I'm still waiting to hear back, obviously, on whether they're going to do a deeper dive into figuring out what flagged my my computer. And of course, I don't know if they will. This is why I think this might be difficult, because I'm pretty sure at this point they're just going to continue to give me canned responses of, we can't disclose any information because bot developers can use it, blah, 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 blah. Which, like, okay, but then how the fuck is anybody supposed to get their issues solved in this case? So I think the only thing that we can really do is just keep making noise until somebody at Blizzard believes me and goes and actually takes a look to see what program was flagged and figures out, hey, this isn't a cheat program. We have something wrong in our detection software, and then fixes their detection software. But that requires a lot more work than just reviewing a ticket, which is why, again, I don't know how long it's going to take them to fix this problem. Yeah, just reiterate, banning people in chat who say mean shit, right? Don't need to deal with that. But just for anybody who is maybe wondering the same thing as the guy I just banned, but in a more polite way, the run will start when the run is ready to start. Obviously, there's a lot of information that I want to share before we start. So if you're watching the recording, you can, of course, skip ahead. And if you're watching live on stream, you can always just fuck off and come back when I actually start the run, if that's all you care about. For now, I'm going to explain what's been going on. And now I'm going to respond to chat and read all the questions that I haven't been able to respond to while I've been explaining what has gone on recently. But again, the other final thing that I was going to say before I read that lovely chat message from a wonderful piece of garbage is I really am curious at this stage to figure out what the hell is wrong with the violation notification, right? Why did it say that I was violated for abusive chat if that is not what they were originally accusing me of? Because now, I think, obviously I won't know until they confirm, but I think my suspicion, and what I'm sure a lot of other people will immediately assume by reading that, is maybe that's just what it was all along. Yeah, maybe it was actually a mass report, right? Because that's kind of what I thought it was from the start. So is it possible that it was a mass report and they just, for whatever reason, flagged it as like cheat software or whatever, and now the new thing, they realize that that's not the case, but they're still like sticking to their guns in the original response? I don't know. Either way, something doesn't add up. So, like, they need to explain something here. Otherwise, I'm going to keep making noise about it. Well, like I said, I'm going to keep making noise about this until they fucking fix it. But I think I have a very legitimate concern here because what they've said to me just does not make sense. But anyways, blunt as fuck, Harldan is the best Harldan. Thank you. So let me scroll up, read all the messages I missed. Very annoying to hear about your false ban. It sounds incredibly similar to what happened to you half a year ago. You were trying to change your name to your Twitch name. Oh yeah, you have to go into your YouTube settings, I think, to do that. How long does it take to level 70 to 80? That's what we're going to figure out. My previous run was about 5 hours, so we'll see if we can get it faster. This is a template character, though, so I have, like, starting 408 gear, whereas my starting gear in the previous run that I did, which was my retail monk, had over 100 item levels on this character, so we'll see. The pre-patch is a goddamn mess. Oh yeah, trust me, I know. It's just a shit show. I did stream a bit of the pre-patch on Twitch earlier in the week, and I posted some of that footage on my stream archive channel. And there was another stream that I'm going to basically cut up into 2 parts and upload one part of that on the Lenara channel and the other part on the stream archive channel. That'll be probably tomorrow or something. Hoping you get a sooner resolution on your ban. You see some Twitter replies have... Oh, no. So, okay, that's actually a very important thing. Siri X. If you look at Twitter... I want to make this abundantly clear because I don't want anybody else to fall for the same thing. If you look at Twitter, you'll see all of this stuff of reach out to so-and-so on Instagram, right? Etc. That is a scam. So, if you ever are in a similar situation... and you make a post on Twitter and you get spammed with replies like, I was in the like, let's read some of these, right? I was so sad and frustrated after I lost my account. I appealed several times, but it was in vain. And then I was recommended by a friend to Drew Cyber on I shouldn't have said the name because, again, don't fucking check out this thing. It's a scam account. But yeah, on Instagram, I got my account recovered with no issue. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different replies sent at basically the same time, all some variation of message this guy on Instagram. He got my account fixed. It took less than 30 minutes. He helped me unban my account too. I recommend him. For account recovery, he is good and legit. These are scam accounts. Do not fall for this. Please do not fall for this. So yeah, and that's the problem, right? That's why this stuff works on some people. Because you get people who are desperate and they tweet at Blizzard customer support and they say, please, my account is banned. And, you know, they don't know any better, right? And they see this flood of replies saying, it worked for me too. Message this person. I don't know exactly how the scam works. My best guess, you message them and you say something like help, my account's been banned. They say, here, give me your email address and your password and I will fix your account for you. And then they steal your account. So, yeah, that's a scam. Do not fall for that. Those are not actual help links, to be clear. Yeah, they probably want your account info. Corey Austin said, it's legit. They not only got your account back, but they also found hot local singles in your area. Nice. You're usually good at picking up with the scams. Good call. Yeah, it's... I mean, there's just fucking everywhere in the internet. There's scam bots. It's fucking everywhere. The same copy paste that gets posted on people saying they got scams, the scammers try to scam them again. Man, it's fucking silly. They downloaded more RAM onto your PC. They are true saints. He said his dad is Blizzard. You can trust him. Yeah. Taco Bandito said, thanks, Larry. Now I'm going to get hacked for messaging that guy. You're telling me people lying on the internet? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, who would have thought? Anyways. I just wanted to clear that up. Let's see. What else did I miss? How am I still banned? Blizzard customer service is is garbage. No way they can't resolve the problem. I have at the very least gotten responses, right? So, you know, that's kind of why silver lining, they're not ignoring my situation, but I think right now they're just kind of trusting whatever their thing auto-detected, and they're unwilling to do any further like research into whether or not it is legit. So that's why I'm just hoping that they actually take some time to really look into this and see that something is falsely flagging it. We'll see, though. I don't know. But yeah. Arch helped get a smaller streamer unbanned like 3 months ago. Yeah, I heard about that. I mean, frankly, I don't really know what Archvalor could do to help my situation. Obviously, if he wanted to signal boost it, he's welcome to do so. I wouldn't say no, but I don't really know if at this stage there's anything he could do aside from putting more public pressure on the situation. Which, yeah. Lockjaw57 said, "I am a horrible person." Okay. I'll take your word for it, Lockjaw57, but I'm pretty sure that you're not. I mean, you're a member of the channel, so you can't be that horrible of a person because you're supporting me, so thank you for that. Daniel Camilleri said hello. Hello to you as well. You read my Twitter post. My situation is exactly the same as yours. No previous reports or suspensions. One day you got a notice you were permabanned for third-party software. Yeah, it's annoying. And to not even bother with an appeal, you did anyways, and you got lucky. A very enthusiastic GM. Yours was also reduced to 6 months. Yeah, the problem is, like, I mean, I'm glad that yours also got reduced to 6 months, but, like, I don't really take the fact that they reduced my ban to 6 months as anything good, right? It still fucks me over. And frankly, you know, again, I don't want to shit talk the customer service person, and I don't know exactly how they go through it. I'm not upset with the CS person in general, but I would be willing to take a guess that the reason why they reduced it is their way of saying, you know, politely, fuck off and stop sending tickets, right? You know, okay, we'll reduce your thing. It's not a perma. Now go on and stop bothering us, right? That's kind of how I interpret it, because, I mean, fundamentally, nothing has changed. They're still telling me that I cheated when I clearly haven't, which, again, is the bigger issue for me. I'm not going to be accused of something that I haven't done. So it is like a very shallow gesture as far as I'm concerned. Like, it doesn't really do much for me. Because if really they had looked into it and seen that something was different, that I was innocent, well, then they should just be able to remove the ban entirely. So, I mean, I just, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say it's an enthusiastic GM who was willing to help me out. I'm glad that they actually took a look and did something, but it's still a far cry from an actual solution. 6 months is dangerous for Blizz. That's a good amount of time for somebody to kick the WoW addiction and find a new game to spend money on. Yeah, I mean, for most people, sure. Obviously, it doesn't change anything for me. I still need to continue to play the game and make videos, right? But at that point, it's just a massive inconvenience rather than anything real. It's just a stupid situation, right? Blizz is trash, and anyone that works for them has a fupa and is bitching. Or butt chin. Oh, I see. This is why we should not stop using our common sense and rely on AI. Yeah, exactly. AI is definitely a very slippery slope. Will leveling second and next characters be faster? Yes. Yes, directly. Now, it's hard to say how much faster, because the more characters you level, you get 5% additional experience for future characters for your entire account. So this applies up to 25%, so this caps at 5. You get 5% per character. At 5 additional characters, it caps out at 25%. But that does mean that at least you'll get 25% more experience on your 6th character. And the other big thing is that on your first ever character, you're forced to go through the campaign, and the campaign completion is not only required to unlock stuff like world quests, but you also need to complete it to get zones to scale properly. So right now, on my main account on the beta, because I've already completed a leveling run, all of the zones will scale with me as I level, which makes the entire process a bit easier and gives you more routing flexibility. You can do the zones in any order. Just like how in Dragonflight, you had to do Waking Shores, then Onarin, then Azurspan, then Thaldraszus, and then once you finish your first one, you can approach them in any order. So that's going to make things a bit faster, but to be clear, in this run, we're doing it on an account that has not completed it, because right now, my primary goal is to test first character leveling, campaign leveling, up to 80. And I'm going to get a guide done for that, because obviously that will be the most important thing for players on launch. And then, if I have time, once all of that testing is done and I'm confident in the route, then I will start doing testing on alt leveling from 70 to 80. So we'll see. If their auto software detects you use something against the TOS and you clearly haven't done so, so nothing has changed on your client, isn't your other account at risk? Well, yeah, so Myths S, that's exactly my concern, right? If they're telling me that something on my computer flagged Warden, well then what about all of the other accounts that I actively play? Are they already flagged? Now, I'm pretty sure that they aren't, because I literally directly mentioned my other accounts in the ticket, and the Blizzard employee said nothing about those, so I don't know. Which is why I'm pretty sure that it's just a wrong flag on this one particular account. But of course it is a concern, right? They're telling you, just come back in 6 months. But it's like, okay, but I'm innocent, so if something did actually flag my computer, how the fuck do I know if it's going to happen again in 6 months, or if it's going to happen to my other accounts? Like, what's to say it's going to stop it from flagging it again? I don't know. So yeah, it is a problem. And because they refuse to tell you anything, there's just no way of knowing. If your account doesn't get unbanned, I guess you'll just play your second account in War Within. Yeah. Well, in fact, so what I've decided to do, another thing, is at this point, I'm just going to bite the bullet and I'm going to turn my Starter Edition account into like a regular WoW account. Because as I've said before, that's the other weird thing, right? All of those like mop remix videos I made about level 20 Twinks, all of that was on a starter account attached to my main account, the one that's banned, where I have my level 20 H-Priest Twink. That starter account with my 20 H-Priest is still perfectly fine. Despite being directly connected to my main account, it's still accessible. And if I wanted to, I could turn it into a regular account, and it shares all of my mounts, all of my heirlooms, everything. So at the very least, I don't lose that. But at the same time, what the fuck? Why is it that despite my accounts being linked, suddenly one of them is flagged and the other isn't? So at the very least, since there's clearly no issue with that one, I'm going to just later tonight turn that into a regular account and start getting stuff fixed. Because that way, when they eventually overturn this ban, yeah, no, I can log into it, I can play it. I showed this on Twitch the other day. Characters still work, I still have access to all of my stuff. Of course, I have access to all my collections. I can't access the characters on my main account. So, when you get banned, do you lose the game expansion? How am I in beta? Well, see, that's the funny thing. Apparently you don't. I can actually access the beta on my main account still. I still have everything there. That being said, this is a second account. So, the character that I'm currently on, this is the second account that I've been playing recently on stream. This is the world record, like, sub-30 run account. The one that I did all that stuff on, but of course on the beta, right? So I guess real quick, I can log out and just show. If character copies are broken, but if I go to press copy character, you'll see on this list of characters, Harldan world record, the Druid. Maybe they fixed character copies. Let's try it out just for fun. Yeah, copy failed. So it's not working, but you can see this is that account, right? But on the beta. But I do still have access to beta on my main account. Beta is NA only, whereas regular accounts are NA or EU separately. Well, I'm on North America, so I don't know if that would affect it at all. Why upgrade your starter account? Can't you make one more WoW account on the same Battle.net account? I could, but frankly, one of the other reasons why I don't really care about having to upgrade it or not is my there's the free trial weekends right now where all of your characters can level up or whatever, and it bricks level 20 Twinks. So I was going to get started on that account this weekend anyway, and if it's going to brick my Twinks and I can't do any boosting regardless, I may as well just make a new level 20 Twink and get it like on a Demon Hunter, because from what I've seen, if you create a brand new starter account, that one will still be capped at level 20. It won't get the free weekend. So I'm just going to take the starter account that I've used for Mop Remix for my level 20 Priest. I'll get my level 20 Priest up to 70, because why not? And then I'll use that account going forward until Blizzard fixes things. And then I'll make another Starter Edition account, get a Havoc Demon Hunter Twink, and use that for boosting in the meantime. So, The other thing I should note is, while it will kind of suck having to remake a level 20 Twink, Havoc Demon Hunter is better anyway, especially with the threads changes. The only reason I haven't made one is because I kind of already finished all my videos in level 20 Twinks by the time the thread change happened, so I just had no reason to recreate my 20 Twink. But if I'm going to actually do boosting, it's actually just a better thing to do regardless. Hey, Elax, good to see you. Okay, let me read. What else did I miss? I wonder if all those thanks you got from Blizzard were for permabans as well. Anytime you were leveling during Wrath and you were around Neverstorm, it was open season for you. Yeah, probably. 6-month ban is still a really bad thing. In the long run, if you get mass ban, the bot will escalate your previous ban that was 6 months to a year or another perma. Yeah, exactly. Precisely, Chori. One of many reasons why I'm not just going to let a false ban sit on my account. Like, I'm not just going to let it ride. No, I want it completely cleared. For sure. Your GM and Saw got banned with a similar story, like 8 days before Molten Core, and after his ticket, he only got the 6-month ban over perma. Yeah, it sounds like... So, a lot of other people are saying they've encountered the exact same thing. They got falsely banned, they submitted tickets, after a while, Blizzard just said, here, it's downgraded to 6 months, because I assume... And again, I don't know exactly what their instruction sheet is for how to handle these cases, but I would not be surprised if it is standard procedure for them to say, well, as long as it is not a completely blatant case of botting, just give the person a downgrade to 6 months. Because for like an average person, right, if you have no means to fight this, if you are just dying to get a response from Blizzard and after hearing nothing for a while, they finally say, instead of permabanning you, we're only going to ban you for 6 months. A lot of people may just be like throw their hands in the air and just be like, fuck it. You know, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'll take what I can get, right? So I think for them, this is probably a good way to just get rid of a lot of the reappeals and don't have to deal with people constantly saying, no, I want it cleared. Because for a lot of people, maybe who aren't super invested in WoW, they'll probably just do that. They'll just say, fuck it. Hello, Kudra. In Stormwinds. Let's see. Blizz fucks up pretty regularly, but they refuse to admit they do anymore. It's 100% confidence policy, and they don't look into shit anymore. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Kudra. I appreciate the kind words. Do I know if there's a reason why character copy fails in the beta? It's just a temporary bug. They posted about it in the patch notes that it's not working right now. 6-month reduction is a shit response, and you have no idea if whatever it was will trigger again in the future. Exactly. What trinkets would I recommend to get for leveling in the War Within? Big ones are obviously like Beacon, Grief Torch, Boon of the Storm Eater, Bellorelos. Basically, any trinket that has big on-use damage. So, a lot of the really obvious ones, right? And the thing about leveling like that, the way that you want to level with those trinkets is you actually have one passive trinket. So I would recommend Shadow Flame Anvil, Altone of the Master, something like that. A completely passive damage trinket in one of your slots. And then in your other slot, you have an on-use trinket. And what you want to do is do /use 13 or 14 or whatever it is. And you're going to rotate between different on-use trinkets. So you'll use Grief Torch, then you'll switch trinkets to Beacon by pressing like a macro of Equip Beacon or something like that. And then 30 seconds later, you can use Beacon, you can swap trinkets. That's the best way to level up like that. I'll have a guide covering this stuff closer to launch. But in the meantime, yeah, that's what you can do to prep. When you get banned, do you lose the game? Oh, I read that already, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is no issue at all on my end, right? Because obviously I know I haven't cheated. So the only thing that could even potentially be happening is that there is some completely innocuous program, like, I don't know, Photoshop, Premiere, or hell, another game, like maybe something in Honkai Star Rail tripped Blizzard's anti-cheat. Because I've said before, I did dailies in the background on Honkai Star Rail while opening my vault the other day. I think that is highly unlikely, but that is the only thing that it could possibly be. Some completely normal program got registered as a cheat software thing, and Blizzard banned for it. And instead of checking to see that, hey, this is completely normal piece of software, they're just going with whatever their anti-cheat detected, which is annoying. Let's see. It might be time for Elden Ring. Maybe later. Currently leveling 60 to 70 in Silverpine Forest, and it's so much better compared to Dragonflight zones. Wait, is it fixed? Hold on, let me double check something. Did they fix it? Because unless, are you leveling 60 to 70 on... Let me double check real quick. On live servers. Could it be Honkai's anti-cheat interacting with Warden? Like I said, that is like the only thing that I could even theoretically say it might be. I think that is very unlikely, right? That seems like a really weird interaction to happen. But, I mean, if they're telling me it's something, and they're not lying to me, then they must have found something, but it's obviously not, like, real. So, I don't know. Also, 1 second. Valorant, yeah, I've heard a lot of people say things like that happen in Valorant or League. So, I'm not sure. Hopefully your situation will snowball into a bigger deal, and Blizz might finally do something about this dumb 100% automated system. We can only hope, but yeah, it's pretty bad. By the way, I'm just checking real quick, because if they have fixed Chromie time leveling... Oh, you had to use Party Sync to make it work. Okay, Xian. You got my hopes up. It's all good, it's all good. I don't blame you. I've just been waiting for them to fix that on live servers so I can actually level a character normally. But yeah, that's something that I was going to do in the meantime with Party Sync. It's a really dumb workaround solution. It's silly that you have to use that, but it can work. Don't even get you started on Vanguard. It's so bad that after every game you play League on, your RAM memory spikes massively. Damn. You're happy Ellie Shaman is getting the respect it deserves, aka a raid buff? Didn't Ellie Shaman just get nuked? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm pretty sure Ellie Shaman just got fucking taken out back, like in the last set of patch notes. Let me just double check. They did some big tuning adjustments the other day, and class and spell changes, major tuning changes. Definitely. Just check here. Shaman, elemental. Yep. Yeah, those are some like massive modifier nerfs. Yeah, Ellie ate like a massive damage nerf. That's unlucky. Sorry to be the one who delivers that bad news to you, but yeah, that's rough. Do I think that AFK leveling farm still works in the War Within? What do you mean by AFK leveling farm? I'm not sure what you mean. You heard Chromie time fixed from the other room, only to be let down? Yeah, you and me both. Is the Radiant Echoes event good for leveling alts? Right now, it's bad. So, I was considering making a video talking about how Radiant Echoes is really bad for leveling. I'm going to postpone that video until the changes hit live servers, and then I will test it again. Because, basically, the issue that I ran into is mob grinding just wasn't really comparable to other methods, and while the event gave okay experience in the time it took to kill it, it wasn't earth-shatteringly good, by the way. So even after these fixes, I'm pretty sure it's still only going to be an all-right leveling method. But I do think there's a chance that it will end up being slightly better with the boss rush being faster. So we'll see. There you go, getting his hopes up just to drag him back down. No, it's okay. I'm the one who jumped to the assumption. Can't confirm Ellie Shaman got nuked. Unlucky. Ellie Shaman got taken out back because they were 40% over the rest of the DPS specs in beta. Oh, were they that far ahead? I guess I didn't do enough raid testing with really good Ellie Shamans. I've seen Hunters doing really well, personally. Okay, so it's still good even with the nerfs is what you're saying? Gotcha. What's wrong with the XP on live servers? So to be clear, right now, if you look, or if I go into Chromie time, right, if I were to make a low-level character, this zone thing in Chromie time should say it scales from 10 to 71. Right now, on live servers, it only scales from 10 to 61. They just forgot to make it scale for the last 10 levels. So, Chromie time experience is still fine. The problem is it kicks you out of Chromie time the moment you hit 61. So you can't actually do the Chromie time route all the way up to 70 until Blizzard fixes that. And at this point, with how many bugs there are in pre-patch, who knows how long it's going to take them to get around to that. Yeah, definitely the event can be really buggy during prime hours. They need to buff Devovoker. I think Devovoker, I don't know exactly where it stands in tuning. The bigger issue with Devovoker is it's so difficult to justify bringing one when Og is Og, right? So the biggest buff that Devovoker could possibly get is the deletion of Ogivoker, which I know that to some people this is a hot take, and to other people I'll be preaching to the choir, but augmentation desperately needs to either be completely removed from the game or fundamentally reworked into something that is completely different than what it is right now. Make it a tank spec, make it a standard DPS spec. Having a single support spec that fundamentally warps the meta is just unhealthy for this game, and has been ever since its introduction. This is not new information to anybody who plays at a high level, but I know a lot of people who really like Og hate it when others say that, but I'm sorry, it's true. I personally would love to have an Evoker tank. Like, yeah, Allwalker said, Evoker tank, please. I would love that, but I just think Og is a bigger problem than just having it change to a tank. You've been checking XP values. The main thing that gives XP during the event is completing echoes in the last boss. Yeah, so it is possible then that there would be a really efficient farming method if the boss thing was spammable. We'll have to see. I'm not sure. Is it bad compared to a casual leveling experience, like someone who picks an expansion and levels through it? Right now, it's pretty bad. Right now, it is definitely pretty bad. So I would say, yeah, you might get like comparable times to a casual leveling experience, but I would argue that if you're looking to just level casually and have fun, wouldn't it be more fun to just like play through some fun quest lines and stuff than spend 5 hours mindlessly tagging mobs over and over and over and over? Like I farmed that event for like an hour and a half and my brain was already melting. It was just so boring. So I would definitely prefer casual leveling, but compared to optimized speed leveling, it is right now slower, but again, TBD on the changes. War Within is not out yet. No, this is the beta. Og is nuked from orbit. No more M+ for Og. I wish. You're calling it right now. There'll be a new support spec in 11.1.5. God, no. Please, no. Don't even say that. Please, no. Hope I get unbanned before release. I hope so too. Yeah. Another thing is I've decided, I thought about it for a little bit, and I'm going to start working on another character in Cataclysm Classic, because, while I really do hope that they fix this before War Within release, because that would save me a lot of headache, at this point, like, I have to get stuff prepped for that, and I was kind of on the fence about doing it for Cataclysm, but also, who knows how long it's going to take to fight Blizzard over this, and I don't want to miss Cataclysm Classic, which, as I've said, is something that I've been excited for a very long time, just because of this bullshit. So, I'm probably not going to get a lot of sleep over the next few weeks. I'm going to have to spend all of my time getting all this shit fixed and getting the guides out for you guys. But, yeah. I should also note that, you know, I don't like to ask for help a lot, but if you happen to know anything or like be good at all about like leveling testing, right? Reach out to me in Discord if you want to try and help out. I can't guarantee that, I will be able to get help from everybody. A lot of this stuff I do like to do on my own videos and stuff. But if you are interested at all in trying to potentially help with getting the guides and stuff finished in any shape or form, reach out to me and I'll see what I can do. Because at this point, I would probably need a little bit of help to make sure that all that stuff gets finished on time. At least without having to cut anything out of my original planned videos. Because, I mean, last week I basically lost an entire week of time that I initially planned on doing testing. So right now I'm kind of facing, I either need to cut some of the topics that I wanted to cover, or I get help to finish it. But again, if somebody wants to help out, reach out to me on Discord. We'll see. I'll get around to that after the stream if anybody does shoot a message. New classes for Drakthir, that has not been outright confirmed to be happening anytime in the immediate future. Just that sometime eventually it's going to happen. DH support spec. I mean, if they're gonna add a new spec to somebody, it may as well be DH. It's criminal that Evoker's got a third spec before DH. You want a melee spec because the hybrid mid-ranged fantasy just feels nasty? Yeah, I agree. Right now, once the fix is pushed, it will be. Events will now instantly spawn. You don't have to wait for an hour. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not sure exactly how quick that will be. Because keep in mind, it's like 5 minutes to get like a level or two isn't exactly hyper fast, right? So the problem before was it wasn't even that fast to just spam the events, even if you were waiting an hour and a half. And it was especially slow considering you could only do it once every hour and a half, right? So I'll still have to test to see if spamming the events is comparable with speed leveling, because there's still a chance that it will just take a little bit too long. And the other thing is they also buffed the boss health a lot. So when I was doing my testing, the boss died in like 20 seconds. Now the boss takes like a few minutes to die because the health scales way more the more people hit it to make it easier to tag. So that reduces the amount of time, or reduces the amount of efficiency for every single loop of the event. So I'm not convinced just yet that it will be a very fast leveling method. It will, of course, be better than it was before, but I don't know. The power leveling selling in the Azure span. Oh, I see what you mean. No, I don't think that will work in War Within. There may be a new power leveling thing discovered in War Within. I have no idea. I haven't looked into that too much, but Azure span itself likely will not work. But who knows? Could be because Honkai Star Rail is in Chinese. WoW is banned in China. WoW is no longer banned in China. Well, I mean, it could still be Honkai Star Rail, but it's definitely not because of WoW is banned in China. They've changed that already. WoW's back in China. But also, I mean, I would say just because I ran a game created by a Chinese developer, that seems like a really weird reason to flag anti-cheat. So I think that's a bit of a stretch, but who knows? Yeah, there was a whole gore howl erected. Infinite, you never need to apologize for being late to the stream. I just appreciate you being here. No, it was not banned at the time. No. Ebon Might is nerfed to 5% from 6.5, and closest clutch mates removed. Oh, interesting. I mean, that's definitely a pretty big nerf, but I don't know if it'll be enough. The other thing is the survivability benefits of Augavoker are still really crazy, especially for tanks. And tanks just got nerfed, right? So, tell us what you need tested, and you'll have a small army. Yeah, so I'll probably post about that a little bit more. There's definitely some stuff there that I could use help on. Another thing is like even something as basic as like proofreading for written guides and stuff like that. I could use, because obviously I spend a lot of time writing the guides, and effectively for context, right? One of the main things that at this stage I will probably need to cut for launch, unless I'm able to get extra help, is the written section. It takes a lot of time to get all like the written stuff and the website updates going. And if I have to prioritize one thing, it's obviously going to be the video guides, because the website has always been a fun bonus thing. Originally, the written guides were just Google Docs that I made no money off of. And the only reason I even put this stuff on a website in the first place is because my dad pushed me to do that. My dad works for Amazon. He works for AWS. So my dad literally set up a website for me on AWS and was like, here, I will help you port your Google Doc guides over to a website. So that's like the entire reason I even did that in the first place, but I still don't really make any money off the website. It has always been a pure, like, fun extra resource to help people out. And obviously, if I'm put into a position by Blizzard because of all this shit where I just don't have the time to get everything finished, I'm going to have to prioritize the thing that I make a living from. So the videos will take priority, and I just don't know if I'd have time for the written guides. So that is one thing where if somebody wanted to help with that, even if somebody wanted to like take my actual guide, my route, and transcribe it into like a rough draft written format for me to then, you know, clean up and edit into like, you know, a guide and fill in any missing pieces, something like that actually could be really impactful. I'll write more about this in my Discord later, but yeah, if you do want to help out, anything would be very appreciated. Still banned, we might have to riot, boys. Yeah. Who knows how long this will take, but I will keep fighting. Have you tried not being banned? Honkai is probably a Chinese party software or spyware. Quickly uninstall it. Yeah. You'd be 100% down to help with the writing guide. Use that thing all the time. I appreciate it. You can proofread. You do it for a living. Design and marketing. Awesome. I really appreciate all of that. Last couple days, you took down the last boss of the Elden Ring DLC. Nice. Yeah, I've had a few friends, including my friend Zach, who's I'm pretty sure is still in chat. He was here earlier, who've been playing it, and they keep telling me that I should try it. I'll definitely have to try it eventually. I've heard really good things about Elden Ring and the DLC. AI can well, see, that's the other thing. Technically speaking, yes, I could use ChatGPT. I have messed around with ChatGPT in the past. Like, I know how it works. I am very hesitant to try and use ChatGPT for something like that. I don't know. I will say it is uncanny how effective AI can be in certain cases, but AI is also probably the reason why I'm facing a false ban on my World of Warcraft account, so the last thing I want to do is throw more fuel on that fire. So, yeah. Would rather somebody do it by hand. I don't really want to mess around with that. For something this important, right? You're smashing your face into it right now? Awesome. Blizzard's not happy that China's beating us in the Olympics. If an LLM can mimic Harldan, it'd be a day we're close to a general all-purpose AI. Huh. Issue is with AIs, it'll be confidently wrong. Yeah. Oh, man. So, on that topic, my dad, because I mentioned my dad works at Amazon, and he teaches courses for AWS. And he was teaching an AI course like a few weeks ago, and he like walked over to me. He was like all proud. He's like, like open up this website. Look at this thing. So type in a prompt or something like that, and he said make it World of Warcraft related. So some AI thing from Amazon. I typed in what is the best tank class for Cataclysm Classic, and the output that it gave me, the best tank class in Cataclysm Classic is Tauren. And the Tauren tank class has special abilities such as Stampede and Trample that make it really good at picking up threat on multiple targets. So I don't really think that AI is super ready. And of course, my dad was really disappointed. He was like he tried so many different prompts and all of them were a shit show. And he's like, oh, I swear, I tried it with something else and it was super accurate. So in some fields, apparently AI might be really good. But at the very least, for World of Warcraft so far, I think my job is safe. My dad said it probably has something to do with the fact that because World of Warcraft has so many different versions over the years, it's difficult for AI to like find a concrete answer. But at the same time, there has never been a version of World of Warcraft where Tauren was the best tank class. So I don't know how it got that wrong. But yeah, we're safe for now at the very least. Why am I not streaming on Twitch? Basically, Twitch streams are for more chill stuff. So when I was just like playing around with the pre-patch event and just seeing how it worked, that's a Twitch stream topic. If I'm just doing like generic leveling that's not really interesting, that's Twitch. But this is the first War Within test run that I've done in over a month. So definitely a notable thing. I want to make sure this is a YouTube recording. When will the leveling start? Not too long. I just wanted to make sure that I caught up on everything in chat. And obviously, I know there's going to be like a million questions about the band stuff, so I wanted to get that completely sorted first. Put that AI in a multi-billion fighter jet, yeah. Rolling up with your Tauren mage, roast beef ready to tank the raid. Tauren big, Tauren strong, so Tauren good tank, yeah. Hello, Tonberry King SD. Nice to have you stopping by the stream. And there was like a handful of messages that I missed early. Let me just double check those before I continue. Let's see. Roger Clausen said, you made a live stream, love my channel. Thank you, Roger Clausen. Glad you're able to make it. This is why automated report ban systems should never have a final say. There should always be a human review before a major suspension/ban. Yeah, exactly. No, I do not have auto hotkey. No. I've heard that program mentioned, but I don't even know what auto hotkey is. I can take a guess based on the name. but I have literally never used it in my entire life. Sure, it's not applicable. Are there any risky add-ons in CurseForge? I doubt it. No. And again, right, that's another thing. Every single add-on that I install on CurseForge would apply to all of my accounts. They would be automatically enabled. Because you have one profile on CurseForge, and those add-ons appear on every single version of WoW, so I don't think so. One of your guesses was, since you have an old-ass budget PC with only 8 gigs of RAM that crashes and freezes constantly, that some wonkiness happened and tripped it up. You also have the memory leak Valdrakken problem that you have. Well, to be clear, I used to have the memory leak problem in Valdrakken. That was on my old computer, which I haven't had for like a year now. So that's definitely not my issue, because I got a new computer a while ago. Let's see. I think I read all this stuff. All you can really do is spam them for an unban for the next month. This happened to a friend in CSGO in like 2015, even though he never cheated. Software can also fail. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep reporting it over and over and over. Just keep reappealing. And I'm going to keep making noise publicly about it until it gets fixed. So, you know, there's that. Again, I'll respond to stuff on Discord about, like, potentially helping with guides after the stream, but I appreciate the people who are messaging. Do people realize that this is your livelihood, and not having access to your main account is going to cause a deviation from your normal start times? Yeah, I mean, is what it is. People are going to complain. You're making good content out of this, and you're happy to contribute your view. I appreciate that, yeah. I mean, I'm doing what I can with the cards that have been dealt. Okay, I think I've read... Windwalker monks are nuts right now? Yeah, absolutely. You and your buddy are planning to play War Within. Would I recommend playing a warlock or a monk? Well, that's kind of apples and oranges. I think monk is technically better right now, but warlock is, like, historically one of the strongest DPS, so I don't really think either is a bad choice. There's another streamer you follow called Woodadoo who does free heroic carries the last boss every tier. Hundreds of runs for free. He's gotten banned multiple times last tier. That's really fucked. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, it definitely Dreamer Magister. It is a small comfort that at least I'm not permanently losing my account, but, like, again, that doesn't really mean a lot to me. Threat changes. I didn't make a video on the tank changes, so obviously the tank nerfs are kind of a nerf to tanks as a whole. I think a lot of people are freaking out about it. The reality of, like, tank nerfs like that is it doesn't really make a huge difference in the long run. The only thing that it's going to change is that stuff like Augavoker is going to be more important, healers are going to be more important, and the ceiling of keys and content that you're able to do will be lower, right? So you won't be able to push Mythic Plus as higher as theoretically you would be if tanks were stronger, and I guess, like, you're probably going to need to be a little bit stronger to enter Mythic Raid, but realistically, Mythic Raiding, it's not really a concern, because, like, you can usually make up for low gear just by using your cooldowns properly. Very few bosses will just completely dumpster their tanks. Hard to say. The only big issue I would say with the tank changes is that it didn't impact tanks equally. They have rolled back some of the Brewmaster buffs, which, like, kind of fair, because it is weird that certain tanks like Guardian got fucking gutted by those changes, and then Brewmasters just got buffed. And I'm pretty sure while they have reverted some of the buffs to Brewmaster, it's still better off than where we were before those changes, still. So, like, yeah, Brewmaster was already in a really good spot, and it got buffed by the changes, whereas Bear, which was kind of struggling, got nerfed. That's the big issue that just doesn't really make a lot of sense. How do you decide on what to main? I mean, I just play test it a lot. I mess around with a lot of stuff on the beta, see what feels good. The reality, though, for raiding is that you need to play every single tank for raids. Now, I will be honest, normally, I consider myself like a multi-class tanker. I get every single tank prepped, and I have all of them ready to go if needed. As things stand, I'm pretty much locked in on Brewmaster, because if I'm going to get a second account ready to, like, recover from the fact that my main account has been banned, because I don't know if they'll fix this by War Within, I'm going to have to focus entirely on getting my main tank class ready that I was going to be playing for the most part anyway. So it would suck, because normally I would get, like, a Paladin, a Death Knight, etc. up just in case it was needed. But at the very least, at this rate, I'm probably just going to entirely focus on getting a Brewmaster Monk ready, because I know that's what I was going to play as my main, but now I won't really have much flexibility, at least for this tier, which kind of sucks. Maybe if I get more time, I can work on getting, like, a Paladin or something set up, but yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. You wanted to main MM due to Dark Ranger, but turns out Dark Ranger is a meme spec. You're kind of lost in what to main. Well, MM is really good still. MM and Survival are both playing Sentinel, but obviously if the main reason you wanted to play MM was Dark Ranger, then yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. But Hunter is still really good, at least outside of BM, because Sentinel is really strong, and I don't think BM is, like, completely dumpster tier, but, like, most hunters will probably be playing the other specs in the next expansion. Kefik said, I'm gonna go play some Baldur's Gate, but I'll keep this open in the background to give you more exposure. Good luck. Thank you, Kefik. I appreciate it. Checked every link on Google about banned characters. They say you just have to wait and don't send more tickets. Well, yeah, that's not how that works, unfortunately. Multi-dollar company banning people who actually play the game and play test the game without any monetary compensation from Blizz. Exactly, yeah. Let's see. The Honkai Star Rail thing makes sense. You've heard rumors they run their own invasive software that doesn't play nice with others. Maybe it's that. I don't know. But who knows? I think I've caught up on all the other messages. You thought the idea of a support class rather inspiring, just not in WoW, not with this long of an establishment. Time for anything unique in WoW is past. Maybe in WoW 2 in the future they can try. Yeah, I agree. You can stream both on Twitch and YouTube. So you can, for sure. I would rather not, just because I've said before that basically, for starters, right? If I'm streaming on Twitch, the obvious reason why I'm streaming on Twitch is because it's a lower priority stream and it's just like a chill hangout thing. And I would specifically not want that to be streamed on YouTube, because the reason why I don't stream that stuff on YouTube is because it would perform poorly. Not because, like, it's a bad topic, but just because it's less interesting to the average person. And then the way that YouTube would look at that is, wow, this stream sucked. People hate Harldan. Let me not recommend the rest of his videos to other people. It's algorithm bullshit, right? So the algorithm is annoying. I feel like these days I've kind of navigated around it a little bit, and that's one of the solutions. And it works out well because my Twitch streams still get relatively solid viewership for more laid-back topics like that, and that way I don't need to worry about it having any impact on the algorithm. And I still post those stream recordings on my other YouTube channels for people who want to watch it there. So it's kind of a win-win situation. And then as for, like, potentially doing this stream also on Twitch, if I am streaming on YouTube, I would want to make sure that anybody who's watching is watching on YouTube, because I want to make sure that it gets, like, all of the algorithm impressions, etc., so that it does well in the long term. Because any views that happen on the stream are permanently registered when the algorithm considers recommending this to other people. So basically, 90% of the decisions that I do are based around algorithm shenanigans. It's annoying, but that's, like, literally half the job. If you ask Google Gemini about the best tank class in Cataclysm Classic, it'll say S tier Blood Decay, A tier Prop Pally Feral Druid. That's actually, if that is what it says, that's accurate. So that's interesting. Is my dad Brazilian? Yes. Yeah, my dad is Brazilian. What's the route you're thinking for a second character for pure speed? Well, to be clear, this character is simulating a first character run. So this would not be a second character. I haven't really tested second character leveling. My priority right now is first character leveling. I'm going to make a guide for campaign leveling first character on launch, because obviously everybody will need to go through that. Once that guide is finished, once I've figured out a route that I'm happy with, that I think is the fastest, then I will get to work on testing second character leveling. If I have time to do that before the expansion launches, awesome. But if I don't, is what it is. It is not the top priority. But I will try to post that guide as quickly as I possibly can. Because in the past, like in Dragonflight, I waited a very long time until I was 1000% sure I found the fastest route. But the problem is that meant there were multiple patches where I just didn't have an alt leveling guide for 60 to 70 because I was waiting to make sure that it was perfectly refined. And then something like Dream Surges rolled around that completely reworked the route. And then I had to go back to square one. So my approach to alt leveling in War Within for guides, I'm going to get to a point where I am 90% ballpark. Obviously, there's no exact number, right? But where I feel I am 90% confident in my route. There's maybe one or two things that I haven't like super thoroughly tested, but I've done XYZ route enough times to know this is really fast, this is good for alt leveling, and then I will make a video guide on it. And then the next patch, as I continue to do more testing, if they add mechanics like Dream Surges that speed up the process, then I will make another 60 to 70 guide. So there's only going to be one 10 to 70 guide, or, well, 70 to 80 guide, I mean, because obviously now we're within, etc. We're going to make one 70 to 80 guide with all of the updated Chromie Time stuff. That will be for the entire expansion. But then for 70 to 80 stuff, I'm going to make new guide updates as the expansion progresses. That way, I don't run into any problems of, waiting forever to post it. You got permit for RMT. You sold an item for 200k gold. That's strange. I mean, I sell a decent amount of stuff, and I've never received a ban for RMT. I am half Portuguese, yes. I am not from Brazil, to be clear. I was born in the United States. I have lived in the United States all my life. I have visited my family in Brazil. I've been to Brazil multiple times. And I do not speak Portuguese. I know like one or two words in Portuguese. I know how to say un gato embaixo de carro, among like a few other phrases from Rosetta Stone, but I am not fluent even remotely in Portuguese. I speak a little bit of Spanish, very little, because I took that in high school and college, but it was never something I was very good at, to be honest. One of these days I've always wanted to learn how to speak it better, but yeah, it's not something that I can do. My dad was born in Brazil, though. Well, actually, technically, my dad was born in Chicago because his parents were doctors, and his mom, my grandmother, gave birth to him while they were in the United States on like a medical thing or whatever. And because of that, he actually always was a United States citizen, but he grew up in Brazil, and then he went to college in the United States, and then ever since he's lived here. I'm not reading that out, Zach, but yes, that phrase I'm aware. Ronaldinho, Neymar, obrigado. I know obrigado too, yeah. That like basic phrases like that. I also know my cousin told me to say now foge to the waiter once, and he was like, oh yeah, when the waiter comes over and asks what you want, say now foge or something like that. And then of course my dad was like, no, because apparently now foge means like fuck off or something. So my cousin tried to trick me into telling the waiter to fuck off. So I know how to say that. I don't know if I'm butchering the pronunciation. But yeah, that's what I learned. Is Warlord still the best expansion if you just want to pick an expansion and follow the main questline? Probably, yeah. Though, I guess it depends on what you mean by the main questline, because I would say if you were to do generic, like, Cataclysm revamp zones, a lot of those would probably still be better than WoD. But as for, like, singular expansion, probably, yeah, WoD then, but I don't know. Let's see. What else did I miss? What item level would I recommend for War Within leveling? Well, the easy answer is as high an item level as you could possibly get. But I would say, at the very least, if you get like 480 from the pre-patch and from other stuff, that's probably fine. Because the template character that they start you off with on the beta, and the item level of most stuff in the early zones, is like low 400s. Which is kind of shitty. I think that it should start off a little bit higher, but if you're 480, then at least you won't replace your gear until like level 74-ish. Maybe a little bit earlier for some slots. Your wife got caught using ChatGPT in college. She definitely uses it, but it said her paper was 100% AI, but it was only about 70% AI. Well, that's you know, not to say like, yeah, like that's probably bad, but frankly, I think that using ChatGPT to write papers like that is probably not a good practice, no matter what. And clearly it was at least enough AI if it got caught, right? I don't, at that point, saying difference between 70% and 100% doesn't really mean a lot. If AI needs a human review, you've removed the point of having AI to begin with. Well, yeah. Employ real meatbags, I agree. It's almost 12:30 p.m. in Denmark. You're going to watch it tomorrow after work. Good luck with the run. Thank you. Yeah, all good. I understand that it's pretty late for a lot of people in Europe. You're interested in playing The War Within. You don't have much experience with WoW. What would I recommend for a beginner class? Something with little button presses. I would say it depends. A lot of classes have a low skill floor, but a high skill ceiling. Hunter is... Don't hate me, Hunter players. Hunter is historically one of the lower skill floor classes that's fairly easy to do well with. Beast Mastery especially. But... I mean, there's a lot of different classes that you could kind of scrape by. Honestly, though, I generally feel that asking for an easy class is kind of just the wrong way to put it, because you could take a class that's really easy, that just, it does not click with you, and the playstyle feels really weird. And you may, like, people may tell you that it's really easy, but you may actually really struggle with it. So my recommendation isn't to find something that is considered easy. It's to play a bunch of different classes, figure out the one that feels the most intuitive, and then that's what will end up being the easiest for you. If you enjoy playing it, it's going to be easier to min-max it and get good at it. Yeah, Fury Warrior is relatively straightforward. Ret Paladin is relatively straightforward. Hell, Havoc Demon Hunter, pretty straightforward too. But like, the thing is, all of those classes have a skill cap, right? There's definitely Arcane Mage too. There's a lot of specs that definitely you can squeeze out a shit ton of damage from it if you're really good at playing it. But, you know, you could also just kind of button mash, but it doesn't really matter. It's more important finding something that you enjoy. Admittedly, there are some specs where you can very clearly say, this is not a beginner spec, like Windwalker Monk, that is not a beginner spec. A lot of tanks are not really great beginner specs. Brewmaster, a good example, not a beginner spec, right? So there are certain specs that are very clearly not great for beginners because they are relatively complicated. They have a very high skill floor, but generally speaking, you should just try to find something that you enjoy. What's the hardest spec / class? Hardest class as a whole, I would have to say Monk. I don't know if there may be like an individual spec in another class that is more challenging, but Brewmaster is generally considered to be the most complicated tank. Windwalker is considered to be one of the most complicated DPS, and Mistweaver is among some of the more complicated healers. Healers are obviously a little bit tricky to really evaluate like that, but it's definitely not the easiest healer. They have responded to the ticket. Yeah, KC Ackers, if you go back to the start of the stream, I spent a lot of time talking about it. No, yeah, so Vignay as well, if you want to hear about all the account stuff, just like YouTube, you can scrub back to the start, right? You can rewind time. So just go back to the start and I talk about it extensively. But no, I have not gotten it back yet. Pick something that you enjoy the fantasy and lore of playing. Yeah, for sure. You find Windwalker much easier than some classes. You can't talk about Brew or Mistweaver. And like, yeah, to be clear, I love Windwalker. To me, Windwalker flows really well. I think it's a very fun spec to play. It's very intuitive for me. There are definitely DPS specs that I find more complicated for me personally than Windwalker. Like, I would say out of all of the DPS specs I've tried, Elemental Shaman is probably the one that I struggle to wrap my head around the most. But I have heard a lot of people tell me that Windwalker is complicated for them to figure out, and, I mean, Windwalker definitely is not the easiest spec. Like, it doesn't matter how easy you find it to play, I think we can all agree that there is a lot of inherent rotational complexity relative to a lot of other stuff. Your second tank was a Brewmaster you suffered 0 out of 10, would not recommend. And yeah, I say that as somebody who mains Brewmaster and loves Brewmaster. I love Brew, but it can definitely be very difficult to pick up and play if you're not familiar with it. Blood DK is probably one of the hardest tanks to properly excel at. And see, that's another great example, Norman. I would say at the same time, Blood DK could also be considered one of the easiest tanks for a new player to understand. But you are absolutely correct. Blood DK has a massive skill ceiling. So that's another thing. It's like, do I say that Blood DK is good for beginners? Because on one hand, you can just kind of press Death Strike and survive a lot of stupid stuff. But Blood DK has a massive skill ceiling, and there's a lot of, like, complexity to it. Whereas, like, Guardian Druid, if you don't press your buttons properly, can be a little bit challenging as a beginner relative to Blood DK. It's still relatively easy. But Bear honestly has a pretty low skill ceiling, probably the lowest out of any tanks. So if I were to recommend a new tank to people, I'd probably say Guardian Druid or Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior, admittedly, a little bit more complicated, especially because you have to play around blocks, which isn't something that every tank needs to worry about these days. And it doesn't have very reliable self-healing, which can make it a little bit difficult if you have a bad healer. But it's fairly straightforward. And there's this Crayon Eaters playing Outlaw. Yeah, Rogue generally is on the more complicated side of things as well. Windwalker Mastery is one of the best ones in the game. Completely agree, yeah. They fixed a lot of the crap about Ellie Shaman. It's really good now. Yeah, no, to be clear, I don't think Ellie Shaman was that bad. I had fun with it when I played it. It just took me a while to, like, really get a feel for it. Paladin is great to start with. Red is funny and powerful. Good flexibility, tank DPS, and healer. Yeah, for sure. Blood DK ceiling went through the roof. Oh yeah, absolutely. With the Death Strike changes. Sub Rogue needs another rework already. Damn, poor rogues. You love your Resto Druid? Yeah, I think Resto Druid for healers is definitely a really friendly beginner healer, because I know a lot of people really like starting off with it. It feels very comfy to play. But also, again, Resto Druid has a really high skill cap. So that it's definitely a nice one on that end. Prop Pally as Captain America throwing shields around is awesome. Yep, I love Prop Pally. It's very fun. One of my favorite tanks. What changed about threads? I'm not sure I understand the question. Hold on. There's a few messages I still have to read. Did I ever find out what software banned me? No. Now, honestly, that's the main thing I'm trying to get them to answer at this stage. AI is generally decent at the blank page syndrome. That's a very good point, yeah. And so I should note what Psychedelic said about did you ever find out what banned you? Charles Reeve is actually correct that Blizzard, as policy, refuses to tell you. But that's the problem. If I know that I'm innocent, and they're going to just keep telling me, well, so we detected something, but we can't say what it is, well, fuck off, right? You got to tell me. You got to either tell me or take a look at what it is and figure out what wrong software flagged it, because something's wrong there. Yeah, but yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, they know, obviously, but they are unable to tell me, basically, is what they've said. One second, to the person from my guild who messaged me on Discord, thank you for reaching out, and it's good to know that I'm not alone on that issue. Yeah, that it really sucks to hear about what happens to your friend too. Yeah, it's shitty. Whole thing is shitty. Brazilian detected you turned into my favorite WoW YouTuber. Well, I'm only half Brazilian, but so maybe I'm like halfway towards being your favorite WoW YouTuber then. Is there a chance that we get a face cam soon? Well, definitely not right now, because right now I look like shit. I've been meaning to get a haircut for like a really long time, and especially this stuff has been kind of pushing it back. So, right now I look like a caveman, so definitely not right now. Eventually, maybe. I'll think about it. But we'll see. Devovoker, despite having to type advanced, the bug creation is pretty simple. I forgot you had to type that, yeah. The WoD intro scenario would be the only place where a character moving at 159% move speed would be good? Yeah, exactly. It still helps, like, moving around the zone, but it's not critical. Do I know what the item level of remix characters will be? No, Blizzard has not said that yet. At your age, with your disability, BM Hunter is perfect and fun with all the critters that can be on screen at one time. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a fun spec to play. Some people have said Havoc is the hardest. I don't know if I go that far. Let's see. Do I do mount farming? No, I'm not very much of a collector at all. Regarding Ellie Shaman, Fire build is about a 5 out of 10 on difficulty. Lightning build is about a 9 out of 10 on difficulty. I think it might have been Lightning build that I was playing with for leveling. When I did my Elemental Shaman run a few months ago, which, like, you could go back and check the footage if you want, I was playing a build with, like, Stormkeeper and stuff, where I would basically, I had to, like, press a lot of buttons in sequence. There's a lot of stuff that I had to do to, like, ramp up my buffs. Then I would press Stormkeeper and I would fire off, like, multiple lightning bolts or chain lightnings and just, like, erase a single target mob or, like, a big group of mobs. And when it happened, it was insane. Like, you could just delete massive packs. I killed Yetimus in 3 seconds, which is why, again, to be clear, I didn't dislike Elemental Shaman. I pulled Yetimus and then fucking eradicated him. It was one of the fastest Yetimus kills I've ever had. But I had to, like, get a very specific sequence of spells ramped up to get that burst going. So it took me a while to, like, sit there and figure out, okay, what exact order do I press everything in? That sounds like the lightning build. Yeah, that was definitely very complicated, especially because even while leveling, you had to do all that stuff to make it work properly. You couldn't just, like, button mash through the leveling process. Rogue has way too many buttons and most of them suck. Yeah. What changed about threads? Oh, in Remix. Like a month or two ago. It's been a while, but a while ago they changed the achievement threads from Remix to give like 100% more threads or 150% or something. So it became significantly easier to get new level 20 twinks set up. You got threads like 3 times as fast, basically. Most gaming companies cannot tell you what you did wrong to deserve the ban. Yeah, unfortunately. Forever you had to hug heal monks. Only since BFA has monk been okay to heal. To be fair, good brewmasters have always known how to kite in difficult positions, but yeah, monks have always been difficult when played poorly for healers. You feel like Havoc is always getting a bad rep for being easy? Yeah, to be clear, I'm not saying Havoc is face roll easy. It is not completely brain dead. In Legion, it was pretty brain dead. Legion Havoc was pretty brain dead easy. It was like 3 buttons. These days, Havoc is not brain dead. It is actually very fun to play. I like Havoc, but it's definitely not one of the hardest specs. It requires some knowledge of like resource management and like tracking your mini cooldowns. Like you have to play around demonic windows and stuff, but it is not the hardest spec ever by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, we're almost caught up on chat. Should be ready to go shortly. In order to do good DPS with Havoc, you need to align moon and stars and follow everything, wait for damage windows. It's not as easy as 2 buttons. Yeah, these days it's not. I should also note that obviously the momentum build for Havoc, like the movement stuff, that obviously adds a lot of complexity. So that's kind of the thing where, like, yeah, what Charles Rive said, exactly. The Havoc definitely has a low skill floor. You can, I like that, running with scissors build. That's good. You definitely can get a lot of it to work pretty well. And I think for stuff like leveling, Havoc can kind of just button mash and get through it. But if you're trying to like really min-max your damage, yes, there are definitely really high skill ceiling builds. So, again, one of the reasons I really like Havoc. Havoc has a lot of flexibility in its talents and stuff. I've mostly played Havoc in Mop Remix, or rather, to be clear, I played Havoc outside of Remix, but almost all of my time in Mop Remix has been with my Havoc Demon Hunter. And obviously, while that's not a one-to-one accurate representation of Havoc, it's still very fun to play there. I was referring to the changes. It's not hunter level easy, but in no way it's that complex, yeah. Sorry to hear about your incident. You've been peeping the channel every now and then for the XP guides. Hella shitty, hope they unban you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you like the guides. How dare you imply that my favorite edgy class is at the height of skill in video game? Yeah. Take as long as you need. I have an hour and a half until I can play the pre-patch events. Are they adding it to live servers soon, the changes? Or are you just saying that you won't be able to play on your own, like for unrelated reasons until an hour and a half. But yeah, we're going to start very shortly. Havoc is actually hard if you want to play it at a competitive level. It's way different than Arcane, that once you get the gist, it's the same gameplay, but Havoc's skill is way more noticeable. Yeah, that's fair. Old Man said, just want to say, love your guides, your personality, really think it sucks what happened, and Blizzard is a dick for doing it. I appreciate that, yeah. Definitely sucks. So, obviously, I'm just going to keep fighting it, but not much we can do in the meantime outside of continue testing and finding workaround solutions in case they don't fix my account. The new current event takes an hour and a half to go to the next boss. They are time gated. Yeah, but they are testing changes on the PTR. I just wasn't sure when they were going to add those to live servers. Like if they had said they were going to add it soon. Because my initial impression was that they're not going to add it for like at least a day as they get some more testing. But anyways, I'm caught up in chat. I think we are good to go. Let me make sure my timer's... Yeah, my timer's not dead. Sometimes if I take a really long time, it breaks. So in the previous run I started with this quest line, the War Within, but we obviously now know that this is the pre-patch quest line. So you're able to complete this quest right now in live servers. So that's not going to be included in the run. Now, the problem is, probably for the first time ever, the intro scenario to the expansion just isn't implemented. Which I'm surprised that not a lot of people have been talking about that, but it is kind of wild that one of the main introduction scenarios to the expansion, the Fall of Dalaran, has just never been testable on the beta. So I don't really know what they're doing. I really hope their plan is not to just blind test it on launch and just hope that everything works correctly, because given the fact that leveling on the beta has been fundamentally broken for like the last month, I would say that trusting that anything that Blizzard does at this stage for leveling is going to be without issue is just insane. So I am really hoping that within the last week or so of the beta, we're able to test that. Because if not, holy shit, man. I don't know what the fuck is going to happen on launch. At this point, we won't even know. There could be a massive bottleneck that causes major crashes and issues, and we won't even know until launch. I hope they release it next week. Yeah, but right now we don't know. Wasn't it already supposed to shorten the time each week? Well, that was what they originally planned, but in response to colossal backlash that I've honestly never seen in quite a while, Blizzard is making immediate adjustments to the pre-patch event. Because the pre-patch event is really bad right now. So yeah. Early access will be the beta testers. Unfortunately, I think you may be right. For the first time, Blizz is hiding the expansion intro in a whole zone in order to save the story. Which doesn't really make sense, because it's like the introduction, so we already know what happens. Yeah, but it's weird. Let's hold hands as we watch the server crash and burn. Good night, Infinic. Appreciate you for stopping by. They obviously are going to test it on pre-launch. If it doesn't work, they're just going to disable it for the real launch and say they had a perfect launch. Yep. War Within launch will be such a clusterfuck. Yep. Changing zones every 90 minutes would be okay if the zone event would reset a couple minutes after the boss dies. Yeah, I agree. The lag is definitely also a big problem. And yeah, as Danny Nago said, sometimes the bosses just bug out and don't spawn, which is pretty bad. No early access is the alpha, not the beta. Normal launch is the beta. Yeah, Anyways, the main reason I said that, obviously it's a problem, but right now, if we finish the War Within questline, this thing, it's just going to take us to Dalaran, and then it's going to drop us off at where the pre-patch event starts. There is no follow-up breadcrumb quest. The only way to start the actual questing experience is to talk to Quetzaltar here and use this thing. I have my talent, etc. Can also open this and just pick Whirling Surge. But effectively, time is going to start the moment I phase into Isle of Dorn after pressing this button. So just giving context there. Is it just you, or is the pre-patch just buggy in general? Oh, absolutely. The pre-patch is extremely buggy. Do I have the scroll? Yes. Yeah, I have the scroll, but this teleports me to Silithus for the questline where, like, you talk to Magni, etc. And this is pre-patch stuff. So, we're not going to do that right now, because we can just do that here. Is that why you couldn't find where to start in the beta? Yeah, probably. Because it just doesn't work. There's the pre-patch questline, and then it doesn't segue into the actual questline because the intro scenario isn't working properly. The only way to start the leveling process is to talk to Questertarin. I appreciate the well wishes, though, Narsh. Is the 5 minutes under a rock still a thing? No. They have fixed the interact bugs, so you can actually get out of the rock. The reason why you were stuck under the rock for 5 minutes is you're supposed to push it off yourself, and you can't interact, or there was a bug where you couldn't interact with anything, so you couldn't push the rocks off, and then after 5 minutes, the debuff just expired and let you complete the quest, but then everything else was broken. So. Mage is definitely a safe option. Yeah, Mage is good. Only issue you have is whether they'll fix rep in Mop Remix before it goes poof. Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't done that yet. You liked and retweeted my tweet. Thank you. Yeah. I should note that I am going to continue posting on Twitter every single day for however long it takes Blizzard to fix my thing. I normally don't use Twitter, but fuck it at this point. I'm just going to keep making noise. And at least Twitter I can just keep resubmitting, right? Blizzard can't ban my Twitter account, right? So I'm just going to keep using that to make noise. And I appreciate it, Owner. Appreciate you liking and retweeting it. We'll see. And also, every single time I do that, I will put the most updated information on my current situation. So we'll do that again tomorrow. All right, let me just check one thing. I got a ping on Discord, and all right, nothing special. So we'll hop in. And then the moment I load in, because this can sometimes take like 30 seconds to properly load. And start the timer there. Let me push the rocks off. I should also note, for this particular run, I need to adjust the volume settings real quick. Options, audio. The music has been really loud on beta for some reason. Leatrix Plus is not. Okay. Oh, another thing, just keep in mind, I don't really like play Ret Pally ever. So I have tested it on 1 or 2 leveling runs, but it is not something that I am incredibly familiar with. So if I am just kind of pressing all the wrong buttons initially and not playing it super well, just bear with me. Hopefully I will get it figured out before long. And then by the end of the leveling process, we're cruising. But, you know, don't expect me to be like a Ret Pally expert initially. I need to kill 1 more Nerubian, so that should be that. And then we have to free Crash survivors. Why? Oh, right, you can't fly during this intro quest. So actually, movement speed on the ground is going to be really important during this intro quest. Because you can't fly here, so being able to, like, traverse the ground around this point and quickly get past these bottleneck quests is going to be really, really big. Well, I can loot a health stone from that. That's kind of nice. Emergency health stone. Okay, that's Bran. And then I have to do the arcane relics. Okay, this is a rare mob. It does seem like despite my item level being really low, the scaling is pretty favorable for low item levels because I'm not actually struggling to kill these mobs too much. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. That's all the stuff that I needed. And we'll have Divine Steed in a second. I could technically mount up as a ground mount, but... yeah, maybe I should have done that for that long of a distance. If the scaling is like that, it means 520 characters are going to destroy everything. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like a single keg smash one-shots most of these guys in my brew. You could just see how it was on my, my other monk run. I just kind of shredded stuff. It's annoying that even the gear that you get right now is not... okay, as somebody pointed out that gathering all of these slipstream things is completely optional, and you could just fly to the end. I'm pretty sure riding this gives you, yeah, gives you some extra energy, so it's worth doing at least a little bit. But you don't actually need to collect all of those things, which is nice. Also, just give me a minute. It's gonna take me time to read chat. I'm gonna try to get through this intro stuff. And then I'll be able to read chat once we're kind of like on autopilot. As usual. Yep. If you make one mistake, we'll judge you. Yeah. Remember in BFA, God help you if you skip the Zandalar intro cutscene, you could get blasted by that orchestra 200% volume. Yeah. Fire is undertuned, so we do tank damage, but it's beta, so hopefully it'll change. Oh, is it really that bad? That's unfortunate. Is Xalatath the one that nuked Dalaran? Yeah. Like, we already know what happens in the scenario. There's an explanation in-game, in the beta, that says this is what happens in the scenario you miss. It's just not implemented yet.
If they are truly allies, perhaps all is not lost. It was Odin.
Memory gem deposited. Oh, it's, over there.
Please deposit his memory gem into the archives repository.
Where am I going? Okay, speak to a guard. Ask a guard. Oh, I have to specifically ask them about profession trainers. Okay. Oh, fun little thing. Those orbs from Mop Remix, they're in, like, the regular game now. You get effectively the equivalent of Order Hall resources by flying through them. That's what that thing I just collected is. Who do I need to talk to here? Oh, this is this is the trading post quest. Okay, let me just get rid of that. Okay, it just comes back. So, thanks, Blizzard. Is it in here? No, I guess it's up top. Yeah, so like, obviously, during my first runs, I'm gonna lose time with this, because, well, I technically did this a month ago. I don't remember where all of the places are. So, certain quests like this, my memory is going to be a little bit fuzzy, and this would have been like a minute or two faster had I just known exactly where to go. I'm also going to set my inn here. Are monks good and more within? Yes. We'll talk to Bran. Okay. Start a Dragonflight, I bet you'll hit a brick wall at 73 or something when scaling changes. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, so Chori, by the way, I pinged you on Discord, but just so you can see, the contracts are now implemented into the beta, because I know you were asking about that the last time that I mentioned it on stream. Oh shit. No, skip conversation. Is this where I'm supposed to be going? Or no, this is... Shit. Oh, okay, it's all the way down there. Right. What's the best Warlock spec to level right now? I mean, I haven't tested Warlocks in pre-patch, so... Probably not Demonology. But it's hard to say. Zoom out? Oh, good call. Yeah, I don't know why it zoomed me in a little bit more.
Come on, Ebona. Stay with me. As you will.
This is a waste of cycles.
Also, I can't remember if I said this before or not, but just to be clear, during this leveling run, I am only going to be doing the campaign, and then we're going to see how far that gets me, because previously that got you to like 76. So now that there's been a big update on the beta, Blizzard hasn't really said whether they changed anything or not, but I would assume that if they're going to shut down the beta servers for an entire week, and everybody was already complaining that, oh shit, my keybinds are fucked. Hold on. Keybinding. There's a good chance that the experience scaling has changed. I'm assuming that they've increased it, yes. I think it would be weird if they didn't.
Glad to see Harldan finally sent us some help.
Yeah, so that's why I'm testing it this run. We're just gonna see. And then, of course, we're gonna finish the run up to 80, so wherever we leave off after finishing the campaign, we're going to continue and find stuff to do to reach 80. But this way, I will know exactly how much experience I still need, and then we can get a really accurate idea of which side quests I'll need to do. There's a little chest over there that I could loot. Up to 79.9. I'm not expecting it to be that good, but I'll take anything at this point. Oh, did I completely whiff that? Fuck. Okay, I need to... Can I jump this gap? Nope. Yeah, it's... The positioning on that is really unforgiving. Let's do that. I think I've gotten all the miners, at least like the space up to them cleared. Now I can just free them one by one. Affliction seems good. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I've also heard a lot of bad things about it though, so I think it depends on who you ask. But for leveling, Affliction is usually at least a solid option. Even if it's not, like, everybody's favorite for... what's it called? For max level stuff. How do I like the Windwalker gameplay? Windwalker's good. Yeah, I actually already did a run with Windwalker if you want to see that. It's on my channel. Oh, I have to speak with them. Ah. Yeah, actually, so in delves like this, Chori, to answer your question earlier, a speed set here would be huge, because I can't even use a ground mount. So...
No directive needed. Another ambush. This must be how they catch
You just finished the retaking Gilneas questline, and Gilneas got polished a lot. Seems like it'll be hub for a midnight, at least for Alliance side. That's not impossible. Funny thing about Gilneas is they had to do changes to it after the fact because they accidentally broke Chromie time leveling, which I made a video about. That was a while ago, though. Did they update Divine Steed so you can choose them out? I have no idea. Haven't looked into that. Is that something that they said they were going to do? I wasn't following. Thing is, you only found works for low-level characters to get to max speed? Oh, I gotcha. I thought you were just asking in general about speed sets. So those, like, little companion things give Bran a lot of experience. You can't see in chat right now, it says I looted this thing. You can see in the middle. Chunk of companion XP, and it gave Bran 500 XP. For comparison, Bran tends to get, like, about 10 XP per mob kill. So that seems pretty good. What's that? Just crafting reagents, alright. Alright. Now, so... I think I need to wait for Bran to run over, right? Yeah, there we go. Maybe the best strat to farm Bran XP is to reset delves. They have a lot of trash so you can level up super fast. It's possible, yeah. I'm sure that somebody's going to figure out a way to, like, power level Bran. Honestly, I just don't think that's something that I really have time to do at the moment. Of all the things to test, Bran XP farming is, like, on the bottom of my priority list. But who knows? Maybe I'll have time to figure it out. There's honestly very little testing for delves in general. Okay, I can add that to Bran. Speak to him outside the delve. And then I have to bring this thing to, Elise Starseeker, which, that's actually really cool. I'm really glad they're actually using the League of Explorers from Hearthstone in WoW. I was worried that it was just going to be like Bran in isolation, but it looks like it's Bran and then the rest of the Hearthstone League of Explorers that are being referenced here, which is cool. Okay, wait, to be clear, all or nothing. Where is that? Okay, no, that's a different quest. The only side quest that I will do is if they happen to literally directly overlap. So, like here, this side quest seems to directly overlap with the campaign. It's directly in the area that I'm supposed to be, so obviously I'm going to do this. It would be, like, actually insane to not do something that directly overlaps. Research notes collected. Okay, and then the last one is on the bottom floor. Somewhere. Did I miss it? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Good night, owner. Thank you for watching. Also, we're gonna reach a point here where it's gonna be difficult for me to keep up with chat actively. So, the way that I'm reading chat, geez, okay. It sucks having to deal with days like that. The way that I usually read chat at this point, unless there's like a lengthy break in the questline, is I will glance at it, read the first message that catches my eye, and then respond to that. So if you sent a message earlier that I happen to not read, then just send it again, and hopefully I'll see it. What's the time goal for the best, fastest 70 to 80? I don't really have one yet. I guess the only goal I have is sub 5 hours, because my first test run was 5 hours, 40 minutes. But obviously that test run was not very optimized at all. This one also isn't going to be like super optimized because it's still a very early run. So I don't necessarily have any goals in mind. We're just kind of testing things out now. Like, I don't really set goals for myself early on, right? I'm just trying to figure out, at a baseline, how fast is it? And once I get an idea for how fast the process could be, then I will basically set a goal of, okay, I think if I follow this route, I can get a time of 3 hours or something. Purely hypothetical, right? Not basing that off anything. But, like, an example for, like, the Mop Remix stuff is I didn't just, like, one day say, I'm going to get a sub 30-minute run, right? I did a lot of different testing, and we refined the run over and over time, and then eventually I thought to myself, like, after reviewing all my runs, that if I were to really optimize this, it may be possible to get 30 minutes. And then I would look over my runs and be like, okay, based on everything that I've done here, what changes would I need to make for this to potentially hit sub 30 minutes? Also, it looks like I looted an item called Companion Experience, but it didn't get applied to Bran for some reason. It's weird. Oh, 1 second. Man. Some reason I felt like I needed to stretch, like, really badly. My back just, like, it's fucking killing me. Okay. Oh, the pre-patch event changes are already live. That's good to hear. Well, if somebody wants to test that out and let me know how it feels, that would definitely be useful. I'll test it on my own later, but it would be good to get, like, an early impression on good or bad. Where do I go? Oh, over here. Alright, chuck him in the pool.
Good. Now for Ebona. She's fading.
And while that roleplay finishes, where do I turn in this quest? Okay, it looks like there's a house on the other side. I still can't turn that in. Probably yeah, there's still some roleplay going on. Is it this house? Yeah, this house has the quest turn in.
What path brought you here?
Okay. They're live in Europe. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. You'd imagine delves give XP. Maybe they could use for leveling once Bran is high enough level. Yeah, I've actually... I don't think I mentioned that earlier. I think I was about to say it and then I got distracted. But I was talking to one of my friends who is doing a bit of testing on his own. And he told me that he did a lot of tests with delves. And he actually thinks that they could be a really good way to level. He said that the quests to complete, like, extra delves, basically, are really, really good. So, I'm not going to do that this run, obviously, aside from that one, because it's required by the campaign. But I think my next test run will be do every single delve as I encounter it. And he said one of the main reasons to do delves is the quest that you get, like, every single delve, you'll get a quest to complete it. Like a dungeon quest, basically. And he said that those give really good XP. So it's worth doing all the delves at least once. At least he thinks so. Now, I have no idea if that's the case. And the other thing is, right, there's a good chance that it won't be worth doing every single delve because, the hell? Oh, I see what's happening here. My extra action button isn't bound.
I knew it would work. Let's light them up. I must defend my people.
What was I saying? Yeah, so I feel like it is possible that you'll end up doing 1 or 2 delves along the way, just because it may end up being more efficient than doing side quest hubs. But for your very first run, you're obviously still going to want to do the campaign, so the fastest route will be whatever gets you to level 80 at the exact same time you finish the campaign, just like in Dragonflight. It was the same thing there, it's going to be the same thing here. Okay, I just need to kill Nerubians now. So... shit. Those little swarmers, that seemed like it gave me a lot. Here, these caster mobs are all spread out. Alright, that's enough. Delve XP calculator? Hey, if you want to make one.
Speak freely. No directive needed.
You need a hammer? I don't know.
They're retreating. Your cinder brew makes for quite the weapon, Wenbrand.
Alright, let's... This is not live, no. This is on the beta. Oh yeah, so they even have Sir Finley Murgleton. That's sick. He sells, toys and stuff. Okay, so those undercoins that I got, you can use those to buy transferable gear. 567. Interesting. A 580 piece is not bad. I don't know how long you have to progress to actually unlock this. Yeah, no, Sir Finley has appeared every now and then. Yeah, you're right, he first appeared in Legion, in that Stormheim side quest. But he has been criminally underutilized, so I'm happy to see him come back. Elise has also barely been in here. Do we have Reno Jackson somewhere? Yes, Reno Jackson is here too. Okay, that makes me happy, I'll be honest. I really like the League of Explorers from Hearthstone. I love those characters. I looked around for them in the beta earlier and I didn't see them. I don't know if I was just blind or if they weren't there already.
It is time we stand as one.
Okay, so I need to go over there. Can I turn on the arachnophobia mode? I'm not gonna turn on the arachnophobia mode. So you're just not doing side quests if your goal is to find out where the campaign takes me? Well, to be clear, I'm doing only the bare minimum side quest that you auto-complete, right? That side quest that I just finished, you complete by doing the campaign, right? So I'm not going to go out of my way and do, like, these side quests down here, right? But I progressed the campaign, I got that quest completed literally for free, so there is no reason why you wouldn't just turn that in. entire thing that I'm trying to figure out is specifically how much extra stuff you'll need to do. Even if it is technically speaking not flagged as a campaign quest, if you complete it in the process of doing the campaign, it may as well be a campaign quest. So for the purposes of this run, we are basically just holding W through the campaign. The only side quests that I'm going to do are ones like that single quest earlier that, like I said, directly overlapped with the campaign subzone. And it was only one quest, right? But there is literally no reason why you would not do that one quest, considering directly overlaps. It's barely any extra time to do it. The main reason why I'm doing this, to be clear, right? Because, like, there are people out there who are going to go and figure out the math on exactly how much the campaign quests themselves give you. That is not what I'm interested in doing. I am interested in this from a practical standpoint. If you are just progressing through the campaign on your own, how much extra will you need to do? From a practicality standpoint, from a guide writing standpoint, how many extra side quests will I need to incorporate into the route? Because, you know, the obvious bare bones of the route is going to be hold W through the campaign. That's easy. So I'm going to do that no matter what, because you have to. But then what else do I need to add alongside that? So anything that requires me to go out of my way to, like, go somewhere extra to do quests, yeah, I'm not going to do that. But that was not only something that I did during the campaign, but also the turn-in point was within Dornegal. And the quest line in the campaign sends me back to Dornegal at a natural point. So I'm taking like a 3-second detour to hand in a quest to get free XP. Of course I'm going to press it. Also, I forgot to spend my talent point. So for this run, I should note I am going Herald of the Sun. And I'm going to go down the left side of the tree first. We're going to take Morningstar. And yeah, that's how we're going to spend it. So I've looked at both of the hero talent trees for Ret. I would say that they're honestly relatively comparable. I think that Ret honestly can go either one, and they'll be good. The thing about the hero talent trees for Paladin is Lightsmith is really, really bad, at the very least for leveling. I've heard mixed things about Lightsmith in endgame content, but the vast majority of the power is like static damage and survivability buffs, and a lot of it tends to only apply if there's somebody else who is somebody else who's like nearby in your group, basically. So it just kind of doesn't really do a lot for open world leveling. It's just a really bad hero talent tree for leveling. So you're never going to ever take Lightsmith, which means that if for whatever reason you decided to level as Holy, you would play Herald of the Sun, and Protection Paladin is basically locked into Templar. And I'm probably going to do a Prot Paladin run at some point. I don't know. And obviously during that one, I'm going to level as Templar because it's the only viable option. So I figured I would at least give Herald of the Sun a shot on this run just to see. Okay. Yeah, that knocks back. Unlucky. Okay, so I can crash down and free the birds. Does freeing the birds do anything? It doesn't seem like it does anything special. I'm gonna just drag these mobs back. Do that. Is it true that dungeons are currently Omega overtuned on the beta? I'm gonna be honest, I have done next to no dungeon testing. Leveling dungeons like this is kind of a follower dungeon that you have to do as part of the campaign. This feels fine, especially considering this is a template character with 0 gear. But, I mean, I've heard that Mythic Plus dungeons are a bit overtuned, but I can't speak to it personally because I haven't done any testing. That's one thing that I decided months ago I wasn't going to do any coverage for. I'm just not going to make any Mythic Plus guides, like, at all. Close to launch, or maybe after launch, I might do, like, every single dungeon as a Brewmaster Monk or something, and put that on, like, the second channel, but I'm not going to make any dungeon guides whatsoever. Just because those were always... The main issue I ran into with dungeon guides is they were some of the most difficult videos for me to make in terms of, like, how long it takes me to script them, edit them, etc., and just test them to get footage. And they were routinely, like, really low performance videos at worst, and at best, only, like, average videos. So, there was just really no advantage to it. And the only reason why I would continue making videos like that is if I just really loved making it. And the reality is, like, I enjoy Mythic Plus a little bit, but I don't enjoy it nearly enough to justify, like, sinking tons of my time into a video that doesn't perform super well. There are just better things that I can be doing. Oh, I didn't hit that in time. Oh well. There we go. The weekly quests are now account-bound, but daily? Yeah, that I did hear about. For the pre-patch stuff. Oh, am I gonna hit the ground? Oh, thank God. There's a little invisible wall that boops you out of the way. Okay, I'm gonna try to just go straight to the boss. Oh my God, okay. Yeah, you can't do that pull as a DPS, especially at this gear level. Please tell me that there's not, like, a super long time to get back. Yeah. I will say, unfortunately, the fact that it forces you into a follower dungeon means that tanks are going to be, like, way better for the early sections of the leveling, because obviously soloing stuff like this as a tank is so much easier because the follower dungeon tanks are hot garbage. So this is going to be rough. How do you stretch your fingers from shift to numbers so efficiently? Doesn't it hurt? No. I mean, it's something that I'm just used to, I guess. I've been using keybinds like this for a very long time. So I guess I can, like, use... Or, okay, that extra action button that I had briefly went away. The annoying thing about follower dungeons is they don't really follow you. At least this is the only forced dungeon in the campaign. There are forced delves, sort of like scenarios later on. Okay. That's some surprisingly hard-hitting trash, all things considered. Yeah, Chori, the toy you're referring to, I obviously don't have that in this account, but you're right that it would have been helpful, in theory. Well, it's at least one piece of gear. They have the exact same stats. Anything else that I can use? That's one hand.
Let us return to the council. I must
Can I just leave instance and get credit? Hold on. Let me just quickly read chat. You prefer to see VODs of me and my guild doing progression content, getting to see real problems and solutions? Well, I mean, I'm gonna make raid guides. I should be clear. I'm not gonna make dungeon guides, but I will make raid guides. There's a very big difference. What quest was this? Okay, unrelated to the dungeon. Yeah, I'm gonna make a raid guide for Narubar Palace. I've done raid testing. I'm not making mythic raid guides, but I might post my mythic boss kills. Mythic raid guides always perform terribly for how much time they take to make, kind of like dungeon guides. But that's kind of, so what Allwalker said, I might do something like what you described for mythic bosses. And at this point, I will probably stream my raid progression in War Within, because I was kind of always on the fence about doing that, but I started doing that for Cataclysm Classic, and so far that's been fairly well received. A lot of people have said that they enjoy watching that, and now that I can stream that on Twitch, and, you know, causes no issues with YouTube, I would probably do that. Again, though, that would be a Twitch stream type thing. But yeah, the recordings of that, of course, would always be posted on YouTube, and it is entirely possible that I could then take the recordings of our mythic boss kills and edit it and like provide not really like scripted commentary, just kind of in the moment commentary on what we did for those boss kills to kind of help out. Yeah, these quests are really annoying. OMG, he is live. Yes, I am in fact live. Okay. I remember this quest being very finicky. I missed picking up the second quest. Did I? Either way, this one's unrelated, so I'm not really losing time. Okay, it does seem that there was another quest, yeah.
Are you sure this will work, Baelgrim?
Yeah, I can't really do both of them at the same time, so
Then let's get started.
not a big time loss. Obviously, it would have been faster to pick up both at once, but all things considered, I think it would be better anyways to just focus on one and then do the other. Sorry about your account, doesn't seem like they're gonna budge. I wouldn't go that far. I definitely think that if we pressure them enough, they will fix it, right? I mean, they have to. It's a wrongful ban. If they don't budge for me, then, I mean, that's just extremely fucked. So, I think it's going to take a lot to actually get them to really look into it and see where they fucked up. But, it definitely should be fixable, because it's a wrongful ban, right? If it's impossible to get a wrongful ban overturned, then, like, this company's beyond saving. Unfortunately, I do think it is going to take a lot of work to get them to, like, really look into it and see what fucked up on their end. But, yeah.
Place our defenses in their path. The honey will slow them down. We are out of time. Come, let us get you on a storm rook. Be vigilant.
Prepare yourselves. They are coming.
What is this? That kills flying enemies. That's the big burst damage. And this is small damage.
They're chewing through the fuses.
No, they severed all of the fuses.
Took a month to unban my friends, so you should be prepared to miss War Within. Well, I'm not going to miss War Within. At worst, I'll have to get a second account set up, but obviously I am prepared for that, or I am in the process of getting prepared, yes. Of course, if they fuck that up, I will, right? No matter what happens, even if they fix my ban right now, I would still then continue to, like, complain about it until they fully compensated me for what they fucked up, right? So, at this point, I don't just want the ban fixed. I want compensation for all of the time that I've lost, and, frankly, the fucking mental suffering that I've had to go through because of this. And I know some people are probably going to roll their eyes at that, but, I mean, genuinely speaking, this is my full-time job. This has been one of the most stressful experiences I've ever had to go through. So, I definitely will be seeking compensation for that. But, of course, I'm not going to allow my channel to be completely fucked over by Blizzard's mistakes, so yes, I am getting something set up. Both in regular WoW and Cataclysm. Character copy seems to have been re-enabled. Oh, that's nice to know.
We have bad news.
Oh, can I speak to them now?
Unbound, welcome all.
I serve the Titans unswerving.
Outlander, I will accompany you to the ringing deeps. It is my home.
Alright, let's see. Did I get any other pieces of gear? Yeah, a few. What's, that's a holiday thing. Ow. Yeah.
Speaker Bryn.
This is unacceptable. If us Jacks won't aid the in.
Hello! Hey, is this hologem still muted? Ah, no. Good.
What the hell?
When you receive this chip, come to the...
What is that quest for? Is that like Draenei Heritage Armor or something? It's strange. Let me quickly read what people are saying about... yeah, Chori, I'm surprised that they didn't have League of Explorers in Dragonflight. What you said about Reno. In the pre-patch event, you're getting a little under 40% of a level for the minor memory events. 200 plus memories for those events, and almost 60% XP for the final boss kill in each zone. To be clear, are you saying each single event gives you about 40% of a level? And also, does it scale, right? So are you getting 40% of a level from, let's say, 68 to 69, or 40% of a level from 10 to 11? Because very big difference there. And from doing all the kill boss quests, you would only get 94k currency. That doesn't even allow you to buy a full set for catch-up gear. Yeah. That definitely seems like it's bad. 40% XP for the minor events, and some of them are over in under a minute. Yeah, I mean, if you can consistently get 40% of a level for all of the minor events, that may end up being good, but, I mean, it's really hard to say. Yeah, if you can hop over and try it. I'll play around with it later. So we'll see. But yeah, any testing that you guys can do in the meantime, like while I'm testing this, if you can play around with pre-patch testing and just do a bunch of different stuff, test the values on different levels and stuff, and then get back to me with that information when I'm done with the stream, then I'll have like a lot of baseline information to work with, and that should make figuring it all out a little bit faster. So anything that you can figure out right now, that would be a huge help. This is evading. Unlucky. How's the leveling feeling? It's good. I mean, it's fine. Rep Paladin feels about as good as I thought it would. I've always thought Rep Paladin is a solid leveling spec. I still think that Prop Pally is better for leveling, I should note. But Red is not bad by any means. And the other thing is, when you're under-geared, like I am on this character, because it's a template character, tank specs are always going to be better for, like, low-geared characters. That's just how it is. Because a lot of times, if you don't have enough gear on a DPS, you simply can't survive big pulls. So tank specs can pretty much always survive massive mob pulls while questing, even with really crap gear. Why can I not move? Do I have to... Oh, it teleported me. Okay. I assume there was some, like, cutscene that got skipped. Or something like that.
What is your query?
You are acknowledged. Is that brilliant? Speaker acknowledged. Thank the Titans. Speaker Bryn, you've returned. Unlike the missing shipments from Taylock and its foreman.
We all have our praise the machine. It's Bryn. Are you here to deal with the kobold raids? The High Speaker won't lift a finger to help. So this awakening...
Moira, please continue speaking to the citizens here.
Yeah, and one thing that I remember from my initial testing is there are like 1 or 2 quests in this area that are really easy to complete, but they don't directly overlap with the campaign, so I'm not going to do them. But like I recall that there's a wanted quest right around this section that takes like only 30 seconds to do. And one of the biggest things about side quests, right, is I'm going to try to find as many side quests as possible outside of the initial zone. Because the biggest thing that you can do to save time on launch is, and if you've watched my videos on Shadowlands and Dragonflight and you've been around for a while, or if you've just done speed leveling before, you probably know what I'm about to say, getting ahead of the pack. That is key. That is the biggest thing that you can possibly do to save time on launch. So, what is the best way possible that you can get ahead of the pack in War Within? Getting to the second zone as quickly as possible. Now, theoretically, that also would apply to every single other zone. So if you get to as Kahet much earlier, that would save a lot of time too. But realistically speaking, past a certain point, if you're already leveling very efficiently, you're going to pull ahead of the pack no matter what. The only difference is, are you going to get bogged down by regular players who are questing in the same general area as you? So if you stay in Isle of Dorn too long, theoretically what could happen, right, is let's say you spend 2 hours at the start of the expansion leveling an Isle of Dorn and doing every single possible side quest there. Now, you may be super efficient about doing those side quests in Isle of Dorn. You could theoretically even be the fastest person in the world to do those particular side quests and complete them all. But what's going to start happening is players who are really slow, who are only just getting out of the introduction quests, at the 2-hour mark, they're going to start doing the exact same side quests that you're doing now. And it may be their first side quest chain, but you're still going to be competing with them for tags. And also, there's going to be a few other players who aren't leveling super efficiently, but while you're doing all the side quests in Isle of Dorn, they're just speeding through the campaign. So then by the time that you reach the Ringing Deeps, where you've already reached, let's say, level 75, because I got pretty high level in my first run, and in my first run, I cleared out the entirety of Isle of Dorn. And I was somewhere around there, like 75, entering Ringing Deeps, which is 3 levels higher than I am in this run. But by that point, it was already a few hours into the run, and let's say, theoretically, I started this run an hour or so after my first run with my monk. Well, my monk would still have to compete with this paladin, despite the fact that this paladin just beeline to Ringing Deeps over mob tags, because they're both in the same exact section of the campaign. And then it slows you down even further, and then every single quest from then on, you're on the back foot. So obviously the most important thing, generally, is trying to find quests that will align with the campaign, so your downtime is minimal. But the other really important thing is just getting ahead. Because by the time that you're in the Ringing Deeps, and you're completing quests in here, even if completing a side quest chain here causes you to fall a little bit far behind compared to some of the people in the absolute lead, even if you make it to Hollowfall slightly later than some of the fastest levelers, you're still going to be facing very little competition for mobs. It's not going to be the same as if people beeline straight to the Ringing Deeps, but assuming perfect efficiency, the best possible thing that could happen for us, as far as speed leveling is concerned, is that all of the really efficient side quests are in Hollowfall and Azj-Kahet regardless. In which case, we just continue all the way towards the end of the campaign and then complete side quests along the way. Kind of like how, if you think back to Dragonflight, in Dragonflight, we did almost no side quests in Waking Shores, aside from 1 or 2 in the first zone while waiting for roleplay. And even then, it was only what you can do while waiting for roleplay. And then only like 1 or 2 side quests in Onaran Plains that happen to be like perfectly overlapping the campaign. The stuff in that first like little outpost that you reach shortly after entering the zone. It's like a very slight detour, but that side quest hub is really, really, really efficient. And it's barely a detour from the campaign route, so we included it. But then when you get to Azure Span, you do like almost every single side quest hub in Azure Span. So it's kind of the same principle, right? Let's see. You have to say the event is so bad it made you go back to Final Fantasy? Yeah, I don't blame you. It is definitely pretty terrible. You think you're done with WoW? You played for over 20 years, but you think the time has come? I respect that decision, yeah. I won't lie, as much as I love WoW raiding, this entire situation with the false ban thing has given me similar thoughts. One thing that I can say with absolute certainty is once the dust settles on this, and like this expansion is over, I'm not going to quit WoW outright, but I am 1000% going to start looking into other options. Because, I mean, basically keeping my entire channel tied to a company that doesn't respect its players enough to give me like a real review of my account, yeah, it stings. Like, I've played this game for 20 years, I've been making videos for this game for however long, so it definitely bites that, despite all of that, they still can't be bothered to respect their players. That really sucks. Again, the company as a whole, right? I have received some help, even though Unfortunately, they weren't able to help that much, but some Blizzard employees have tried to help me with my situation, and I appreciate those people. I get that one person can only do so much, but the fact that the company as a whole just doesn't respect its players at all, yeah, that fucking sucks. And, you know, obviously I get a lot of comments from people saying things like, oh, if this happened to me with the band stuff, I just quit. I don't know why you're continuing to play it. And, I mean, just to be clear, this is literally my job. Now, I also love Mythic raiding, so I'd probably make another account just to raid a Narubar Palace with my guild regardless, but I don't really have a choice in the matter, right? Long term, I can start looking at potential ways to shift focus away from just World of Warcraft, which I most certainly will do. To what degree, I don't know. But in the short term, I literally don't have an option. At this stage, I was already in the process of making leveling guides. Leveling guides especially are my primary source of income. That is not something to be clear, the ad revenue and stuff from leveling guides, I don't charge people for guides. But, yeah. I do not have a choice. The War Within keeps dragon riding? Yeah, dragon riding is now just a baseline feature. Okay, I've already spent all my talent points. Is there any gear upgrades that I've gotten? Oh, shit. My main WoW account is banned, yes. You can read the Twitter post pinned in chat if you want more information about it. Or you can scroll back to the start of the stream where I talk about it a lot. Okay, that's a trinket at least. Plate shoulders, that's an upgrade. Plate boots, that's an upgrade. Cloth. I think I already got plate shoulders, right? So that's crit mastery, this is verse mastery. I'd rather have the crit. Okay, this way. Elder Scrolls Online doesn't require a sub. I've dabbled in Elder Scrolls Online. Admittedly, I'll be completely honest, Elder Scrolls Online, if I were to play other MMOs, would probably be, like, one of the lowest priority ones for me. I didn't hate it, but it was definitely not one that I, like, really enjoyed. I think I just need to ride this out and wait for... Yeah, just deliver the pamphlets, okay. Alcoholic shows some of your remix characters have rested XP. Do you think it's a bug? I mean, I have no idea. I don't know how Alcoholic works, so I can't begin to speculate on why it's showing you that. Absolutely no idea. I get dazed right as I pop my mount. The CDR on Lay on Hands from that one talent actually is really nice. It's like a low health full heal. Neither Elder Scrolls Online or Guild Wars 2 requires a sub, and they're both awesome games. Guild Wars 2 requires a sub, last I played. I do really like Guild Wars 2, and I've always meant to go back to it. If anything, this will give me more of a reason to do that. But last I played Guild Wars 2, it definitely required a sub. Maybe they changed that in, like, it has been a few years since I played it. You're a dork for Elder Scrolls lore? I mean, I love Elder Scrolls lore too, don't get me wrong. And like, I played Skyrim and stuff, I really enjoyed it. It's more so something about the gameplay and like the character customization and stuff I wasn't a huge fan of. One thing that I did really like about Elder Scrolls Online is it very much did feel like multiplayer Skyrim, which was nice, but, you know, while Skyrim's a fun game, it doesn't exactly have everything that I'm looking for in an MMO. Again, not a bad game by any means, out of a lot of the MMOs I tried, it just didn't really click for me quite as much. but I do not think it's a bad game. Okay. Do I have the XP buff? No, I do not. I deliberately am doing this run on one of my alt accounts on the beta so that I don't have any buffs or anything like that. So this is completely, perfectly like a fresh character run. In fact, I'm using a template character, so I don't even have like any existing gear. This is about as fresh a count of a 70 to 80 run as you can get. Shit, where are things that I need to free? Okay, over there. Right, okay, I got credit for that. You forgot your login info for FF14 and it was too much of a mess to recover. Yeah, FF14 definitely can be a little bit frustrating to navigate sometimes. I should note, I am probably going to play Dawn Trail at a certain point. I was gonna catch up through the stuff that I missed in Endwalker, like the patch content, about a month ago, and I didn't really have time to get around to finishing that, but I will play Dawn Trail eventually. Man, getting dazed is really annoying. It's one of the main reasons why playing a tank spec is just so much better. Also, let's just refresh my flask. It's gonna get interrupted. Shit. You can't get into FF14, visually not your cup of tea. That's fair, yeah. I mean, I personally really like it, but... Guild Wars 2 is buy to play, no sub required? Really? Huh. That's interesting. I can't believe I forgot that, then. I'd obviously still need to buy the newest expansions, because the last time I played was, the end of the Frostbrood saga, which was a little while ago. Or the, whatever it was called, you know, the one with the dragons and the Char territory. Or they had, like, the big battle with, there's, like, the two dragons on either side. And then... Yeah, the world events in Guild Wars 2 are amazing. I really liked a lot of that stuff. One thing that I meant to check is this guy. Rare mobs. How much XP do I get from this? So I'm 1 bar away. Okay, that gives, like, absolutely fucking terrible XP. So rare mobs are not worth it in War Within. That's, like, really, really, really bad. Okay, yeah, there's not much else. I can loot some of the treasures just in case it gives me something. Not really. The new X-Pack is amazing. I've heard good things about it, yeah. Yeah, obviously, like, right now, there's, can I? Yeah, I can bubble out of that. Right now, I'm not really going to be able to try anything else, but there's a good chance that instead of doing, like, miscellaneous WoW content, like, instead of just doing a million different leveling runs like I did in Dragonflight, I'll just play other games in, War Within. And we'll try out Guild Wars 2 and stuff like that. Gonna finish the guides, gonna get all this stuff completely done, but, you know, I spent months back in Dragonflight streaming a leveling run with every single spec in World of Warcraft, and then I made a tier list for all of them. Something tells me I'm really not going to want to do that in this expansion. Would I consider a Terraria stream? I'm gonna get some hate for this. I never found Terraria to be that fun. I say this in the nicest way possible because I have a lot of friends that really like Terraria. I'm certain that it is a good game, that for people who like it, really like it. I tried Terraria. I could never get into it. So, sorry. Probably not. New World could have been... I've tried New Worlds. I doubt that you were around for that because my channel was still relatively small when New World came out. But I think I mentioned this before. When New World was first coming out, because my dad works at Amazon, he got, like, free beta access to New World, and he kept trying to convince me to play it. And then eventually, he literally told me that he would buy New World for me just so that I could try it and let him know whether it's good or not. Because he was curious. Since, you know, it's an Amazon thing. And then I actually, he bought it for me. I played it on stream at the time. And it was like kind of fun. I hit max level in New World, which I think is more than most people who tried it could say. Because pretty much every single person I know who played New World gave up, like, well before max level. I suffered through it. I played a rapier axe tank. And... I really enjoyed the playstyle of Rapier. It was really fun, especially tanking with a Rapier felt really interesting because it was kind of meant to be a DPS weapon, but it had a taunt, so it could work as a tanking weapon, and you could like parry a lot of boss attacks. So, like, I made it work. I tanked dungeons with it, but it was definitely really finicky, but I enjoyed it, honestly. The problem with New World, obviously, it wasn't necessarily the gameplay itself. The gameplay was pretty cool. New World just had no fucking content. And I've heard that they've added a little bit overall, but, like, the problem is people keep saying, oh, New World has, like, more content now, but New World wasn't, like, a fleshed-out MMO that was just lacking a little bit in content. It had no fucking content, like, at all. It was just a complete sandbox, bare-bones game. You know... Maybe like 5 years from now when they've actually finished the game, I'll give it a shot. But I played it. I was like, this is a cool tech demo. This is not a finished game. I don't know what they were thinking publishing the game in that state. It was just blatantly unfinished. So, yeah, it's going to be a very long time before I even consider giving that game a chance again. Rapier rifle was your favorite? Yeah. I messed around with the rifle a little bit, just for, like, basically open world stuff, but obviously Great Axe was kind of mandatory for tanking dungeons, at least. Great Axe was insane for dungeon tanking. That's a big item level increase. Let's just take that.
You have my focus. I am sorry for what has happened to your people. I understand what...
Classic story, parents forcing kids to play more video games. Yeah. Really wanted to watch you and love your videos, but your phone is being laggy. We'll definitely check it out later. Well, the recording will always be here. Either way, I appreciate you trying to stop by and watch the stream. Okay, there's the next campaign quest.
I see Speaker Brent has returned.
The number of working machines.
As long as she
Are we preparing for more Nerubian?
Let's talk to Bran. Is this the Delve quest? Yeah, this is one of the Delves. So the Delve quest gives 17k XP, which, I mean, that's not really that much, right? Let's compare. So Delve quest gives 17k. How much does a standard side quest give? Bless these homes. This is probably a standard side quest, give or take. And that is about 5k. The campaign quest, to just talk to 4 people, gives about 12k XP. So 12k XP for just a generic campaign quest versus about 18k. That's 6k additional experience to complete an entire delve. Is that really worth it? I don't know. If the delve itself gives a lot of XP, maybe. And again, I did say I will test that at some point. One of my friends swears by it. But I don't know.
I'm coming with you, lad. Prince, we'll be back soon.
What? Why is the, Oh, it's the side quests that are... Okay, I see. I got confused. I thought it was telling me that that was where the campaign thing is, but no. With WoW being your job at this point, you would only do what you need to do, and then after that, play what you want, and enjoy Blizzard and their stupidity. Well, I mean, to be clear, right? Like, that's kind of always what I've done. Right? I play the stuff that I enjoy, and then I do the other stuff that I need to make videos. So, that's not fundamentally different, but the thing is, whereas, like, in Dragonflight, the example I gave is I leveled up every single spec, right? I was still focused on making World of Warcraft videos, so I had my leveling guides already. That, of course, I'm still going to do. But then I'm like, what else can I do WoW-related that people may find interesting? But now, instead of, like, doing that, which isn't necessarily, you know, the main thing that I do for income, right? Like, the guides are obviously the big ones. So instead of doing supplementary WoW content like that may get some views, I would rather just take risks and try out other games. Because even if the risk doesn't pan out, at least I'm doing something that isn't Blizzard-related. So, yeah. That's kind of more so what I meant. Guild Wars 2 does a great job of getting people to go back to older zones. Absolutely, yeah, that was one of my favorite things when I played Guild Wars 2. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any... There are so many dense side quests in Isle of Dorn, like a few in Ringing Deep's Aj Kahet. Yeah, Overwhelm, you're not wrong, and that's why I think it's going to be really interesting to judge how fast leveling will be. Because, on one hand, you're right, there are actually a decent amount of good side quests in Isle of Dorn. I tested all of them... I have to talk to Magni. I tested all of them on the previous run, but... No matter how you slice it, there is no universe in which you do only Isle of Dorn side quests, like, on launch day. That is just not going to happen. Partially because in that previous run where I did everything in Isle of Dorn, I actually, pretty much just following the campaign, aside from one or two side quests later on, I didn't even finish the Aj Kahet questline. So, I have yet to complete the entirety of the questline, right? So, and that is kind of an important part. That is key to unlocking world quests, etc. So you're obviously going to need to do that, right? But the other big thing is, even if it's only like, even if you don't do every single set of quests, you still will need to like cut out a ton. Because you cannot stay in Isle of Dorn for too long. You will just fall behind the pack, and that will end up losing you more time than if you had just, like, gone ahead and done slightly inefficient side quests in later zones.
I think people were here recently.
So we'll see. Oh, shit. So... what's it called? Sorry, I got distracted. Had to ban somebody in chat. That's always fun.
So the workers can't all be out in the mines?
Do I know what Turnip's Delight is? Like, what it's referring to? Because it's the name of the beta server. But I have no idea what it's referring to, no.
Did you hear something, Granddad?
Fuck, that works on Magni. Yeah, I have no idea what the server is in reference to. What was I saying though? Yeah, so what I will probably do for the launch day, it was for cross-realm guilds. What does that mean? It's in reference to the delight of eating turnips. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a pretty accurate description. But yeah, so for launch day guide stuff, I will probably recommend a route that uses minimal side quests in Isle of Dorn. Just because early on, that's going to be really impactful. And then for alt leveling, so basically your second character onwards, that I will not take any Isle of Dorn stuff into consideration as far as like excluding it because of its position in the campaign. If it's efficient, it'll be in the route. So I think we'll make 2 different guides for those purposes. Okay.
Workers of Taylok, as your foreman, I have met with the High Speaker.
Would love to see you do Guild Wars 2 content for sure. Your take on speed leveling would be awesome. I actually already have a take on that. In fact, the only Guild Wars 2 videos I ever made were about leveling. And my my consensus was that traditional speed leveling like I do in World of Warcraft just doesn't work for Guild Wars 2. In a good way, right? Because there's really no advantage to speed leveling in Guild Wars 2 when Tomes of Knowledge exist. So it's just so much better to do endgame content on one character, farm Tomes of Knowledge while also farming endgame gear and stuff, and then use your Tomes of Knowledge to boost up a character to max level. And then anything that you could have done while leveling on that character, you can just do at max level and go for like map completion and stuff, and it's going to be easier because you'll have like optimized gear and stuff. How do you find those videos? They're very old. If you go into like some playlist on my channel, you will find them. There's also some fun Guild Wars 2 guild drama. That's a really fun video, which apparently my Guild Wars 2 guild drama video is still used in certain circles as a way to warn people of my former guild leader. Because apparently the guy who I made the video talking about how he was harassing my friends and stuff after he fucked over people in our guilds, he's still, years later, trying to like worm his way into Guild Wars 2 communities and do like really fucked up shit. So I've had multiple people over the years reach out to me about my really old Guild Wars 2 video, which is unlisted now, but obviously if people have the link, they can still see it. But every now and then, whenever he tries to crawl his way back, people will use my video as a way to like document all the shit that he's done, which is fun. 483, yeah, that's the same as what I have. That's cloth, okay. So minor upgrade. What's Tomes of Knowledge? So in Guild Wars 2, a lot of stuff that you do at max level gives you an item called a Tome of Knowledge. And Tomes of Knowledge, every single time you use one, you get 1 level. Guild Wars 2 level cap is 80. And it hasn't increased since launch. Guild Wars 2 is horizontal progression, so everything at max level has always been level 80, and there are just, like, different things that you can do at 80. There's kind of Paragon levels, but it's not like Diablo 3 Paragon levels. It's, like, a little bit different. There's, like, account upgrades that you can unlock, which give you some slight power increases. But so effectively, the way that you level in Guild Wars 2 after your first character, and by buying the game and like getting one of the expansions and stuff, you get a max level character boost as part of it. So there's no advantage to actually leveling up a character in the traditional method in Guild Wars 2, at least not for a while, at least since I played. Because it's better to just use your boosted character to farm endgame content for Tomes of Knowledge, and then if you want an alt, you just send those Tomes of Knowledge to your alt, you use 80 of them, bam, that alt is now level 80. Easy. So, there's just no advantage to leveling at all. Guild Wars 2 even gave out insta-level 30, 40, 50 items as birthday presents. Oh, nice, yeah. So I guess that would save you a few Tomes of Knowledge, because you would only need to use like 50 of them. Or less. If it's been that long, then maybe you should do an updated video, because a lot of things have changed. Well, to be clear, right? The video that I did wasn't like a guide or anything on Guild Wars 2 leveling. It was documenting like my experience getting started in Guild Wars 2, and I basically tried to speed level a character like I did in World of Warcraft. And within that video, I came to the conclusion that this was not worth it. Like, if you dig through my channel, like, all of my videos are still public, save for, like, one or two really, really early ones where it's just private because the editing is really shit, like, the audio quality is fucked. But those videos are still unlisted. They're in a playlist on my channel somewhere, and all of the playlists are public. So if you look, they're probably under Stories and Highlights. Stories and Highlights is a playlist that I guess you could honestly just call it an archive playlist. Whenever, like, I have a video that I just want to throw somewhere, I throw it in there. So most of the videos that I've ever made are recorded or, like, saved in that playlist. And if you look back far enough, you'll find the Guild Wars 2 ones. And the first one was just, it's effectively like a traditional WoW leveling video, but in Guild Wars 2. Except after, like, 6 hours, and I'm still only, like, level 30 or whatever, I realized, oh god, this is never going to work the way I think it would for, like in WoW. This format is basically dead. And I gave up, and effectively I recorded the rest of my leveling process in Guild Wars 2 on that character, and I didn't really want to do anything with it because I had already chalked up that format as a loss. But then months later, I had that guild drama situation that I discussed. So the guild drama video is like, I put the remaining footage that I didn't use from my, like, attempted leveling run in the background of the guild drama video at, like, 2x speed. So you can see, like, the last few hours of that run, and the timer is, like, super long because, of course, it took me forever to get there. And I have, like, the last few hours of it sped up, and that is the only thing that I ended up doing with that footage. And then most of the video is just me discussing the guild drama, and I have, like, receipts and shit on screen to basically document all the stuff that this guy said, the shitty guild leader, etc. It's a fun video, even if it is really old. And like I said, there's a reason why people in the Guild Wars 2 community still pass it around to this day. But yeah, I never did, like, anything formal. So if I were to come back to Guild Wars 2, I wouldn't just be, like, making a guide on it, right? Like, if I could just make leveling guides on every single game ever, of course I would do that. And there's a lot of, like, really shitty YouTube channels who their entire business model is vomiting out generic, poorly researched leveling guides for every single MMO in the market. That is not my thing. I do very, 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 very detailed, highly researched guides, and I do not have enough experience with Guild Wars 2 to do that. So if I were to play it, it would require probably months of re-familiarizing myself with the game before I could even begin to take a crack at that. I'm just saying, I think that may be a fun thing to at least try, rather than, you know, just doing a bunch of additional WoW leveling runs, because, you know, how impactful would that really be? Alright. You're gonna wait for Guild Wars 3? I think that's still a long ways off, based on what they said. But, they, you know, they did announce, right, that it is something, it is in the works. So who knows? Probably one of the main devs, his avatar is Captain Turnip. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not aware of that. Just pump out a bunch of half-ass garbage. Integrity is overrated. Yeah. Unfortunately, it'll always be hard to compete with a lot of those channels, because the reality is the average person who watches those types of videos doesn't really care whether it's well-researched or not. They're just going to, like, take the video at face value. So that's kind of what I'm up against, but as always, I'd rather have integrity than half-ass it. Which, again, all circles back to, why do you think all of the fucking bullshit being banned for cheating pisses me off so much? It's not just that I can't access my account, it's that I'm being accused of something that I just am diametrically opposed to. So, yeah, that upsets me.
to believe anymore. My efficiency.
You feel that leveling a character in WoW is actually beneficial, especially if you're new to the class. It's just a head fuck otherwise. I mean, yes. Yeah. It definitely can get you, like, introduced to the class mechanics, but the thing about, like, Guild Wars 2, right? Like, World of Warcraft, think about it this way. In WoW, you reach max level, and then you're expected to just start doing endgame content, right? Like dungeons, raids, etc. And if you boosted a character and you didn't get to, like, experience any of that during the leveling process, it might end up being really jarring. Yeah, also, didn't I get... Yeah, I got a belt earlier that I can now finally equip. So, of course, that is a situation where leveling could help you out a lot. But in Guild Wars 2, it's a little bit different. In Guild Wars 2, you have a lot of world events and, like, open world activities that are low impact. You know, it's not super high stress. You don't need to be super optimized at playing your class. And it's the perfect opportunity to get an understanding for it, even at max level. So there's no real advantage to leveling. No, War Within is not live yet. This is the beta.
Rouse yourself, champion. The enemy advances. Looks like Varric's machine is still usable. Use that mechanical trap.
Okay.
Blast him to scrap.
One second while I do this quest, because this requires at least a little bit of focus. So I'm trying to... God, the hitboxes in these things. Okay. I can't... I think the dead body of one of those mobs is blocking my shots. Jesus, how did that not hit? Fucking hell. The event is too random. You either get fast as fuck events back to back and you gain a level in 2 minutes, or you're stuck with events that take 6+ minutes. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected, to be honest. That's why I really wasn't convinced that it was just magically going to be faster.
Are you here to chat or work? Brinth is already inside the Hall of Awakening.
That mecha fight is the Camp Antonitis Drake shooting event. Honestly, yeah. It's basically the same vibe. You have the 26th of August marked, but you thought you misread that? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the actual release is on the 22nd for early access. Unfortunately, the way early access works is it's not really early access, it's just the actual release, and then everybody who doesn't pay extra gets, like, the shitty release. That's just how the business model works, which sucks.
Get the door. Lead the way, champion.
You would still watch any Guild Wars 2 videos I make just because you think I have a good personality, straightforward, no fluff and bullshit? Well, I appreciate that, yeah. I'm glad to hear you think so. Who knows? I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that I would cover specifically Guild Wars 2, but basically just that I'm probably going to diversify a little bit. Whatever it ends up being, and not having to deal with the shitty company would be nice. Or at least not having to deal with the shitty company having such, like, a chokehold over my primary source of income would be nice.
Hurry. We need to catch up to Brinth.
Let's see. You love the exploration in Guild Wars 2, getting all the vistas, jumping puzzles. Yeah, for sure. That was definitely my favorite part of it. That and the world events. Guild Wars 2, just, like, the general open world felt amazing. World events and, like, the meta trains and stuff were my favorite parts of Guild Wars 2. And as for raids, I always wanted to try some of the harder raids, but I was kind of in a similar position where I just didn't really get an opportunity to do that. One of the other things is, like, I really enjoy tanking, and tanks aren't really a thing in Guild Wars 2. You can kind of tank for certain fights, but it's very, very, very janky the way that tanking works. So I needed, like, a very specific gear set if I wanted to tank. And when I was playing with my friends for some of the raids, like, I just ended up DPSing because it was easier. Because, like, one of them already had everything set up to, like, quote-unquote, tank the fight. And I had gear for... Like, I played Ranger, primarily. And I played Soul Beast Ranger, like, Dagger Sword, I think it was. And, I mean, my damage was good, so... It was basically, like... It was better for my group of friends if I played DPS, but of course I wanted to try tanking, so that was a bit of a bummer. Try to do old school RuneScape speedrun? I'm not a fan of old school RuneScape. I've had a lot of friends try to get me into old school RuneScape. I'm sure that for the people who enjoy that, it's fun. It does not seem like my cup of tea. I need something that's, like, a little bit more engaging combat-wise. The whole, like, a lot of the systems and stuff in old school RuneScape seem interesting. Like, there are certain elements about the game that I could totally understand why people enjoy it. And I guess, like, if you've been playing it for a really long time... Also, what is going on here? I think I just need to kill these mobs. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be chasing me, and it's just broken. Yeah, because that gives percentage. So I could understand for people who've been playing old school RuneScape for a while why it would be fun, but every single time one of my friends tries to convince me to play it, I just look at the gameplay and I'm just like, I would not be able to do that. I would just be way too bored. Like, clicking simulator really just isn't my cup of tea. I don't mean to offend old school RuneScape players. Again, I have a lot of friends who really enjoy it. It is just not my thing. Ranger had a healing spec? Yeah. Ranger... I know that they've added more since I played. When I played, Ranger had Druid and Soul Beast. Soul Beast was, like, the primary DPS spec. And Druid was, like... I'm pretty sure every single person played Druid as a healer. I don't know for sure if Druid was only a healer. I can't remember. But I do know Druid was, like, the meta healer in Guild Wars 2. Because it gave, like, a lot of really valuable buffs. So it was, like, a really good support healer, basically. But I never really played around with it because I'm not really big on healing. Now, when I tried this on beta last time, this quest was really buggy. And if you killed the golems too quickly, the entire thing would break. So I'm just going to AFK, and I'm going to wait for the barrier to finish, because I don't know if they've fixed this or not, and I'm not about to lose, like, 6 minutes because of a bug. Alright, the flaming barrier finished. Okay, I got credit. And, alright, it seems that either it's fixed, or by waiting it out, we got the workaround again. Yeah, again, I'm sure that I'm being a little bit harsh on old school RuneScape. I would probably have a little bit of fun with it if I played it. But if I'm, like, looking at games to play in my free time, that is just genuinely how the combat looks to me, and it does not look very fun. The systems and stuff look mildly cool, but every single time that somebody has tried to get me into old school RuneScape, I could not get past how boring the combat looked. The main reason that I play World of Warcraft is for, like, raiding and challenging, like, content. I mean, I really like bullet hell shooters and stuff where you have to, like, dodge shit. Anything that, like, requires good reaction time, and there is, like, some interesting stuff in, like, slow turn-based things, because at the same time, there are a lot of turn-based strategy games that I do really enjoy, but a lot of them are very fleshed out. Like, good example is Honkai Star Rail. I do really like. It's one of the very few things you'll give WoW. The combat feels very good. Yeah, exactly.
Speaker has ruled for as long as any of us can remember.
Alright.
But he's no longer one of
Ready for Brawler's Guild to come back? Yeah, it has been a hot minute since
Sounds like you need a new high speaker.
since they've had that. Speak to Waxmonger Squick.
Not by
Uh...
but by understanding.
then you know I will
Okay, so I have to wait out this roleplay.
decide.
You've enjoyed Wuthering Waves a lot more than Genshin or Honkai?
We have.
Yeah, I looked at that. I didn't actually play it, but like I've heard things about it. Doesn't really seem like my cup of tea, but I've heard a lot of people talk about it.
Accept.
I personally have not liked Genshin. I tried Genshin a little while ago, like a year or two ago, and I just kind of bounced off it. I could not really get into it. Where the next campaign quest is here.
I will help if I can.
But we had no access to the core way, and helping another culture was outside the Oathsworn's edicts.
Let's see. Let me just pick up this quest to see what it is, if it's like a breadcrumb or something.
Need something to do?
Cinderbrew Reserve. I won't play around with that now. That seems like a fairly easy quest, unless there's something else that I'm missing. You started Honkai yesterday. Thanks for introducing you to it. No problem. I think it's really fun.
The Radiant Song?
Did I play Lost Ark? No. Yeah, I was not interested in Lost Ark. I heard very mixed things about it, kind of basically like you said. A lot of people said the combat was really good, but then a lot of people said the pay-to-win was, like, extremely egregious. And, like, I'll be honest, Honkai Star Rail is a mobile game, right? It's a mobile gacha game. It has pay-to-win in the sense that, yeah, you have to, like, roll for characters and stuff. But overall, I mean, I know a ton of people that play it completely free and still really enjoy it and are able to clear all the content. And the general, like, story and gameplay in it is just fun to me. So I'm not going to excuse that part of it. Obviously, the gacha mechanics kind of suck. That's the only part of the game that I don't like, obviously. But when I looked into Lost Ark, it looked really, 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 really egregious to me. And I have no interest in that. I think the biggest selling point in favor of, like, Honkai Star Rail for me is that you could play the entire game's storyline and all of, like, the actual content in the game completely for free with just, like, brand new starter characters and stuff. The only thing that you even need to, like, level up characters and, like, unlock new characters for, and you get a bunch of the currency completely for free. The game is, like, surprisingly generous. The only thing that you need it for is, like, endgame, completely optional challenges. Just to see if you can do it. Which just gives you more paid currency. But it's completely unrelated to any of the main story stuff. You could just get through it completely for free. So it's basically, the way that I look at Honkai Star Rail is it's a really fun, completely free single-player JRPG that has, like, optional challenges, like turn-based challenges for endgame content that do have gacha mechanics in it if you choose to interact with that. Which, yeah. To some people, that's going to be like a deal breaker, but it does not actually impact the gameplay in any negative way, so I've never minded it. Lost Ark combat better than any other game, everything else horrifically bad, yeah. It's a shame because, you know, everything that you're saying, I have heard from other people. I have a lot of friends who tried out Lost Ark and said that the combat was really fun, but at the same time, those friends, like, didn't even really recommend it to me. They basically said, because a lot of people know how much I hate pay-to-win mechanics like that. They basically said, like, yeah, no, you would hate it. So I never really gave it a shot. You love Ranger because you love having pets. Closest thing to a BM Hunter from WoW, and you love the fantasy of BM Hunter in WoW? Yeah. I did feel like Guild Wars 2's pet system was a little bit more restrictive than WoW's pet system. But admittedly, while I do think that is a cool element to it, that wasn't even the main reason why I picked Ranger. I just liked the general feel of Soul Beast. And honestly, Soul Beast was the Ranger spec where you sacrificed your pet to only do damage to yourself. It's like Lone Wolf Survival Hunter, effectively, is how it plays. So... You think if somebody isn't rushed, could they eventually match what you have in Honkai Star Rail, but for free? Like, eventually? It would take a very long time, but technically. But one of the things about Honkai Star Rail is they release new characters at a pretty fast rate. Which, the nice thing is, power creep is... It's not non-existent, but it is fairly minimal. But the most important thing about Honkai Star Rail power creep is... the difficulty of the content doesn't really scale with the, like, increase of characters added, right? So, to give you an idea, right, like, I won't lie that I have spent a decent amount of money on Honkai Star Rail because I really enjoy the game. But you only need a team of 8 characters to complete all of the endgame content, and there are 52 characters in the game right now. And one of the other important things is a lot of the completely free-to-play characters, like, even the main character that you get just, like, by playing the game, like, the point of view character, is actually really fucking good. It's considered S+ tier at the moment when you unlock one of its forms. Which, I haven't really played Genshin Impact a lot, but I have heard from people who play Genshin Impact that apparently the main character in Genshin is, like, dog shit. It's basically one of the worst characters in the game, so there's just no reason to ever play it. And that's completely different in Honkai Star Rail. There's, like, completely free story characters that are actually extremely good, if not in the strongest teams in the entire game. And you only need 8 characters total to do all of the endgame content, which you can get very easily. So, the way that I look at, like, Honkai Star Rail is, like, back in the day, in high school, when I played Hearthstone a lot, I was able to reach Legend in Hearthstone by playing, like, a super cheap aggro hunter, aggro rogue deck that I built with minimal impact. But I still bought a shit ton of Hearthstone packs, not because I needed to get all of the fancy legendaries to reach Legend, but because I really liked creating fun decks. So every single time a new Hearthstone expansion came out, I would, like, get a bunch of packs, I would, you know, build a bunch of random decks with whatever I happened to get from those packs, and then me and my friends would play, like, 1v1 games against each other just to, like, see who could build the better deck on launch day or something like that. And that was fun for me. So I was getting, like, new cards in Hearthstone, not because it was powerful, but because it was fun. And some of the most fun that I had building decks in Hearthstone is taking, like, a really janky concept that I knew wasn't good and seeing how powerful I can make that archetype. And that's kind of how I view it in Honkai Star Rail. There are tons of different teams of tons of different types of characters that could clear the hardest content. But it's really fun playing around with, like, tons of different archetypes and seeing whether I can use it to clear that particular endgame challenge. Like, tons of different builds and then variations within those builds. Like, an example is, I already have every single character in the game, right? But just recently, like, the new patch was a few days ago, they added a character called Yoon Lee. And Yoon Lee is not necessarily the strongest character in the game, despite being the newest one they added. She's good, but, like, pretty reasonable. But she has, like, a really cool effect where she does most of her damage through counterattacking. So she needs to be attacked by an enemy to then counterattack and like, hit the enemy really hard. And there's, like, basically a charge-based system that she has to, like, empower her counterattacks, and the timing on when you activate it influences how much damage it can deal. So it's like not necessarily the easiest thing to set up, but I really like the design of that character, and despite the fact that I already have teams that have already easily cleared the hardest endgame modes, I got Yoon Lee, and then I built a team around her and replayed the endgame content that I've already cleared just for fun, despite the fact that I get 0 rewards out of doing so. Also, why can I not interact with these NPCs? This might be some lingering interact bug, so I'm gonna fly to Ashkahet and then fly back and see if that unfucks it. No? This quest might be bugged. That's not good. Yeah, none of these mobs are interactable. Yikes, Blizzard! Gonna abandon and pick it up again.
When Shadi or Rathi are consecrated in the sacred flame, do not leave my people on the field.
Hearthstone was out when you were in high school? Yeah, well, it's... Hearthstone is a little over 10 years old, right? We just had the Hearthstone 10-year anniversary. And I'm how old? 26 now? So, yeah. Hearthstone came out, what, when I was like 16, which was high school? Okay, it looks like now I can interact with them. Yeah. Oh no, don't get me wrong, War Within is definitely not ready for release. Not by any stretch of imagination. But they're probably going to release it anyway, because we all know how they operate. But it is particularly egregious that the leveling experience has had numerous bugs. Like, I keep getting people asking me why I haven't done a lot of War Within leveling testing yet, and the reality is, there have been multiple, just completely game-breaking bugs that prevented campaign completion for over a month. The past week, this, like, server wasn't even accessible. I have been waiting to do this test run for, like, forever. The servers were down for, what, like 7-8 days? And they only just came up at like 10 p.m. last night, my time. So I was planning on streaming yesterday, and then it got to a point where it's like 10 p.m. and I'm just like, at this point, I'm way too tired to do a stream tonight. I'm not going to stream until like 2 in the morning again for like the 3rd day in a row. I think the worst part is I wasn't prepared for it. So, like, I expected to stream earlier in the day, so I woke up earlier in the day, and I was just sitting there kind of twiddling my thumbs waiting for servers to be up, and they just weren't. So that was kind of the biggest problem. But even before that, even before the servers were completely fucked, it was still impossible to test the campaign due to critical issues with it for a very long time.
Look, those Nerubians are fleeing.
Not fleeing, advancing.
At least
They mean to destroy.
abandoning the quest and picking it up again fixed that issue, but... You joined during Whispers? Ah, Whispers the Old Gods was really good. I will be honest, I don't play Hearthstone anymore. I actually do think, unfortunately, Hearthstone has gotten kind of pay to win. So, when I said the whole thing about Hearthstone not being pay to win, that was back in the day. Back in the day when legendaries weren't, like, ridiculously powerful and were usually more, like, fun extra things. These days, the amount of cards that Hearthstone releases and the amount of, like, things may be different at this immediate point in time, but there have been, like, 2 times over the last 3 or so years where I have tried to play Hearthstone again, and in both cases, the meta was completely dominated by extremely greedy control decks that were stuffed with epics and legendaries. And it's like, okay, well, it was like some of the most expensive decks I've ever seen, and those were the only viable decks in the meta. I remember back in Castle Nathria, the Hearthstone expansion, not like the WoW thing, because there was a Nathria Hearthstone expansion. Back in Castle Nathria, I played an aggro hunter briefly, and I got to like Diamond again. That was the only time recently I even gave it a shot. And even that like aggro hunter deck, which was the cheapest deck that I could find, was still stuffed with legendaries and epic cards. But at the very least, it had like a decent amount of commons and stuff, and it was an aggro deck. And one of the main things is, like, I know that there are some people out there who really like control decks, Now I'm going to be honest, Hearthstone to me was only ever fun when it was an aggro or mid-range meta. Absolutely nobody in their right mind enjoys playing 30-minute games just to get a single star towards Legend. I mean, that's insane, right? The only way that I could even stomach the original Legend grind was playing 5-minute aggro games, sometimes faster. Sometimes turn 3, I get a concede. Boom, easy. Or turn 3, my opponent draws, like, their most insane control card, and I concede, and then while I have lost a match, right, I'm at least moving on to my next one. So it's not wasting all of my time. I think 10 minutes is about the longest that a Hearthstone game should ever reasonably take. Anything longer than that, and it's so fucking boring. For ranked mode, right? Like, I definitely enjoyed playing really janky, grindy control matchups against my friends for fun, where we, like, go down to fatigue and we're just trading legendaries back and forth. Like, that's amusing as a one-off thing, but if I'm, like, grinding ranked mode, and I see that this control deck has absolute nut draws, and there's no chance that I'm ever going to be able to outdraw him, and I know that I'm just going to lose in 10 minutes, I'd rather just concede early and move on to the next match than waste my time. And, again, not only did Hearthstone feel very pay-to-win given how expensive a lot of the decks were the last time that I played it, but they were all greedy control decks, where you either face them as an aggro hunter and just grind them down over a really long period of time, or it's a mirror match that takes 30 fucking minutes, and, like, who wants to play that? Yeah, control decks, aka is it my turn yet decks. Exactly. That was just never my idea of fun in Hearthstone. Now, I will say, though, when I was, like, the reason why I even know this, and the reason why I slightly followed it, is because I, like, about a year or two ago, I got really into the Hearthstone PvE game modes again. I went back and replayed Dalaran Heist on Heroic and, like, beat every single mode in Dalaran Heist with every single class. And Dalaran Heist, banger game mode. That is really fun, really enjoyable, because it's single player, right? And it's like a deck builder, like Slay the Spire, but Hearthstone. I really had a lot of fun with that. But the interesting thing about that is whenever they added new cards to Hearthstone, I would have to, like, read about it because it would impact Dalaran Heist. Because you would get that as, like, random summons, so it was something that I needed to know how to play around in my single-player stuff. And around that time was when the Castle Nathria thing came out, and like I said, I tried Aggro Hunter, but then it seemed really annoying. Just to do that. You've been waiting to do some speed leveling runs for weeks? Yeah, it's taken a while for them to fix this stuff. Is there any new stuff I can equip? That's a one-hand leather. That's a belt upgrade, and that's a boots upgrade. Unused trinket. What do I have? Your melee attacks. Yeah, that doesn't seem very good. I'll do that, and then let's hop on the Zeppelin. Let me just see what messages I missed. Because I missed a lot of messages earlier. If the events take too long, you're probably on Chromie time. Oh yeah, true. That's a good thing to point out, Shori. Oh my god, what are these hitboxes? Okay, apparently that's good. Random question if you have time. You're currently playing War Within on a computer with bad specs. You get huge FPS drops in raids, cities, crowded places. Anything that could possibly help with FPS drops? I don't really think so. In my experience, I had massive memory leak issues with my old computer. And, like, my old computer wasn't even that old. Like, my previous computer, the one that used to have the memory leak problems, it was maybe like 2-3 years old. It wasn't even that bad. and it could barely run certain areas in Dragonflight. And it ran the rest of Dragonflight perfectly fine. But certain parts of Dragonflight, I would get massive memory leaks that would just cause my entire game to stutter. It was brutal. And, yeah, there's not really much you can do about that. That's just the game optimization being pretty poor. Personal opinion, you think the graphics in Guild Wars 2 are amazing? I remember them being good. Yeah, it's been a while, so I can't remember. Problem with old school RuneScape, it's old, it looks terrible. If you don't have the nostalgia from back in the day, it's very hard to get into. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard. Oh, okay, I already got completion. I need to just fly over here. Let's see. Cinderbrew is one of the worst quests in the zone. Oh, is it really? That's good to know. You steal some ale and have to run it back without being spotted by the guards. Gotcha. It's a good thing I skipped that, then. Yeah, I thought about reading it, or I thought about trying it, but then I read the description and it said something about sneaking past guards, and, like, kind of my spider sense was tingling. I'm like, this seems like a really annoying roleplay quest. I don't want to mess around with this. So it's good that my intuition was correct there. Let's see. Have I played Terry's Land? I've heard about it, but no. I honestly haven't looked into it at all. Somebody told me it's basically as if Mythic Plus was the entire game. And I'm not a big Mythic Pluser, so that wasn't really necessarily an amazing endorsement. It didn't do much to sell me on it. It sounds like an interesting concept, if that is what it is. But yeah. I have not, like, watched any gameplay of it. Maybe it's really good, and that, that description that somebody gave me of it was just a very bad pitch. But I haven't heard enough compelling things for me to really care enough to look into it. What quest do I need to do? I need to rescue Arathi. Okay, so the Arathi and the Beasts are separate things. The Beasts are bonus objectives, which obviously directly overlapping the campaign, we do that, because it's a bonus objective, not a world quest. The hard raids in Lost Ark, you pretty much need to be a brain surgeon to cope with the mechanics. I have heard that it's quite difficult, yeah. Oh, come on. How does that miss? Miss? What? Am I actually... there has to have been a debuff that was... There's no way. Gasping fish. What? Oh, there's a specific spot in the water that I need to go to. I really hope that a debuff was reducing my hit chance, and it wasn't like... Because the mobs are level 75, I'm no longer able to hit them. Wasn't that. Facetious said, first live stream you finally caught. Nice. Good to have you here. Arathi captive. Okay, that was a fake Arathi captive. Now, what was interesting is that Arathi captive didn't have the quest indicator around it. So I wonder if, like, that is a little giveaway as to whether or not it's going to work. I was wondering why. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and do Gasping Plea, because I literally got it at the same time. I'm not going to do the follow-up quests, but if I get something, well... Whoa. Had to sudden, like, overwhelming urge to sneeze there. But yeah, if the follow-up quests here overlap, then I'll do it. Oh, come on, why? Oh, come on. It's a really annoying disconnect. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna pause the timer for that stuff, because, you know. The mob type pops evasion? Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense that that's what it was. Orphan beta. You always like pushing free to start games to their limits in that regards. You're just curious. That's fair, yeah. You could definitely, in Honkai Star Rail, 100% free to play players could complete challenges at the same levels that I can. At the very least, as far as the rewards go. But like something as an example is, generally speaking, the endgame modes in Honkai Star Rail will have like varying degrees of like progress that you can make on it. And like, so an example is Memory of Chaos is one of the endgame modes, and your progress in that is measured based on cycles. So how many turns effectively does it take you to defeat the boss enemy? Where? Okay, so killing these mobs doesn't actually give me anything, it seems. So there's no thing here. So basically, in order to get the maximum rewards possible for Memory of Chaos, you need to defeat the highest difficulty within 10 cycles. And honestly, doing that is not very difficult. Like, that is very achievable for free-to-play players with a reasonably built set of 2 teams, because you only need 8 characters, their teams are 4 characters each. So that is very, very, very achievable. But then, like, something that I have been trying to do is I've been trying to clear Memory of Chaos in 0 cycles. Like, building teams that don't even have, like, a defensive support, and just running, like, full damage dealers and offensive supports to just completely destroy the boss by sequencing my abilities in such a way that I can burst it before a single set of turns passes. It's a little bit more complicated than that, because there's, like, some weird breakpoints where if you, like, build a character's speed stat high enough, you get, like, an extra turn before it counts as 1 cycle. But that is, like, ridiculously hard. And even with all of the characters, and I have, like, really well-built teams, the best that I've been able to do, like, in the current Memory of Chaos, is I can get it done in 2 cycles. Which 2 cycles is still really good, and that's, like, way faster than you even need to be to get maximum rewards. So... okay, so it reset my key bindings. That's a little bit annoying. That should be good. I really want to get out of combat. There we go. And there's, like, other game modes with similar scoring metrics. There's like, a game mode called Pure Fiction that's based on, like, AoE damage. And the point threshold is you need to score 60,000 points across both of your teams to get the maximum rewards for that. And that is, like, very reasonable. And the maximum points you can get is 80,000. And in order to get 80,000 points, you need to completely clear every single enemy in both waves with your teams. But full clearing all the enemies isn't even required to get, like, the maximum amount of points for scoring purposes. It's literally just, like, a bonus flex for people who just want to do it to say they do it. There's not even, like, an achievement for anything. Like, I literally just do it because I think it's fun. Did I catch Noble's message? Oh, fuck. I forgot the timer. Alright, yeah, that's like a few minutes there. We'll adjust that later on. What did Noble say, though?
A wave of shadow. What just happened?
BlizzDev here, can you link me your ticket? Well, admittedly, I'm a little bit skeptical that a Blizzard dev is contacting me through chat. But here, if you want to look at my ticket, Go for it. That's the thing. It's in the
We owe our service to those in need.
it's in the Twitter post as well.
Came from the Dawn Tower.
But if you are a BlizzDev and you are able to take a look at it, yeah.
Go to Merildar.
And Matathang, to be clear, right? Obviously, I usually like to respond to earlier messages. So basically, after the after all that stuff happened, I
Good flame.
scrolled up and read earlier messages, which is why I'm not always completely caught up on chat.
I don't know. But they claim allegiance to Xalatath, and so their lives are forfeit. We will find Xalatath.
The flame is corrupted. Can we restore it?
What's the difference between top chat and live chat on YouTube streams? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. Live chat shows everything. Top chat will just randomly not show you some messages.
I will see you through.
I have absolutely no idea what the difference is. It just sometimes doesn't show things, which is a little bit annoying.
Shadow. Too much.
Anduin, help her. Call upon the light once more.
So let me see. I'm watching the playback on my stream to see how much time I left the timer running for. So, hold on. It's, only the best chatters are in top chat. So at 3:56 minutes on the playback recording for me, it's showing that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to let the timer idle out, and I'll sit here and catch up on chat for as many minutes as it took me to refresh the timer. I think it was only about 2 minutes. But, yeah, we'll take a 2-minute pause to read chat. That way the timer equals out. Hey, Taco. It's going well. Nothing really special has happened since then. Sven Narvestad said, hey, I got banned for hacking scripting as well this week. Appeal was not approved. Sag. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I don't know how similar your situation is to mine, but mine is a pretty clear-cut case, at least on my end, of just a complete misfire on their detection system. So at this point, we're just waiting to see if they actually do a deep dive into what was wrongly flagged as a cheat program, if what they say is true and it did flag something.
A cave.
But obviously, I can only speak to my situation.
Continuing to corrupt the flame.
Also,
Lamplighter brings hope.
there's a few messages that I didn't manage to read in time earlier. So I'll read that again in a second. I just want to make sure that I get through this stuff first. Because I'm keeping a close eye on my stream playback to see how long I left the timer turned off. That way we get an accurate measure. So I think, yeah, it was right around now. It was 3:56:23. And then timer resumes at it might be almost exactly 3 minutes. This might be really easy for me to time.
You won't live to see Renalash.
A little bit more than that. Okay, we can go... Okay, it is... I left the timer off for 3 minutes and 20 seconds, approximately. So... Oh, did I? Yeah, it reset my auto-run keybind, too. Key bindings, movement keys... Go. So basically, once I'm finished with these quests, I'll just idle for like 3 minutes, 20 seconds, let the timer catch up, and we'll read chat during that time. So it should balance out. What does I do for work? This is my primary source of income. Yes. Streaming, mostly making videos. Streaming is a supplement. Like, I get donations sometimes, and like I have YouTube memberships and Twitch stuff. People on Twitch the other day were very generous. I actually, at this stage, I got so many gifted subs on Twitch the other day that I have more subscribers, like paid subscribers, right? So Twitch subs, aka YouTube memberships. I have more on Twitch now than I do on YouTube, which is kind of wild. Thank you again for those people who are watching now. But primarily, I make money off like ad revenue and stuff. Donations and memberships and stuff are a lesser source of income, but it is like this entire thing, streaming video making, is my primary source of income, which of course is again another really big reason why all of this shit with the World of Warcraft account is so scary. It's not just that it's my WoW account. At this point, it's my primary source of income. Right around the time when I'm trying to make a bunch of really important videos that are going to be guides that last for months, if not years. Like, usually my start of expansion leveling guides, I keep up for entire years for the rest of the X-Pack. The false ban potentially impacting that could not only impact my immediate revenue, but if it gets in the way of me finishing those guides, it could lead to long-term revenue loss for the next 2 years, which is why this shit is so scary to me. And why I'm so pissed off about it, quite frankly. Have 2 accounts, one is banned, the other isn't, you don't know what could get flagged. Yeah, I'm kind of in the similar situation to that, where I actively play 4 different accounts, 5 if you count my starter edition account with my level 20 Panda Twink. And only the main account has been flagged by this quote-unquote unauthorized cheat program, right? Only the one. Despite the fact that I actively play all of these accounts on the exact same computer. Which I'm pretty sure Blizzard can see, right? So it makes no sense. And, like, devil's advocate, right? Obviously, I know I'm innocent, but devil's advocate. I'm sure that Blizzard can make the argument of, oh, well, you know, you only use the cheat program while playing on this one account and you hid it or disabled it or whatever on the other ones. But then that would raise the question of, if I was going to cheat, why would I fucking do it on the main account that I've had since 19 years? What the fuck? That would just be incredibly stupid. So, I mean, I don't know. But that's the problem in situations like this, right? Blizzard isn't telling me what I did. They can't, I'm pretty sure. They're not allowed to give me information because, like, if they give you information, it could help bot developers, blah, 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 blah. But then it puts me in a tough situation where I literally can't do anything aside state the obvious and loudly proclaim my innocence. So. Yeah. What kind of cheats do people use in WoW? Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are many ways that you could cheat in WoW. The most obvious one is botting. Any sort of automation thing, right? Auto-clickers, bots, right? And what I assumed, right, the most logical explanation to me before Blizzard told me that something was detected, which I still really find hard to believe, but the most logical thing to me is there are a lot of things that I farmed in Mop Remix that a lot of other bots were farming. As I said before, I reported bots basically daily. Because, like, 2 good examples, right? I farmed Archerius Aflame a lot. Archerius Aflame had so many people botting it that I posted screenshots in my Discord. I started putting down turnip punching bags to detect the bots. Because these people had basic auto-clickers set up to spam click on Archerius of Flame the moment it spawned. So I was putting down little punching bags that the auto clickers would just start spam sunfiring the fucking punching bag. It's so easy to tell when there's a bot, right? So I did a lot of stuff like that. I also there was a farm on Isle of Thunder where you could get hyperspawn kills on some of the portal mobs, right? I ran into a bunch of people botting that. But of course, I always reported every single bot that I ran into. And every now and then, I would have somebody say like, oh, I'm trying to farm this spot, leave or I'm going to report you with my 50 accounts or some shit like that. But here's the thing. You hear that shit all the time, right? You know, I'm sure anybody who has played this game for any extended period of time has run into somebody like threatening to report you. I'm going to get on my 50 alt accounts and report you and get you auto banned and stuff. So you just kind of brush that stuff off. In fact, usually my response to people who said that to me was like, go ahead and report me. I trust in Blizzard's anti-cheat. I know I'm doing nothing wrong. You know, if you want to report me, go ahead. They'll see that I'm not doing it. Which, you know, I have egg on my face now. But it's, I ran into a lot of that. So my initial assumption, of course, was just that a bunch of people reported me because they thought I was a bot, and Blizzard just auto-banned me. Now, Blizzard's trying to tell me that that's not the case and that there was something detected, which, again, struggle to believe that. What do I do? Do I just sit down on the chair? Does that work? I guess not. It's not letting me... Hold on, did I not?
This one looks like they have a story to tell.
Oh, I have to actually buy a round of drinks. Okay.
Pets are trained as well as the soldiers are. When one bonds to you, you have a friend for life.
There we go. Yeah, so I initially assumed that's just what it was. It was a simple mass report thing, etc. And now I'm a little bit skeptical of the whole, you actually had something detected on your account, because, as I mentioned earlier, they changed my permaban into a 6-month suspension for abusive chat by being reported by other players. Now, I responded to the ticket and I'm like, hey, why does it say, obviously I argued against the fact that I'm still banned for 6 months because I know I'm innocent, but then I also mentioned in the ticket, also, why does it now say that my suspension is for abusive chat and not cheat programs? Like, did you just misclick or what? Because if you are now telling me that the ban actually was for abusive chat the entire time and it's just like people reporting me, well, then it's pretty fucking cut and dry, isn't it? You know, it's clearly just a mass report. So I don't know what's going on. I just really hope somebody actually looks into it and doesn't just say, yep, something was detected, therefore ban upheld. Because obviously I know that whatever the fuck they claim was detected is a regular program.
Rain? No. I have lived with my injury since I was a child. I've learned to do everything from sword fighting to dressing with one hand. But what if I figured out
If you cheat on one account, why would they let you continue playing on other accounts? I mean, that's pretty simple. Money.
our veterans who will lose an arm to the Nerubians will be very grateful that you've improved the design.
It's the same reason why do they not do IP bans for botters? Because the botters can just open up a new alt account. Now, maybe IP bans are really difficult for Blizzard to do for some reason. I have no idea. But it is very strange. What is this quest? Talk to Shinda Creedpike. Where's Shinda Creedpike? Okay, well, Shinda Creedpike is like literally 5 feet away. So if that quest is literally just to talk to an NPC, then I would probably do that, because I would consider this to be overlapping. Okay, it's not letting me interact with those NPCs. What did you say? Opening a new ticket? Hello, my account is still banned? For the most part, yeah. I expressed basically something similar. The other amusing thing is, like, they always put on the ticket, like, you know, make sure to include any relevant information or whatever. And it's like, well, What am I going to include? Right? I know I'm innocent. You know, I'm not being given any information, so there's nothing I can really add to the ticket because they're the only thing they're accusing me of, I know I didn't do. They're not giving any specifics. So all I can say is, well, I know I didn't do that. You know, if they narrowed it down, they're like, we detected XYZ program on your computer. I could be like, well, let me figure out what the fuck that is. Okay, well, that was definitely efficient. That was 12k XP for just talking to somebody. Meet the general of the infirmary. Write a letter of recommendation. That's 9k. Xenox said, heading off now. Glad I found your channel. You sound like a good dude. Take it easy, chat. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, and I'm glad that you enjoy the channel. Heal an injured soldier. Oh, nice. I can just lay on hands. Alright, yeah, that's easy 9k XP. So, when I said before that I'm not doing side quests, basically, if a side quest is like that, and it's directly next to the campaign route, and all I'm doing is, pressing one button, or like, you know, a few things like this, and getting quest credit, then that is just, you will always do that. So quests like that, I would basically consider part of the campaign route by default, because it's effectively just free experience. Anything that requires you to like really go out of your way, like travel a long distance or do a lot of stuff, that's a different story. What? Are they on, like, the upstairs floor of this building? Oh, yeah, what? Okay, this is interesting. I don't remember ever doing that hide-and-go-seek thing. It seems like depending on the NPC that you talk to, you'll have to play a different quote-unquote game with them. So I can just press buttons, let them kill me. And then the moment I get credit... Yeah, so that was definitely faster than hide-and-go-seek. That one was very fast. Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to test this quest a little bit more and figure out which 3 orphans are the fastest to interact with. Because it seems like it's not super clear-cut. Alright, let me wait until... where's the next quest? Right. Okay, and now I'm going to wait 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and I'll read chat. We'll catch up for the time when I left the timer turned off earlier. And works out well, because earlier people were asking questions about band stuff, and now I can read this. Blizzard are targeting players who make content on their game but aren't in the WoW partner program? Yeah. I mean, at this rate, like, I don't know if being in the partner program would make a big difference, but... yeah. Does kind of sting a little bit, doesn't it? They eventually escalated it and unbanned you. I'm glad yours got resolved. Took you like 8+ tickets before they actually looked into it. Am I documenting all my conversations with Wizard support? I'm... Okay, to be clear, I am 99.99% sure that legally speaking, there is nothing I can do. I am fairly certain that within the terms of service, there is like a clause that says they can ban you for whatever fucking reason they want, and there is nothing that you can do. So, well, obviously, yeah, it sucks. I am fairly certain that I have absolutely no legal recourse. Unless it was something where, like, it was proven that this was bias directly targeting me that circumvents the terms of service, which, of course, I would have no way of ever proving. And I don't think that is the case, to be clear. But I'm just saying, unless it was a very, very, very specific situation like that, I would have no legal recourse. And, it, you know, yeah. It is what it is. Like, obviously, it sucks that it's impacting my primary source of income, but I am, of course, documenting every single conversation with Blizzard. Yes, though. That every single thing that they have said, I have of course documented. Yeah. And if I need to make another video showing the new stuff that has happened, I will do so. You were in the same same situation. I don't know what information you want, because, yeah, exactly. You're opening a ticket that respectfully requests that the recent closures of your accounts be escalated to somebody with authority to review the evidence. Yeah. I mean, I said similar things, not in those exact words, mind you, but I basically said similar stuff of, I know for a fact I've never engaged with this. I'd appreciate this be escalated. It got escalated, and they just said 6 months instead of perma, you know, that's it. And I've responded, but I haven't gotten anything back, because that was a few hours ago. And unfortunately, the Blizzard employee who messaged me on Discord has already told me that they can't do anything personally about the situation, so. The real optimization strat, select the best orphan. It sounds weird when you say it like that. The ones running around, you just have to click them. There's orphans upstairs you just talk to. Gotcha. Yeah, that's one of those things where I'm just going to go test this quest. Like, I'll do a test, like, multiple test runs on my own time. And just, for quests like this, we'll just abandon, restart over and over until we get the right one. And I figure it out. All jokes in the partner program thing, but I feel my pain. How many days have I been banned now? It's been, at this point, 8 days. Yeah, almost exactly 8 days that I've been banned. All right, I think that's about 3 minutes, 20 seconds, give or take. Also, I can spend a few more points here. Interestingly enough, the Herald of the Sun, like, capstone talent here is kind of lame. It doesn't really work for leveling, because the only thing that it does is gives you, like, links to other players with your, like, healing dot on them. And basically gives you, like, slightly more damage to any targets that you hit. But, I mean, that doesn't really help me for solo questing, so. That is a slight upgrade. I'm gonna refresh my buff. Ask ChatGPT to write a response that would convince support to unban you. Yeah, somehow, I don't know if that would go down super well. World servers down? Is that like on live servers? Because obviously it's working fine for me. Nice. Big brain, yeah. You're on live and you're having no issues? Gotcha. Yeah, it could just be specific servers. Also, maybe specific regions. Wow, that's a long range on Final Verdict. That, like, hits from super far away. It seems to just be remix characters. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, speaking of remix, I'm gonna have to level up a ton of characters in remix, because the way that I think I'm gonna go about it for now, because, so I mentioned that, obviously, because I don't know how long it's gonna take Blizzard to resolve this, I'm gonna have to start preparing, like, backups for the new expansion. So, I think I'm gonna level, like, one character at least, or it would be a monk, obviously, But I'll level 1 monk on my main account as a way to, like, start prepping that right now and get it ready. And then I'm going to level, like, a ton of other monks through, what's it called? Through Remix. And what I'll probably do is just get a bunch of the, like, the account-wide tokens from the pre-patch event and stockpile them to where I could get, like, a full gear set. That way, whenever Remix ends, I can at least get, like, a bunch of my monks easy 480 gear right out of the gate. And then, like, for my second and third characters that I level up, technically speaking, that won't be a big concern. As for, like, how fast they are. But I do want to at least try to get one monk, like, relatively geared for day 1 expansion leveling. Unfortunately, no matter what I do, it's never going to compare to, like, my actual Brewmaster, but anything beats nothing, really. Okay, check on... So checking on the named characters is optional. So the only thing that I really need to do is check on generic survivors. Let's double check what I got. There's a ring. I still have a 408 starting ring. Remix characters will most likely not be 480 item level. They have not officially said what the item level will be, to be clear. Interesting. Yeah, so this seems like it could be an efficient set of side quests, because it is, like, really close, but I'm not going to do that just yet, because we don't know. That's technically too far out of the way for it to be considered, you know, part of the campaign. But yeah, Remix characters, I will say with, like, pretty much 99% certainty that they will not be 480. There's, like, absolutely no way. Because, while you could argue that they should be 480, that would be fair, think about it from, if I am, like, you know, a Blizzard executive, and I'm trying to, like, squeeze as much playtime out of players as possible, would I allow them to just completely skip the pre-patch event on their Remix characters? I suspect that it's actually going to be the thing that we saw on, like, on the testing servers, which I assumed was placeholder, but given the fact that we have heard nothing from Blizzard as to the actual ending item level since the initial, like, testing, which was, like, 420 or something, I suspect that that's what it'll be, and we'll get, like, 420 item level gear or something. And then if you want to have your Remix characters actually ready for, like, War Within, you're going to have to do additional grinding with the pre-patch event. So, yeah. That kind of sucks. I hope I'm wrong, but considering, you know, people have been asking them pretty much non-stop ever since the start of Remix what the end item level is going to be, and they have been suspiciously completely silent on that topic, I would be very surprised if it's anything other than an insultingly low item level, and they're just going to expect people to just re-gear their characters. And that is pretty obviously going to be a very unpopular opinion, or rather an unpopular decision by Blizzard, which kind of makes sense as to why it wouldn't really be discussed. Also, interestingly, the path to the next campaign quest kind of directly overlaps this. Do I just need to clear these bears? Is that all I need? Okay, clear the enemies around the fishing hole. Those enemies are way too spread out for that to just be a very simple turn-in quest, so we're not going to do the rest of it. Would I rather live with 10 mosquitoes or 10 non-deadly spiders in my room? That is, like, the most evil question anybody has ever asked me. I hate you just for thinking of that question. Can I just choose, like, I'd rather die? Because I pretty much already live in that situation with fucking both of them, and I hate everything, so... Where do I go? Oh, I have to just fly down there. I mean, like, I suppose, if it is specifically non-deadly spiders, and if the spiders are just there, and they, like, don't bother you at all, I guess by definition, yes, that is technically the correct answer to that question. But I fucking hate spiders. And also, just because the spiders aren't deadly, doesn't mean they aren't massive pains in my ass. Like, you know, the other day, right at the end of a stream, a spider just fucking does Spider-Man shit from the fucking ceiling, lands directly in or was about to land directly in top of my fucking head, and luckily I caught it in time. Like, I don't give a shit if that motherfucker is deadly or not. I don't want to deal with that. That's still just no, fuck off. Don't make me deal with that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I hate both of them. I hate spiders so much.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Spider, yeah, people always say that. Spiders are cool, they eat other bugs. Well, you know what? If they want to eat other bugs and stay out of my fucking sight, they can go ahead and do that. But if they're, like, doing dangling shit directly in front of my face, now they have made themselves a problem. And you know what? I don't give a shit how many bugs they eat. They are just now too much of an inconvenience to live. Yeah, I can just kind of run around and do this. This is the type of quest, by the way, that Druid Flight Form in Standard Flight would be amazing for this. So this is a rare case of, like, Druid Flight Form utility still being massively helpful. Also, I'm stuck in combat, so what I'm going to do is just... Easy way to drop combat. At least as a paladin.
Quickly, before the Nerubians overwhelm us.
So crab mode, look, if I could turn IRL arachnophobia mode on, maybe. But, like, I still wouldn't want a fucking, like, web-infested crab to dangle in front of my face. Like, that doesn't really sound that much better.
Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
They dragged him down. I lost track of him.
Ash, we can't let them reach Mereldar. Blast them apart. Curse them all. Where did they take him?
This quest is still so bugged.
They dragged him down. I lost track of him.
I hate this quest so much. How have they not fixed this?
Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
They dragged him down. I lost track of him.
Like, what is going on right now?
Can't let them reach Mereldar. Blast them apart.
Also, the forced, like, angle switching is so toxic in this quest. It is awful. It is actually just the worst thing that they've ever done. Like, what is this? Please, no. This is so bad. Oh, I hate this quest so much. This quest used to be kill 50, they upped it to 150 recently. Oh, that's fun. You love that. One piece of advice my friend who tested a lot of this has given me is that on this quest in particular, it is faster to reset it over and over like that. Unfortunately, the reset was bugged when I tried it before, and it, like, kind of just partially kicked me out. But yeah, it is significantly faster to just leave and re-enter. There's an anime that swaps cockroaches with cake slices. What? Your friend told you that they leveled a lot of characters from 60 to 70 in 20 minutes, although knowing them, they probably mob grinded with rested experience. Yeah, I mean, the problem is rested XP obviously can kind of skew that, but it's also hard to say because, like, 20 minutes, it was what, like 30 minutes in the run that I did with, like, a fresh account just doing Dragonflight. So, if I can do a fresh account in Dragonflight in 30-ish minutes, I'm pretty sure that Chromie time would be even faster than that. Chromie time would probably be like 15 minutes, but we'll see. If you're gonna level a lot of characters, better wait until the free sub-weekend ends. So Chori, what I've heard, I don't know if you can confirm or deny this, I have been told that if you create a new starter account, like one that has never had a subscription ever, it won't get the free weekend. So what I was planning on doing is I was just going to turn my existing starter edition account with my priest into a regular account, and then I was going to create a brand new starter account and make a Havoc Demon Hunter level 20 twink on it, and level characters that way. And hold up, idea, can you level 70 in Mop Remix, not open any XP in the mail? Then after Blizzard converts Remix into retail, pop mail and instantly hit 80? I mean, it's not... Like, okay, so here's the thing, SiriX. You're... Like, other people have had a similar thought, right? It's not a bad idea. And I don't necessarily know whether or not that would actually work. The problem with that is, again, you're not the first person to think of it, and I guarantee you that Blizzard has thought of that, given how popular that leveling method is. Weird, gimmicky methods of leveling like that have existed in the past, so it's not unheard of, but I am pretty sure that somebody at Blizzard has thought of that possibility and has already double-checked to make sure that, like, when the remix characters get converted, it wipes your mailbox or something. I would be very surprised if that is allowed. Also, you can see at this point, the mobs are starting to be orange to me. It's going to be harder and harder to reliably kill these guys. Also, what is going on with my camera? What the fuck is happening here? I need to figure this shit out. Camera. Why is it... Like, what is... Look at this. It's like... I don't know what is causing that. I'm gonna reload, see if that fixes it. Sometimes my camera isn't turning when I'm trying to get it to turn. I don't know why. Promise, it's a very difficult thing for people to see, because obviously you can't like directly compare the inputs that I'm doing with how my camera's moving, so it's hard to like tell from an external viewpoint that it's not working the way it should be.
That means treasure hunters. Watch your back.
For 60 to 70 right now, does it matter if you're running standard Dragonflight or Chromie Time Dragonflight? It does not, no. That makes no difference. Or at least it shouldn't. I'm fairly certain that there is no difference. Also, like, this quest, the second front, this is, like, one button press for 6k XP, so, like, this is a very obvious you do that quest. This is down here, right? Yeah. You don't know how the free weekend works, because you created a new priest, and once you hit 20, your XP bar is gone, but if you go to your Twink DH, the XP bar is still there. It's very strange. Wonder why it works like that. Yeah. I heard people say that creating a new account doesn't, or, yeah, it doesn't do the thing. This quest, I believe, is, like, insanely fast. You just fly through 5 mines, bam. Yeah, that is literally, like, the freest 13k XP ever. Killing Nerubians, of course, that's a different story. It doesn't directly overlap with the campaign, so I won't do that.
Do you see any sign of that woman who saved us?
Yeah, like, honestly, I would be willing to bet that this is probably a quest that you want to do, but because it isn't literally, you know, grab one quest and immediately complete it for 12k XP, I'm not going to do it as part of this run. Though, clear 5 web mines is literally just fly through 5 web mines, boom, XP done. So that is like a no-brainer one. Oh!
So, you survived the ambush. Impressive. Your path leads you deep, stranger. The black blood,
Alright, let's see.
especially in Nerubian hands.
Let me double check what messages I missed. A lot of people advocating for spiders. I'm sorry, but you guys are crazy. Like, I get it. I know that spiders technically blah, 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 blah. They don't, like, most of them aren't bad, but they're still, they have too many eyes. They have too many legs. No. No. You just, like, you cannot convince me that spiders are, like, natural things that deserve to exist. Fuck that. Like, if they were minding their own business, sure, but the moment that their business becomes my business, it's, no. We're done. We're done. Spider lives matter. Justice for spiders. Oh my god.
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
Look at how cinematic you look. Yeah. I know, right? That's obviously more important than the gameplay feeling good. These mobs actually kind of hit hard, so I can't read chat for a moment because I need to focus on not dying. Have I gotten any new gear upgrades? That is actually a slate upgrade. Oh wait, it did equip, it was just slow. And I got a new chest piece, okay. Any chance they ban you for breaking out a remix? Oh, old man. Funny you should say that. Funny, you missed the start of it. So, I already said that there is no chance that it was like the remix stuff. That's what they banned me for. I knew for a fact that there was just no fucking chance, right? That's not something that you can get banned for. But it turns out, I mentioned the other day that somebody on Blizzard reached out to me over Discord to, like, forward my ticket. They weren't able to, like, help any further. But today, like, after I messaged them and I'm like, you know, I resubmitted my ticket, and they basically said, sorry, all I can really do is recommend it to customer support. There's not, like, I don't directly work in it. And then they said to me, I mentioned this earlier, but, you know, I doubt they really care about me reading the message because they sent it to me. They said, and I quote, in case it wasn't clear, I'm not actually part of customer support at all. I'm actually a designer. In fact, I built the tech that tries to keep Remix characters in Remix, so it's been fun watching how players like you break out, smiley face. And then I was like, oh, that's neat. Like, how long have you been following it? And then he said, well, after your breaking out a remix video went a little bit viral, I joined your Discord and then skimmed to see other discussion around it. So quite literally, the guy who is in charge of keeping players inside of Remix, of designing that tech, is the one who was trying to help me get my ticket resolved. And he even said himself that he found it fun, basically trying to counteract the stuff we were discovering. So, not only is it not because of all the Mop Remix stuff, but the people who were in charge of the Mop Remix stuff were actually trying to help me out. Yeah, unfortunately, the other side of that, Chori, is now we actively know that there are Blizzard developers in my Discord watching to see things that they can fix. Now, I've always suspected that, Because there have been some times where I mention something and it gets fixed suspiciously quickly. But now we know for an absolute fact that yes, we are being watched by Big Brother.
We both know our charge. They are of this world, and they too seek to defend it.
On higher. She speaks with the song of the world. You know it.
What is my gear on this pally? This is a template character. Yeah, so template characters start off with 408 item level. It's really, really, really low.
I will join you soon.
Yeah, I still have a 408 necklace. So this is about the lowest possible gear that anybody can start the leveling process with. And also, because the entire purpose of this run is I am only doing the campaign and any side quests that are directly on it, and I'm skipping like any efficient quests along the path. Because we're trying to get an idea of, if you only do the super obvious stuff, where does that leave you experience-wise? And so far, based on how much XP I'm getting, it seems that Blizzard hasn't really changed much. It seems that doing just the campaign will still only get you up to like 76 ballpark. Because I'm about to hit 76. I have like a few more chapters left in the campaign, and that'll put me at like 76 and a half. So then I still have 3.5 levels that I need to get XP for, which is kind of a lot to make up for. And the other kind of important thing is, towards the end of Hollowfall, and especially now in Azj-Kahet, these quests are actually orange, right? That's not necessarily bad in terms of experience. You still get the same XP. But what it does mean is that now mobs are significantly more difficult for me to kill. So it would be much better for me to do like a mix of various different side quests throughout, at the very least, Ringing Deeps and Hollowfall as I go. And I've mentioned this earlier, but the next test that I do is I'm going to test doing all of the delves as I level up. Every single delve quest, every single delve, and see how much experience that gives me. Like, is that enough to make up for all of the side quests? So basically, you helped Blizzard plug some exploit holes. That should count for something. I mean, like, to be fair, I guess you could make the argument that the fact that I did help out with that is the reason why the Blizzard developer pushed my ticket for review in the first place. At the very least, that's all he can do. So, you know, he did what he could to help. He told me, like, you know, sorry at this stage, because that's why he said that. He was like, just, you know, I don't work in customer support. I'm just basically passing along the information. So his hands are completely tied at this point. It's just up to customer support to, like, take a look at it. The fact that he did that on, like, he was not a customer support person. He was under no obligation to push my ticket. He did it on his own accord. So, you know, I appreciate that he did that, right? That alone is more than enough. Like, obviously, I wish that there had been more that could have been done, but, like, the stuff with the ban not being resolved has nothing to do with that Blizzard developer in particular. He did what he could. Everything else is on the customer support department.
Come in. You are most welcome here. Step into my party. I am the widow Arachnai. From this harbinger has the entirety of Azj-Kahet's military at her disposal.
Okay, so I need to do the orientation. Then repair vendor. And innkeeper. And this is Delves, right? Yeah, Delver's Call, Tokrathon Abyss. Which wings do I prefer, flats or drums? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not like a big wings aficionado. Based on memory, the ones that I tend to prefer are drums, but I don't know what flats is, I guess. I'm pretty sure, like, drumsticks, that I know what it means, but flats is not a term that I've heard before. So I may have tried it, and I just may not know that name. What about Spider Girls in anime? I mean, anime has a tendency to make anything look, you know, interesting. Like, you know, if you slap tits on a spider and take away a lot of its eyes and some of its legs, it's obviously going to look less disgusting. But, like, that doesn't say much. Okay. Bro had to choose his words carefully. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. I'm gonna grab all the side quests just on the off chance that they overlap. Okay, no, I remember which side quests these are.
Friend, you weren't followed, were you?
Hey fella, could you reply to my previous chat? What was your previous chat? Just saw what hero talents you're going for in which order. To be clear, I'm not a red expert. I don't know if this is the correct order. In this run, I'm playing Herald of the Sun. Again, that doesn't mean that Herald of the Sun is better. I actually think there's a chance that Templar might be better. But I am going down this tree first because Morningstar is pretty good. It stacks really fast out of combat. This is like a nice small benefit, and then I'm taking this to sometimes get a free Holy Power ability, because that's pretty nice. Or actually, not a... What's it called? Because Divine Purpose, it's guaranteed when I cast Wake of Ashes. So I press Wake of Ashes, I get free Holy Power. Then I'm going down this section. Just a bunch of free damage. And then I'm probably going to take Sun's Avatar just because it gives me a slight duration increase. And then I'm going to take like the healing and utility stuff. Blessing of Anshi is a small damage bonus, same with Solar Grace. But unlike a lot of other capstone abilities for the hero talents, this one's pretty lackluster for leveling, because it's mostly based around, like, spreading stuff to allies. Blizzard likes to react instead of proact. There's a possibility you'd be willing to try with one character. Do I like Wings by itself or built into Wake of Ashes? I mean, I've enjoyed using Radiant Glory, because the reality of leveling, right, is half the time you do like a big pull, you burst it down in a few seconds, then you move on to the next one. So having like a long duration on cooldowns usually doesn't matter. Big bursty short duration cooldowns tend to be a lot stronger for leveling, regardless of your class or spec. So having like a mini Avenging Wrath every single time I press Wake of Ashes just feels a lot better than, you know, a separate 2-minute cooldown. That's my opinion on it. Again, it may be that, like, the Retribution Paladin experts will disagree with me. And it is very much possible that while some of the talents I'm running may not be very good for endgame content, they could still be viable for leveling. Leveling builds do not always align one-to-one with what you run for raids. Because, like, you know, in Mythic Plus, a lot of times you either want to focus on, like, single target or AoE, depending on like the affixes and the weak, etc. Raids, fight by fight, you either go full single target, full AoE. Leveling is a bit of a weird case where you value both single target and AoE damage, and you want to have like a good mix of both to account for any situation that you may run into. And also normal like utility that may not seem very good, like movement speed or self-healing and stuff, that would be like kind of a worthless talent for raiding, could actually be really good for leveling because it allows you to accomplish pulls that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. So that could be really good. And another thing is like very strong utility, like for instance, Blessing of Sacrifice. What am I going to do with Blessing of Sacrifice? So pretty much every single Ret Paladin build that I see recommends running Blessing of Sacrifice for like Mythic Plus or raids, but I would literally be able to do nothing with it while leveling. So there are always going to be some differences. It's never going to be one-to-one. Okay. I guess I can turn this quest in while I'm at it in case there is a follow-up. There is not. Okay, yeah, there's no advantage to it.
Pheromones sent to him from a general? No idea where that like my fellow prisoners escaping.
You're just taking other people's opinions on it? Gotcha.
Orders came from a Nerubian.
Where? Oh, the other quest objectives are all the way in here. It's so weird that one of these quests only requires you to kill 8 Nerubians, and yet you have to cut through, like, 20 plus Nerubians just to access the other quest's objectives. And then other times they have collect quests that require you to grab, like, 2 really easy to get items, but you have to kill 15 mobs or something. Like, that is just... And I never understand how they work on some of this stuff. Have they responded to my email? Well, they've responded to the initial tickets. They haven't responded to the one that I put earlier today. Because, obviously, when they changed the permaban to a 6-month thing, I responded almost immediately. Like, within 30 minutes, I had my response written up, and I reopened the ticket. So, you know, obviously, Blizzard customer support doesn't necessarily have the fastest response time, but I don't necessarily fault them for not responding again within the span of a day. You know, all of that stuff happened around, like, 2 o'clock, and right now it's 10 p.m., so... They would have had to read and investigate my ticket. And honestly, frankly, I don't want them to respond immediately, because if they're responding this quickly, it probably means they haven't actually looked into it. So, as long as I get a response, eventually, after they have done a thorough review of the situation, that's the ideal, right? But if I heard back this quick, that would probably mean nothing actually got done. I suspect it will take them some time to actually look through it and figure out what falsely tripped their auto-cheat. And I want them to actually spend the time to do that instead of just looking at it being like, yep, it flagged your account. You know, appeal denied, right? Tungra said, I support you, bro, and I enjoy your speedruns. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That means treasure hunters. Watch your back.
It's a shame RG is bugged on live, and you loved back in BFA that Azerite trait, which gave you a chance to proc short wings. What's RG? I don't know abbreviations. Is that I assume Radiant Glory. Yeah. You're highly selfish in this regard, and you didn't run BOD, not BOP. Oh, BOP, yeah. And you were quite angry at BOP not being baseline. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it is annoying that in some cases you have to sacrifice your damage for utility. I do wish that utility stuff should always be like, you get to pick which utility you want, and it never competes with damage talents whatsoever. Because it always feels bad when there is, like, a forced choice like that. What did I get from that quest? Shoulders. Nice. So there's a delve right there. One of the nice things, right, if delves end up being efficient, there are a lot of delves directly next to quest objectives. This hasn't been the first one, and others that are, like, fairly close. There's only a few delves that are, like, really far out of the way. Like, the Underkeep, Zekfir's Lair, obviously, isn't a leveling one, and then there's this one, Takrathon Abyss, that's, like, a bit out of the way. But some of them are literally... You can see the entrance. So, if that does end up being good for leveling, I would suspect that doing every single delve would not be worth it, but it could very well be that certain delves, such as that one, that are directly next to a quest objective could be worth doing. Especially that one in the final zone. Bugs you that the Holy Talent Tree art is Tyrion, and the Ret Talent Tree is some rando who's not using the Ashbringer. Well, I don't know what the original art for, the Ret Tree is, but obviously this is the, what's it called? This is the art for Avenging Wrath in Hearthstone. What's amusing about this is, and I finally know this after playing Cata Classic, the gear that this paladin is using, which was originally from Cata Classic, and I'm pretty sure that's when the trading card was printed, this is intellect plate gear. So I am 99% sure that not only, to your point, Corey Austin, of the Holy Tree having Tyrion, I am pretty sure that, canonically, this Paladin art, which was then used for Avenging Wrath, is actually a Paladin using Holy Healer gear. So it is actually doubly strange that they chose that art for the Ret Tree. And the reason that I know that is because I've been trying to collect this transmog, and the nice thing is, basically, that's not just normal Paladin gear, to be fair. Unless that might be what the tier bonus looks like, but all of the off-piece items that drop from raids, so it could just be that only the off-piece items with that appearance are intellect gear, but whenever one of those pieces has been dropping in my Cataclysm heroic runs, I've been trading a Maelstrom crystal to the officers in exchange for the plate item, because nobody needs it, so we either disenchant it, or I pay them a Maelstrom crystal to get the appearance. That's why I know that it's intellect plate, but it could just be that the regular Paladin tier set has that appearance, in which case, fair point. I didn't consider that. You hope for the situation to be rightfully resolved and ASAP? Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, the off pieces I can guarantee are intellect plate. Because the all of the appearances for like the strength off pieces are Death Knight and Warrior lookalikes. But the intellect plate is all of the Paladin ones. Which is why I've had to pay for it, because, you know, if it's like a genuine piece that I may use for my off-spec, I could justify rolling on it and, you know, actually taking it. But it would be a little bit unfair for me to collect intellect plate on my Blood Death Knight when, you know, that's stuff that they could be using to make money for the guild. But the way I see it, like, paying the price of a single Maelstrom crystal for a really cool piece of transmog, to me, that's worth it. Zekbal's pheromone emitter. Okay. Just gotta kill this guy. The white goldenish from Heroic is so ugly. Real? You think so? I really like it. I liked the white gold purple. That's the one that I've been collecting. I mean, I really like a lot of the recolors of that set. I think it looks cool, but that's the thing. That recolor that you think is ugly, that's the one that I've been paying Maelstrom crystals for. I like the color. To me, it looks more like actual crystal. It's like crystal with purple and gold accents, which purple and gold together are probably like my favorite color combination. So it looks like, you know, just kind of very, very like regal crystal armor, which I just think looks sick. Use white set as a transmog on your remix Paladin. You love the crystal sets, and that cattle one is the best looking. And I'm glad I'm not the only one who likes that recolor. Obviously, you know, fashion is very subjective.
Never mind. Go ahead. Don't report me.
You see how they fixed the event? It's definitely faster to level with it now. Can you elaborate, Chori? And when you say it's definitely faster, do you mean it's now faster than it was before, which makes sense? Or do you mean it's faster than, like, regular leveling, like Chromie time leveling? Black, gold, and red also very cool color combination. Honestly, gold accents can make a lot of stuff work. Gold accents just fucking work on everything. Slap that shit on any color combination and I can dig it. Okay, there we go.
What if I just hum a jaunty tune?
Black purple and silver purple. Silver purple, yeah. Black purple I'm not the biggest fan of, but I do like... I would say purple is probably my favorite color, if I had to really pick. Orange is a close second. Like, orange and gold and variations of that probably a close second. And it's kind of one of those things where I really like silver in a lot of stuff, but not as like a primary color usually. Mostly like silver accents can also be really good.
Interested in me?
Okay, I forget where I'm supposed to fly for this quest, so I'm going to take the optional flight for now. And then, I believe, in theory, once I'm familiar with the end objective, I would be able to, just fly there directly. Black and silver, yeah. Purple is a primary color with black or silver accents, yeah. I definitely agree, yeah, deep, rich purple. That's definitely my favorite type of purple as well. Black and white, yeah, for like the old DK set, I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, definitely that can work. For sure. You wish all the gold colors in WoW matched? Yes, I agree so much. That's one of the things that I really like about Final Fantasy's like dye system. It's a lot easier to get stuff in Final Fantasy to match because usually as long as you dye all of the pieces the same shade of red or whatever, it works really well. But trying to like mix and match generic transmog pieces that have varying shades of gold is, miserable sometimes.
Sorry for the cloak and dagger. We just couldn't risk being discovered.
You know what came as a dye system? Terraria.
I know I can.
I've heard a lot of stuff
Is one of Queen Ansarek's
in Terraria is really good. I believe you that it's a fun game. It's just never really been my favorite. It's entirely possible that, you know, one day I play it again and I really like it. Who knows? But
An ally. Dalaran fell because of them.
Ascension, reserved only for the most loyal. Purest form. Ask yourself. The zealots have pressed our borders with their
that's what you miss. You tried to create good-looking transmogs, but they scrapped the majority of them because of different shading. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I can kind of get away with it if it's not really noticeable. Like, if thematically the belt works really well and the color is only slightly off, then I'll probably still go with it just because most people aren't going to look that closely. But it definitely sucks because, like, even if most people don't notice, you know that the gold accents don't perfectly match and it bugs you. And yeah, as somebody with, I mean, not necessarily diagnosed, but I'm 99% sure really bad OCD, it always bugs the hell out of me. Where do I have to go? Okay, for whatever reason, the next quest is back there. Okay, it's in that little area. Now they have the duo die system in 14, so it looks even better than before. I haven't messed around with that yet. I did hear very mixed things about it, though. So, maybe it's been fixed, but a lot of people were saying that the dual die system is, like, really lackluster, and barely you can notice the difference, so I don't know. Maybe those people were wrong, and they were just being, like, really critical. Because, again, I have not played around with it myself. But I heard that it's, like, basically unnoticeable. Okay, I think I just fly around. I'm trying to figure out why there's the big area and then a bunch of smaller objectives. Is the big area just supposed to indicate this is, generally speaking, where all of the mobs are located? Interesting. That's literally pet battle bandages, but with a different name. Huh. You wish you knew if there was anything wrong with you so you can blame your problems on that, but diagnosis Cost money. Yeah, I feel that. I definitely can relate to that.
We're here to observe and learn about Ansarek. That's all.
Oh, where the fuck?
The Vizier left us flyers to
I never got this far in the campaign previously, I should note.
We'll need to fight our way there.
Illyria, what happened back there? This isn't you.
I had to take the shot. It's my chance to make up for Dalaran. For Khadgar, I need to get things.
One second. Let me focus on this for now. I'll read chat in a second. Let me see if I can scroll up. Sitting in rage just thinking they all know my boots don't match my belt. Yeah. This guy reminds me of the Delve mini-boss that kicked my ass that one time. Shit.
Through the webs. We are not yet safe. I don't expect you to understand what I'm dealing with. Let's try.
You've definitely had that problem with obsessing over getting the right color tints? Yeah. Oh, what the hell?
Slip through and take out the commander. We'll keep that swarm
Ow.
away for you.
What the fuck?
Finally. Now I can get a clear shot. I can't detect that target.
One thing that I always do love about Paladin is their melee range abilities are pretty flexible and can actually be used from pretty far away. Which is interesting because I do recall Blizzard saying that they were going to like curb that and make it so extended range stuff wasn't as common, but so far it seems like Ret has a lot of stuff that you can use from a good distance away.
And I can listen. What is that?
Taste the venom of my fangs, overcrawlers. Target something first.
Oh, I have to jump.
Jump!
Is this the end of the scenario? Yes, it looks like. You despise tanking except for prop pally. It feels so freaking good. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love prop pally, but I would definitely say that tanking in general I think is really fun once you get the hang of it.
Let's get to shore.
Survival Hunter has some nice range too, but then again, it used to be a range spec. Yeah, Survival Hunter definitely feels pretty flexible in that regard. Oh, I finally got a necklace. Nice.
We will be victorious.
That's a very big upgrade.
I need a moment more. We'll catch up.
Quartz the Weaver. I don't know if you saw last notes, but Mist Ret single target abilities got a 10% nerf, and DS... I don't know abbreviations, so I don't know what DS is supposed to stand for. ST I can understand as single target, but Divine Storm is the best... Like, that's the only thing I can really guess.
Your exodus from the city would be boisterous. But you enjoy exceeding expectations, don't you? report to the General and Vizier soon, as my primary agent in this delightful tangle of bread.
I think I just need to wait for this roleplay to finish. Rep feels pretty effective up to about 15 yards. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if I could auto-attack, I would. But, like, in that case, where I needed to move out of the swirlies, it felt pretty nice that I could still do most of my stuff from a distance. You find Serve kind of fun now? Yeah, I've always loved Survival. I think it's really fun. Used to tank, but the modern iteration of it you don't really enjoy. I mean, modern iteration, you're just a tanky DPS. That's about it. You're a tanky DPS who gets to handle, like, special jobs in Raid. 99% of the time. Mythic Plus tanking, I'll admit, is not my favorite thing in the world these days, but for Raids, I think it's still very fun. Mind flashing my current renown? Sure. And another interesting thing is at Renown 5, so 1 Renown from where I got from the campaign, you get the contract for Council of Dornegal at, where is it? Yeah, you already got the contract. So right now, if I had Inscription, I could already learn this recipe. Hall of Falarathi, you get it at Renown 4, which I've already gotten. And Severed Threads is also Renown 4. So that's one big change from previous expansions. The contracts, you can unlock that recipe super early. So it's not going to be like a race to get that unlocked. But what they have done with contracts is the ranks matter more now as far as the XP bonus it gives. So the real gold making strategy these days isn't going to be getting contracts before everybody else. It's going to be being able to be the first person like on your server to craft rank 3 contracts. Which, during early access, may actually be very challenging, because keep in mind, in early access, you're not going to have access to profession specializations, which is going to be a big boost to how easily you can craft things. So, figuring out the most optimal way to do that could be really impactful. Potential gold-making opportunity for people interested. Contracts are now 1 per week per account, so less needed. True, less needed, but the fact that they are accessible so early, and you could also make the argument. So, like, yes, for people with lots of alts, less are needed overall, but contracts were always 1 week. But then you could definitely make the case that because it now applies to all of your characters, it is now more cost-effective for the average player to justify using contracts. So, while the market for alt characters may have gotten lower, I would say the general market for people willing to buy contracts has likely increased. Especially because you can get them so early. Because one of the biggest downsides to contracts is that, by and large, it was such a niche thing that barely anybody was able to use. Because the only people previously who were really interested in contracts were people like me who liked doing extreme amounts of rep farming. Oh, fuck me. So that just unlocks the moment I finish the last quest. It doesn't actually require me to hit max level. Well, that's... okay, science has been done. Fuck. It's a good thing I have 4 accounts, because the next test run I'm going to do is going to be on another account. And now we know not to turn in Renown of Khazalgar, because that unlocks world quests. But see, that's actually interesting, because that means that, in theory... this should, yeah, all zones scale. Wait, that's kind of big. Because that means that previously, right, in Dragonflight, when you did that, in order to turn in that final quest, it required you to be level 80 or level 70 and have finished the entire campaign. Otherwise, you would have to grind to do the rest. Basically, you would have gotten up until that last quest, and, then the moment that you finish the entire campaign, that last quest wouldn't actually appear until you've reached level 70. But now it does, and that is really, really, really interesting, because that now means that all zones are scaling for me. So the entire problem that I ran into before, right, of as I get to the later zones, the scaling becomes more challenging, and the mobs, like, are... basically, the mobs are outscaling my gear. Now that I finished the campaign, all of that is now changed. How will I aid the people of Kazalgar? I guess I'll pick that up. I'm not gonna... Interesting. Find disturbed earth piles. Can I change my objective? So if I abandon this quest, I can. So let's say I pick world quests, right? 6 world quests completed within Kazalgar, and it gives me piece of gear. Now, obviously, I'm pretty sure you'll want to wait a little while to do this stuff. Richard Hanley said, congratulations, thank you, but we're not done yet. You know, that's only one part of it. We still need to actually do the rest of the run. But see, this is interesting because now if I'm double dipping, what I'm wondering now, because this was not a thing in Dragonflight, what I'm wondering is if on your first character, it could potentially be the case that rushing through the campaign and then backtracking to get the last bit of experience is better. It is also nice that now you're not punished for finishing the campaign too early. Because, like, you could always just... Now I could just approach it in any order. So that, actually, I would say I thought it would be a problem that the campaign didn't give enough experience. But this is actually a pretty elegant solution to that problem. Because the campaign not giving enough experience is a big issue if you out-level all of the lower-level quests, and if you're now too underpowered to do the quests in the higher-level zones. But this is no longer an issue, because now everything is scaled to me. Let me think about this for a moment, and figure out what I'm going to do for the rest of the levels. Let's see. Let me just read, because I missed Chori's... I know I didn't read Chori's messages earlier just because I wanted to read them all in one sitting. You've never been a gold maker? In fact, you barely coast by? Yeah, generally, I'm not, like, a big gold-making person, but I usually... Like, I will find stuff like that. Like, I made 1.5 million gold off low Mnifen contracts back in 10.1. So, I'm not a big gold maker, but I will find isolated ways to make a shit ton of gold in a short period of time, and then I will profit off that, and then, you know, like, I made 1.5 million gold in literally 4 hours at the start of 10.1, so that was definitely worth my time to do. But I'm not going to, like, sit there and grind gold for, like, 50k an hour. That's just not worth my time. It's an interesting change, definitely used to require 80, yeah. Definitely found a niche strat with finishing campaign, then backtrack. Well, no, that's the thing. I don't even think this is... Mind you, I don't think this is necessarily the fastest way to level, so it would be very weird if they nerfed it, considering the way I read this is their solution to help players who just blitz the campaign and then get stuck, because that was a big complaint back in Dragonflight. But this is actually very, very good. And keep in mind, right, backtracking is inherently inefficient. So, you know, obviously now all of the stuff should scale to my level. So, like, theoretically, let's look at my quests. Let's look at the Delve quest. So, Takrathon Abyss and Spiral Weave both give 17k, which is a decent amount. How much is that compared to the quests from earlier? So let's go to Ringing Deeps. Delves the Waterworks now gives 70k. So while leveling up, the XP difference was a little bit different, I believe, but now they're all equalized because they all scale to my level. So there is potential here. I still think, you know, just blitzing the campaign, backtracking is inefficient unless you have a second Hearthstone. True. You know, maybe human stonks there. 1 hour for 50k versus 1 hour of work at a job for 200, 300k via token. Well, you know, you're not wrong there. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely blitzing the campaign, I can assure you, will not be the fastest way to level. However, while we will want to add additional side quests into the leveling route, I think that we can very safely say that skipping basically everything on Isle of Dorn, unless it is directly overlapping with the campaign, is worth it. Because one way or another, right? Let's say there is a really efficient set of side quests in Isle of Dorn that you absolutely want to do. Well, in that case, it would just be better to, like, you have to finish the campaign here anyways. So you finish the campaign in Isle of Dorn. So you would basically get those efficient quests to scale up to level 79 and do them at the same time, like right at the end of the run. Potentially. And you're not even really losing that much time from backtracking in that situation. And the thing about anything on Isle of Dorn is, theoretically, right, like, competing with like everybody entering the X-Pack at the same time and fighting over stuff in Isle of Dorn, you're already going to face some competition in this initial zone, no matter what you choose to do. And as I mentioned earlier, the longer that you choose to quest in Isle of Dorn, the more competition you're going to face in Ringing Deeps onwards. So if you're already going to be facing competition here, then there's no real fundamental difference if you do that quest line later. Either it is not efficient at all when competition is there, or it's still efficient even with competition, at which point it's better to wait until after completing the entire campaign to round off the run with stuff like that. So that's really interesting. Now, I'm like almost 100% sure that some side quests will be worth doing. Right-click to show map. Like, there's like a handful of side quests within this place that I know are really good. I forget which quest it is. There's one quest to kill, like, basically it's a wanted quest to kill a mob right around here. That's really fast and gives good XP. That one I know that will do. I didn't want to include it in here because even though it is really easy and I know it's good, it is a slight detour. It's not directly on the path. Potentially, like, quests over here could be worth doing alongside the other stuff. Let me, I can go into Ringing Deeps and check that out. How do I get there again? Yeah, I have to go down the tunnel. So that has potential, right? And what else? I'm trying to think this through. Yeah, anything that's like directly aligned with it. There's also a handful of quests. Like, I would say the further into the campaign you go, the more liberties you can take to like take a little bit of a detour to get efficient side quests. Because at that point, you're already like well ahead of the pack. Losing like a few minutes isn't going to kill you. Interesting. Special assignment. Huh. I haven't really messed around with a lot of the endgame stuff. I gotta do that at some point, because I am gonna try to make endgame gearing guides.
You are acknowledged.
Diagnostics collected. Yeah, I'll have to... So that's another thing. One of the... So I said earlier in the stream that I could use help making these guides, right? Because obviously I'm dealing with a lot at the moment. Any additional help... this is the one, on Cold Dark Wings. Yeah, that's the quest. That one's just really easy to complete, so that'll be good. This quest is bad. Definitely don't want to do that. But one of the most effective things that you can do to help me out is just go ahead and test every fucking side quest. And just give me pointers. Like, if enough people tell me this side quest chain is really bad, it's likely that, you know, not every single person got it wrong. And, that side quest chain maybe really is bad. And having, like, other people help rule that out could really save me a lot of time in narrowing down which quests are good, which quests are bad. Like, I'll give you an example. I haven't really done extensive questing or extensive testing of a lot of the side quest hubs in Hollowfall and Ashkahet. I've done some of them, enough to know that like 1 or 2 are efficient or inefficient, but not all of them. Like, another really easy one is these quests over here. I think that this would have been worth doing, because this is not a world quest, it's a bonus objective, so that will always be up. And this was, it wasn't directly overlapping the quests, but it was like directly next to it. So I could have gone ahead, done these 2 quests in this bonus objective, and I think that would have been worth it. But then, like, basically all of these quests, I've never done that. I actually did test these ones, the Infestation. I haven't tested any of those. I haven't tested most of the ones in Merildar, so I'm not sure about that. But yeah, any testing that you can do on those side quests, and then just, like, give me a summary in Discord, that would be a huge help. That's just one very easy thing that you could contribute. I forgot to... Discarded and broken. Oh, this is part of unlocking the Earthen. Interesting. Yeah, see, that's another thing that I realized just now. You don't immediately unlock the Earthen. So you actually need to jump through a few hoops to get there. But see, this quest... Hey, it unlocks the Earthen, so 2 birds, 1 stone. 12k XP is, like, pretty good. That's like a regular quest XP's worth. And this is just interacting with 3 objects. So this would be a pretty good example. Like, if I'm already going to stick around here for a little bit and grab a few items, I have to kill this mob right around this area anyway.
These are earthen resources.
So I could do this, and then where is, yeah, the Ringing Death. You can just grab him. And, like, one of the reasons why this quest is so fast and a lot of others, especially when I'm doing it on a monk, is there's nothing else that really requires Touch of Death for a few more minutes around the time when you reach this. So you just pull this guy, Touch of Death him, and then move on. And it's literally just instant free XP. You do that, bam, those are 2 quests done. So that's like the type of efficient side quest that I'm talking about. And around the same point in the campaign, you'll recall, we flew right around here to just before this bridge. And, like, finish something there. There's also, like, another side quest right here. I don't remember this one. Is this one good? No, this one... Interestingly enough, this directly overlaps with a world quest. So, in theory, this is actually a case to be made of saving a lot of stuff until at the end of the campaign. Because if I had come back here, and that world quest was up, that could, 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Double dipping. Of course, the thing is, on launch day, we're going to have no idea whether or not this world quest is up. But notably, when you're leveling your second character, so if you happen to see, oh, hey, that world quest is up, I can get double value, maybe this quest is worth doing. Something to think about. You can take your example in Shadowlands. You got around 7 million gold by selling and lighting contracts, and on Dragonflight launch, you made 24 million gold in the first 2 months. Jesus Christ. Yeah, contracts can definitely be a very big moneymaker. Another important thing is that the event is now permanent. It'll constantly spawn echoes and then bosses. Right, yeah, let me read your messages, Troy. I wanted to wait to read that until I was done with the campaign. TLDR for the event, instead of 6 echoes spawning and then completing a boss, it's a bar, and each echo completed depletes the bar, and then when it reaches 0, the boss spawns. The main source of XP was from the echo completion, so it makes sense that now people are getting so much XP. Now it's even better to form a raid group, since that'll speed up the echo completion, allowing you to go to Chromie Time and double dip. Well, sorry, how would Chromie Time help with that? Because if it's like you said, and the echoes are infinite, couldn't you just stay outside of Chromie Time, do the echoes over and over, and it would just respawn at the end of the event? Correct? Or am I missing something? Also, I'm curious, are any of these other quests... Oh, that's a Stone Vault quest. Interesting. So that's actually worth noting. that quest, Daily Diagnostics, that I just grabbed from over there, that's a dungeon quest that's just completely randomly in this area. I don't know why. The Chromie Time thing was before you knew it was infinite. Oh, okay, so now you're saying that Chromie Time wouldn't be worth it, and it would be better to just do it outside. Gotcha. Find Brax's Brass Knuckles. Okay, so that would actually be an interesting quest to pick up, because theoretically this just drops off any creatures that I kill. So... But it has to be creatures around Gundaraz, or Gundargaz. But, so, one thing that I'm curious about is... Would the creatures in this quest area here count? Yes, these do count. So... Yeah. In fact, this quest is actually probably worth doing, because if I can double dip and I can get credit for Brax's Brass Knuckles and do whatever this thing is, the Caretaker of Brunwind's Terrace at the same time, then that's actually relatively effective. And just to verify, this is... Yeah, that's a level 80 rare. Okay, cool, cool. Kind of stupid they're banning people for no reason? Yeah, I agree. There might not even be world quests until full launch. Nah, actually, so I have looked into that, and I cannot find a single instance where they said that world quests will not be available. Let me... I posted about this in my Discord earlier. Let me find what I wrote. There's a lot of discussion in the War Within channel today, so I have to find it. Yeah, so I wrote this earlier today, like this morning. I don't know if it was ever confirmed, but it seems like World Quest reputation is once per warband. That I tested. And as far as I can tell, every single source of rep, World Quests, etc., it is once per warband. So leveling alts to do World Quest multiple times won't get you additional rep. Yada yada yada. Okay, I said something else a little bit earlier. Okay, yeah, so I read everywhere, every single interview that I can find where they clarify what is available in early access and what isn't. They say Mythic Zero dungeons won't be available. Obviously, this is something that we already know just by nature of M0s being locked until Season 1. But they say it a lot of times just to clarify. And we also know, thanks to their recent roadmap, that heroic dungeons, which are the old M0s, will have their item level capped prior to Season 1. Which, on a different note, I think is really stupid. And that's just a really dumb thing to throttle players. It adds nothing. It actually makes gearing worse in War Within than in previous expansions, but that's a separate topic. They do say in one interview that the best items from rare mobs will not drop. Now, that is interesting because it implies that rare mob Titan Forging gear, like we had at the start of Dragonflight, will still be a thing in War Within, which is questionable, considering I'm pretty sure every single person I know who played, like, Dragonflight on launch and did all of, like, the rare mob farming to get good gear, pretty much everybody I know hated that. That was really dumb, really RNG heavy, wasn't exactly fun. I haven't done a lot of testing. I am going to test and see if that's the case later on. But it implies that it exists, but there's likely a cap to how high your benchmark can go during early access, so you can't get super high item level, like, daily rare mob gear. They've said that weekly profession cooldowns and profession spec points aren't available, as well as any other weekly quests. So, emissaries, right? This thing, World Soul World Quests, this should not be available on launch. Also, any sort of, like, weekly profession, like, get Artisan's Medal, or whatever the fuck it's called, Artisan's Equity, in the current version. All of that stuff should theoretically be disabled as well. The Weight of the World. Yeah, that's actually a pretty fast quest. Just kill one mob, 12k XP. So this side quest so far looks like a pretty good one. And considering it's required for Earthen Allied Race, that's actually pretty good. I didn't realize that the Earthen had a quest line to unlock them. So I guess putting together a guide on how to unlock Earthen would be interesting. Not sure about World Quest, but they said something about weekly activities. Yeah, weekly activities for sure. There's a lot of other weekly activities outside of just this quest that we know for a fact that will not be in early access, and that won't even be until the first reset, right? So the official launch, I believe, is still going to be on Monday. Like usual, it's going to be a day before weekly reset. So that stuff won't be available in early access, and it won't be available until the first reset. You also hated the rare farm on launch? Yeah. So all that stuff we know. The one thing that I can't find direct clarification on, and somebody can correct me if they have specified this somewhere, is they have said that profession knowledge will be gated, like you won't be able to get it in early access, but the wording that I have seen has been a bit ambiguous. I'm not sure if they mean that weekly sources of profession knowledge will be gated, which makes sense, or if they mean that profession knowledge entirely will be gated. Because keep in mind that you get 1 point of spec knowledge every single time you complete a first-time craft. So does that mean that whenever you complete a first-time craft during the early access, you aren't able to spend that point that you would have gotten, which means that leveling up your professions will be extremely difficult. Because they do say professions will be available, just spec knowledge isn't. So that would kind of be a little bit awkward. I don't see why that would be important, because that has nothing to do with early access or not. And if you're unable to spend spec points at all, that would just make the entire process arbitrarily more difficult. When you would still be able to level it, you would just have to wait like a few days to actually spend your spec points. So I don't know if they have confirmed that, yes, the entire tree is disabled. Okay, this quest seems pretty bad. It gives good reputation, but anything like this Forge type quest, unless there's really good stuff locked behind this, then that could really suck. All things considered, that actually wasn't that slow. Do they have a list of quests that are required to unlock the Earthen? Like, is there an achievement here that says... Yes, allied races Earthen. So you have to complete the War Within campaign, which I assume requires endgame stuff. Then you have to complete, for whatever reason, this specific side quest, and whatever the other two side quests here are. So I'll have to look into that. That's just something I'll take a peek at. All things considered, that even that last quest was not that bad. Especially because the, once the charcoal started spawning, that was really quick. It was just the initial, 20 seconds where nothing was happening. So, in theory, I could turn in that quest, start, a different quest or turn something in, and then circle back to that and kick the charcoal in. And for 12k XP, that overall seems pretty good. Let's check that stuff up there. I also... Another set of side quests that I think could be good is these ones down here, because it overlaps with a bonus objective. But I'm not sure. Okay, no. So, mainly I was curious if these side quests happen to overlap with the stuff over here, but that's not the case. Because that's, right now, that is my main priority. I'm trying to see what directly overlaps with the campaign. What would have been an obvious choice to include, and what will I include in, the next full run. And then once we isolate that stuff, then I can do another campaign run where it is only the campaign and the very, very, very obvious side quests. Quest log's full again. And then once I've figured that out, then it raises the question of which side quests that are out of the way are really efficient to complete. So, like, this seems pretty good. This is 3 quests directly on top of each other with all relatively simple objectives. Free Earthen, kill mobs, and collect some stuff. And this is right next to the entrance to Hollowfall, so theoretically you could do this right before heading into Hollowfall, and it wouldn't lose you that much time. So yeah, that's... This seems pretty good. Let's... Can I rope that guy in? You're gonna head off. You had fun here, hoping to catch me again. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Boomer said, took a nap. How's it going? Well, we finished the campaign, and it seems that fundamentally nothing has changed as far as the XP values go. It still ends at like 76.5. So it is identical. But it seems that completing the campaign, that is the only requirement to unlock the, like the scaling zones. It doesn't actually require you to hit max level, which means that on your very first leveling run, you can actually do world quests at the end after the fact, which is interesting. Okay, so what are the gas samples that I have to collect? Is it this thing, or do I just run over them? Yes. Okay, in that case... okay, well, unfortunately, this quest is, like, really slow. Just having to sit here and wait for it to, like, knock me into the air. That is not effective at all. I'll try it out because, like, let's say, hypothetically, the follow-ups from this are incredibly, like, efficient. Maybe. But there's a good chance that just those 2 quests is worth doing. Considering this is only a very short detour from the main route, it doesn't seem that bad. You're not sure if that's intended? I believe it is. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. It isn't, like, that wasn't a thing back in Dragonflight, but logically speaking, it's actually a pretty elegant solution to make things easier for players who blitz the campaign. Because what was one of the biggest complaints in Dragonflight when people leveled their first character? They reached the end, and then they were kind of stuck, where they just had to mindlessly grind quests at level 69 because they couldn't reach 70. Now... even if you do skip a lot of the early stuff... Oh, you're kidding me? That one fucking auto attack dazed me. That's so troll. Okay, there's no follow-up here, so yeah, we definitely skipped that, like, knock into the air quest. But honestly, those two quests seem pretty good, just for killing mobs and freeing Earthen. Relatively effective as far as side quests go. And it's right before Hollowfall, so it's far enough in where you don't risk falling behind. People said this was really bad, so I'm just gonna see. How bad is this quest? Okay. So yeah, you can't fly with the barrel. One thing that's interesting, I wonder if you could do, like, Monk Transcendence stuff, where you place your Transcendence up on the ledge. Like, drop it right there or something. That might actually be too far. Wow, threading the needle there is going to be impossible. Looks like it's just RNG. Transcendence does work. That could definitely save time. Because, yeah, right now, not being able to mount up loses me a lot of time with this quest. But, like, obviously, on-foot movement speed things... like, I mean... I definitely disagree that that is the worst side quest here. Alter time? Ooh. Yeah, I wonder if that works. But, like, here's the thing. One of the longest stretches there was wrapping all the way around. Yeah, that definitely is not the worst quest here. But, what I'm wondering is, like, if you drop Transcendence up there, I would have to test it, but you could theoretically, like, parkour... I'm 99% sure this is makeable. Maybe wedge yourself in here, climb up here. Yep. Then if you... Okay, that doesn't work. This would actually be a soft lock, I think, if you fell down here, because you wouldn't be able to fly out. That's amusing. Suppose you could always drop the barrel, right? But let me get back up to where I was before. Shit, that's a difficult jump. That is challenging, but you could climb up here, and then obviously with Monk it would be a little bit easier because you hell. Let's get back to where I was before. Oh, crap. I feel like you can make this hit the ledge. No, that's tight. Either way, though, I'll have to test this on my own time. But if you can, like, quickly hop up there, transcend, like, up this cliff, and then just quickly, like, Chi Torpedo 2 times to get back, that is really fast, and I would actually say that that quest is worth doing. Especially if you're already going to do those other two, which, again, I think you should. I actually think this is an efficient side quest. So that is pretty nice. Here. Obviously, there's, like, a lot of other... It reaches to the ledge from the door, like, all the way up top, just from the entry, like, the floor door. If the range is that far, then yeah, that's just even easier, right? If you could just press it immediately, then that's obviously pretty sweet. I'm noticing a cluster of 3 side quests here. That could be pretty good. There were also these quests here around the Veneration Grounds that I picked up, but didn't end up completing. I'll try out this set of side quests and see how effective that is. Let me see what I missed. Are the SOO heirlooms as good as the new ones you could have gotten in MoP at the time, since it says they're from Heroic? I'm not entirely sure how the scaling works. I think they're about the same, yeah. PSA to everyone that's doing... Or they're doing a free weekend for all accounts, so don't play your Miss Pandaria level 20 boost. It's all fun and games until you ding to 21. Yes, true. Does World Quest give XP? If so, is it good? Well, as always, World Quests do give XP. Yeah, but you can see... let me find one. It's like 11k, which, for reference, a normal quest's worth of experience at this level is like 12.5-ish. And World Quests are a little bit lower. And that's with the War Mode bonus. So, generally speaking, there's a reason why I always don't recommend doing World Quests for leveling. The only case where they're good is you can see in this zone, there is a world quest directly overlapping this quest here, which is pretty nice. I skipped over that, but, like, you know, that theoretically, if it happened in an actual run, could make that worth doing. I'm just trying to find stuff that now I would definitely want to include in the baseline route. So, whatever quest that I did to unlock this, all of the stuff that I did in Merildar was... like, really efficient. I would definitely do it again. There were a bunch of, like, talk to an NPC and you get, like, full quest completion for it. So that's really nice. So, if I can get 3 overlapping kill quests just by doing that, that could be really good. This is... yeah, it's just kill a bunch of stuff. And then, let's taunt that in. Grab that. Pre-patch gear can be used in Catalyst. Oh, they finally fixed that. Okay, that's nice. That is definitely good news. Yeah, it was silly that that was not a thing. I'm assuming it was an oversight, but it's an oversight that probably would not have been adjusted had it not been for player backlash, but it's a good thing that people are standing up for themselves now. Too often, the WoW player base just lets themselves get exploited by Blizzard, and they just roll over and take it, and I'm glad that that's not what's happening here. Jesus Christ. Depth perception is a bitch. I keep feeling like I'm in range for this mob, and it just routinely, it's no. I'm too far away. Okay, I got... Here, actually, I'm gonna lay on hands there. I need 2 more Hornets, and then I need Fibers. Fibers I can get there. Shit. Forgot I was... No, War Within is obviously not a... This is the beta.
I'm out of range.
There's got to be some more fibers that I can get without having to kill more mobs. Yeah, this shows that there's a very wide area for where I could potentially collect this. So, yep, here we go. Here's a fiber. Pre-patch is now a decent event, excluding lag issues, which they cared enough to release it like this. Hey, I mean, at the very least, they did fix it. That is something. Also, I remember this quest to grab the teddy bear. I'm pretty sure you just kill 1 mob and then it drops it. Or, yeah, you actually just pick it up. Nice.
I like it when the star shines.
What the fuck?
You're weird looking. Have you seen any spooky stuff?
Okay, so that is 2 more quests in this area. I wonder if this leads into the sinkhole, because it doesn't look like I got a quest leading me to the sinkhole. It's entirely possible that it's somewhere else, though. But considering these mobs are all around it, I wouldn't be surprised if this was where you got the sinkhole breadcrumb. And... oh, what is that? Oh, that's just a pebble. Okay. Yeah, this quest seems... I'll check the follow-ups. It seems average. Like, I probably wouldn't go out of my way to do this one. But if the follow-ups are any, like, halfway decent, this may be an efficient side quest hub. We'll have to see. Now that the event is infinite, you could theoretically AFK the whole event and level up by standing in one of the boss echoes. Oh, that's devious. Yeah, that's a good point, Chori. I suppose you could do that. That should be all the Cobus. Yeah, so killing these mobs, like, that was a really dense spawn. This is another case of Druid Flight Form, really good for this. And it looks like there's enough mobs surrounding the items that I need to interact with that I wouldn't need to go out of my way to kill any extra. Okay, and it's followed up with just a... Oh, that's a 15k quest. So that's actually more than normal. Above average XP. And it has, like, no fucking health. And... what do I just go... click an object and then bam? Yeah. Click an object, bam, and then go back to the orphanage. So, yeah, that's, I think, worth it. those initial 2 quests, they weren't bad, but they were like okay. And then the follow-up is 15k for like a mob that falls over. And then how much is this? A final goodbye? 12k, also some nice cosmetic stuff. 12k for a quest that you just click one thing. So yeah, that is an efficient side quest. Also because this area over here had those 3 stacked quests that are really good. Where do I turn those in, actually, come to think of it? Those ones. Oh, I see. So those side quests I picked up in that area. How quick into War Within will you start replacing your mythic gear? Pretty much not until the very end. Like, let's look at the gear that I just got. 532. So, like, at 77, you may start replacing 1 or 2 pieces. But keep in mind that unless it's an off piece that, like, you don't really care about at all, so it's just raw item level, you're going to need more than just that to actually really want to replace it. Because, like, for instance, you're not going to drop your tier bonus until max level. Unless your tier bonus is so fundamentally worthless that it isn't worth any item level whatsoever, the amount of gear that you get, like, by the end is 540. And even if you got an upgrade across all 4 of your tier slots, it would not be worth losing, like, 15 item levels across 4 pieces to lose a tier set bonus. They are almost always more impactful than that. Doing all side quests are what best idea to do in a second character? Hard to say at this point, bootleg gaming. Or I kind of just need to test that, right? I have no idea. Until we do thorough testing, it'll be impossible to say. Being wrongly banned is awful. Hope it gets lifted soon. Enjoying the run. First time seeing War Within leveling so far. Awesome. I appreciate the kind words, Michael Wade. But yeah, like other stuff, like you're not going to use leveling trinkets for the most part. That is... Okay, so that's the Delve quest for Skittering Breach. And that's... so this is up to 18.9k now. Did the other Delves scale? Yeah, the other Delve quests also scale. So... could theoretically be worth... Yeah. Full quest XP for 3 quests that are completely stacked like that. That seems pretty good. Is this quest just... Okay. It's a little bit of interacting. The one thing I'm not sure about is whether this quest was available earlier, because initially when you land here, there's like 30 seconds of roleplay while Anduin like talks to one of the guards. So if this quest is available right out of the gate, then theoretically maybe this is worth it. Okay, no, this quest seems bad. Considering I can't even interact with these NPCs. Yeah, okay, that actually wasn't that bad. I would have to see whether this quest is available during the Anduin roleplay. If so, that could be worth doing. That's another Delve quest. Is that Bran? Or no, that's not Bran. Scrap that idea. If you're inside an area when it spawns, you need to move out and back into the zone to get credit and XP. Ah, so they thought of that. Take this care package to so-and-so. Okay, that's a breadcrumb quest, so... It's technically free XP if the follow-up quests are worth it. But who knows if they will be worth it. What are these?
Obey the testament of Merildar.
Imperial Brute. Wasn't this the area that I was just in before where I did those other 3? The one thing is, this I'll have to double check. Theoretically, if I could pick these quests up along with the other 3, that would be like 5 quests in a relatively condensed area, and that would be pretty efficient. And again, any sort of like remotely efficient quests within Hollowfall onwards, we really want to strongly consider. Because this is far enough into the campaign that if you start doing quests now, you're not going to fall behind the pack. So it's pretty ideal to make up your side quest XP here. Locate the missing scouting party. you get XP from professions. I don't know. I haven't tested that.
Trade has overwhelmed our airship.
Maybe somebody has.
The road to the causeway is treacherous.
Okay, yeah, that looks terrible.
The path.
Any quest where, unless does it give Giga XP? No, it doesn't even give normal quest XP. Yeah, that's an easy way to rule out a side quest hub. There is absolutely no chance that's good unless, and this is why, if somebody wants to go ahead and test that, maybe there's a chance that you complete those 2 quests, and then the next, like, 5 quests are insanely fast. And it's like, okay, never mind, that's really worth doing. But 99% of the time, that's not the case.
Riders are stretched thin. For the Arathi to survive, we must set
Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and...
The darkness strikes out with threats not even our key flames can dispel. Aid us, outsider. Be our beacon.
Fender of the Flame. Eliminate 2 creatures within the areas controlled by the key flames. So this seems like a weekly event for emissary stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that this will not be available for launch leveling. Because it even has like the different flag type on it. This says this is a normal quest, so quest log full. Toss that. There are also like 1 or 2 quests in Isle of Dorn that I think would be worth doing, just because they directly overlap with the... They either directly overlap with the campaign, or they're like, you know, fly for like 20 seconds tops, touch of death a mob, and then continue flying. And if you line that up with where the campaign tells you to go, it could just be worth it.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
Keep the home fires burning. Yeah, let's see what this is. This is Hollowfall, so for morale, no, that's a different one. Okay, gather and then do a key flame and then kill mobs, presumably to loot seeds. Eh.
In hardship, kindness.
Let me clear my bags real quick, just so I can like more easily sort through all my new gear. It's all cloth. And then we'll just delete that. Let's see. Oh, the quest that I'm seeing is over here. Eggs in 1 basket, what is that? Okay, collecting eggs. This could be good, but it's a little bit off the beaten path. You have to, like, go out of your way to reach this, so unless this is an insanely efficient questline, I wouldn't really consider this. So this is one of those that, again, if somebody wants to test this for me, let me know what you think. These quests, I will do these because normally I would do them around that point of the campaign, and it aligns to the bonus objective, which bonus objectives, like, look at that, 34k XP. That's like almost 3 entire quests worth of XP, so that's definitely worth doing. 99% of the time, if a bonus objective lines up with something, it's worth it. Which is why, for whatever reason, this one, though, it gives less XP than your average bonus objective. It is weird. Yeah, I don't know why these ones give less. Am I crazy? Is there an Ashkahet bonus objective? Not seeing any. Yeah, I don't know why that one gives so much more than the ones in Ringing Deeps. I don't know if that's overtuned, or if the ones in Ringing Deeps are undertuned. No, because yeah, if you look at Isle of Dorn, the ones in Isle of Dorn give 27k, which is at least close. Okay, so it's just the Ringing Deeps that have a lower value. Yeah, because if I recall correctly, this section of Isle of Dorn felt pretty good. There's like a lot of random side quests here that you can kind of do with the campaign. These are the ones that I'm considering. There's also like a wanted quest that you can grab around here. That's like right here, and it's like really easy to complete. That one I will probably do. But like this hub has a bonus objective and like some decent side quests, so I could see that being good. The Kobold one, I was a little bit mixed on. The quests here aren't amazing, but it does overlap with the bonus objective, so the Rambleshire quests, I think, were decent. I didn't love them. I also didn't hate them. I think this is the type of quest line that I would probably scrap for, like, day 1 leveling. Most of these I would. Like, basically, this subzone is the stuff that I might do at the very end of the route after I've unlocked world quests, I think would be a good option. You basically go over here, you finish the campaign, you unlock world quests, and you unlock scaling, and then you head over here and do, like, this subzone, or something like that. That's what I'm thinking at the very least. But yeah, it looks like Ringing Deeps, for whatever reason, has, at least on those bonus objectives, relatively low scaling. There's a lot of quests here that aren't flagged on the map.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
Where is Lights Out? Also, I'm going to try to abandon more quests. Yeah, that one I remember saying I would definitely do normally. Let's abandon that. Okay, Lights Out is just a breadcrumb. So I guess we can check to see if that subzone is worth doing at all. Why did I get pinged on Discord? Oh. Okay. That is... That's a breadcrumb. It's right next to a delve, so I wonder if it's a delve breadcrumb. Is this... Okay, here's the sinkhole quest. Yeah, I was wondering where that one was. Okay. I think... Do I have every single delve quest now? Because that's something that... Like, if delves are worth doing, then you would definitely want to make sure you had all of the quests for them. I don't have the Dread Pit. It's possible that that is the Dread Pit breadcrumb. Surprisingly, it seems like there's not many delves in Ringing Deeps. Yeah, waterworks you get around this area. Yeah, Ringing Deeps surprisingly sparse as far as delves go. There's only 2. And then there's like a ton in Hollowfall and Ashkahet. Isle of Dorn has a few. I know the one for Fungal Folly is around this area. Earthcrawl Mines, we did that as part of the campaign. Kriegval's Rest, I don't know where that one is. Yeah, but I also didn't do much in Isle of Dorn. But I have all the ones in Hollowfall at the very least. And I'm missing some in... I don't know if Underkeep has a breadcrumb. It might somewhere. But it's probably within the city. And we obviously have Spiral Weave. That one was right next to the questing hub. Interesting. And like Sinkhole, for instance... Sinkhole was right around the point where all of those other ones were. Let me check out... I'm going to check the breadcrumbs just to see. So, hold on. Eggs in one basket. I'm not going to test these. Radiant Remnant. These also might be part of the event, so I'm skeptical of doing them because it could just be that they're not actually going to be available. What is this? Seeds of Evil and Keep the Home Fire Burning. So, chuck that. Chuck that. But that one doesn't even... Yeah, that doesn't even give XP. Okay, definitely not that, then. What else? Let's check that breadcrumb just to see what it is. No, I have not gotten my account back, no. And obviously, like, as far as a speedrun is concerned, we're losing time here. But this is kind of what I said. The early runs, we're just testing stuff, right? I'm not just going to make, like, a mad dash to grab every single source of experience I can just because there's a timer set on this. I care more about getting information. That way, when I do eventually put together, like, a really efficient route, and we do, like, a really super optimized speedrun, I have it, like, more refined, potentially. Something earthy. This is a really interesting quest. I mean, that's very fast as far as XP goes. Okay, Tiller's Farm. Ah, there's the catch. We have to do that 6 times then. Yeah, that's not worth doing. Now, I will say, it's probably worth picking up that breadcrumb, because if you decide to do Mycomancer Cavern, let's say this ends up being a really fast delve, then on your way here, grabbing 1 plant quick for 9k XP is probably worth it. Blizzard's report system is bullshit. I could not agree more. Do I know if leveling is fast using the event? Well, they just changed the event. So, literally, during the time that I've been live streaming, the event has been updated. Previously, it wasn't. According to Chori and a few other people in chat, with the changes, it's actually pretty fast, but I haven't been able to test it myself. So, in fact, let me check real quick. Let me just read the hotfixes to see if anything major changed. You can also get crests by killing the bosses, which is nice. Not huge, but nice. Okay. Yeah, those are good changes, though. A second. While I'm at it... Man, Twitter is such a shitty website. Oh my god. I was just checking the tweet. It looks like the tweet that I posted earlier now has 14 likes, so thank you for everybody who liked it. I'm going to, as I mentioned before, I will be making a tweet about the situation every single day until it's resolved, so if you want to keep boosting every single one that I make until the issue is fixed, then by all means. You get peanuts for crests? Oh, okay. Then maybe not that good. Yeah. At the very least, Troy, as far as getting 480 gear goes, what's your verdict on it? Do you think it's better or worse now than just doing, like, world content in Dragonflight? Because, I mean, it takes only a handful of hours to get world content, but... Or to get gear from world content, but I'm not sure what the difference here is now. And yeah, killing these mobs. This is one of the things, if this bonus objective was like in a vacuum, and it was just like, free these beasts, then it would be relatively inefficient despite the increased experience. But the fact that there are also side quests that give good XP to kill the mobs surrounding these guys, there's really no time loss to having to clear up to them and free them. Good XP, bad for gearing. With the change, you can realistically buy the gear you want. So what you're saying is level characters using the event, and then farm currency during the event to just buy the gear directly. Am I understanding that correctly? I need 3 more, and I need to study these, yeah, these things, the Kobish Shrine. That's what you're doing for all your low levels? Gotcha. I mean, honestly, it works out for me because that way, the longer that a Chromie time route is not needed, the longer that I can justify finishing my Chromie time leveling guide. Because, like, let's say that doing the pre-patch event is good, and Chromie time is still broken up to level 70, then I can just be like, hey, here's like a second channel temporary pre-patch leveling guide, and that way the fact that everything has been fucked and I haven't been able to finish my guide won't really matter, as long as I release it pretty much the moment Mop Remix ends. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm definitely gonna need to kill these guys. What drops from Cobus Ritual Cache? What is this? Am I blind? Oh, yeah, I am blind. Yeah, that's like a worthless treasure. Okay, so I can turn in those two quests. Let me quickly check to see where this breadcrumb leads me.
We burn brightly together. Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Okay, that is, if it leads, it bleeds, and cage match. 10 cages burned, and kill 3 named mobs. How easy is it to burn the cages? If they're, like, super dense... What? Okay, hold up. Take my torch and destroy the cages. Is this just not... Yeah, it's not, basically, extra quest button isn't displaying this properly. But this is actually relatively fast. If it is just, yeah, kill those named mobs, which obviously one was directly, like, overlapping the area. So that would have been pretty easy. And the fact that you just need to do this. Can I double tap them? So can I do this? That's the big question. Yeah, you can. Okay. There's a surprising amount of solid side quest options. Like, this is obviously a little bit out of the way, but, like, also not that far out of the way, especially with that section of the campaign. Okay, how good can I thread the needle? Nice. Okay, so it's pretty generous on the hitbox. So, let's say I were to do this. Would that hit? Yes, it would. Okay, in that case, then I just need to kill the other 2 named mobs. And Droopfin is right there. And the last guy is here, Bristlespine. You get Warbound 480 gear from Echoes in level 70, so maybe farm the event in a 70 to fish for drops. The drop rate seems really low still. Gotcha. Yeah, I think potentially if I'm looking to gear up like multiple characters, it might be worth it, but I'm not sure. What is this? Reassure 10 citizens.
When the starships seek shelter. We are the seekers of light.
There is always hope if we choose.
May Beladar stay in the light.
We're all down here together.
Beladar shine.
Okay, this is not bad as long as... Let me double check. How much does this give? Jesus. My back is fucking killing me, man.
Stay in the light.
Reassure Maximilian.
Stuff. Know what to do during curfew.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. That definitely was not a fast quest, but basically, if the follow-ups are good, then it could be worth it. And that is what? Spears for Fears, Reclaiming Velhan's Claim. Kill 12 Kobus, and get 8 spears. Now, do I loot the spears off their dead bodies? It looks like I do, so that's actually really good, because that's literally just 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, because then it's basically just kill the mobs and then loot them. Which, you know, it's one of those. You can't have anything too good, can you? 3 mobs and only 1 spear between the 3 of them. Yeah, there are spears on the ground, so... This is another Druid Flightform angle, right? You could kill exactly the amount of mobs you need. And then look, there's actually a decent amount of these spears. So Druid Flightform, you just be able to go boop, 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 grab all of them. You got a 493 token on your 23 rogue. I don't think that was a token. I'm pretty sure that was the box. Because I tested it the other day, and I was also getting the 493 box on my low-level characters. But again, it was not the token. Because it's just, you open the box and then it's immediately soulbound, right? It also looks like, despite the recommended area for this quest being up there, yeah, these guys still give credit. So actually, while the mobs that the quest tells you to kill are relatively spread out, that's a fairly dense concentration of them.
I'm out of range.
And... the fact that you can get gear for other armor classes hampers the viability. Yeah, I agree.
We are the holders of hope. Always be prepared. Feel the warmth of
What's the last quest? Teach a man to fish. 8 spears distributed. Is it just the same thing? Yeah, this is a lot of, like, gossip skipping. So, like, theoretically, if I were to turn on... because I think I disabled Quick Quest. Would Quick Quest take care of that? If it's just one gossip option, theoretically it should. It does. Okay, yeah. So that's actually pretty nice.
We are the holders of hope. Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Yeah, that's not too bad. But then what's the final quest here? The one that got away in Crash Recovery. Crash Recovery is just loot for objects, and the one that got away is kill a named mob. Do all of these guys drop it? No, it's just these big beefy dudes. Is it one of those where you have to kill the mobs to get it, or can you also loot it off the ground like the spears? What the hell? Okay. Also, what's the drop rate on these things? Okay, I killed 2 mobs and I got 2 items. So, while these mobs are relatively spread out, if you can just only kill 4, and that's all it takes, then that's not too bad. Yeah, okay, it's a guaranteed drop. It's not bad. Help Maximilian.
Careful in the dark.
Hmm.
In hardship, kindness.
Greetings, outsider.
May Paladin stay in the light.
Lamp lit. 8 torches placed. Just again, this entire quest line so far has been like massive druid flight form stonks. Yeah, because running around clicking 8 objects, especially since there's random mobs patrolling around. And how much does this give? If this is the last quest, then you probably would skip this. It looks like it's the last quest. 12k. Yeah, with a druid, you would do this just because you could hop around in flight form and get all of them. On non-druids, that quest feels kind of bad, but this has actually been a pretty effective chain.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Oh, do I have to... Yeah, okay, you definitely skip this quest, because there's roleplay. But okay, everything up until this, it's also not that bad. I thought it was going to be longer. That is a good set of side quests. It's only like a stone's throw from this stuff on the beach here, where this is like part of the campaign. So you grab the breadcrumb here, you could do the stuff on the beach, and then when you're done here, you just like pop over to this island and do these quests. And that seems fine overall. It's obviously, like, I don't know how much we'll need to include, and it could just be that compared to other stuff that's not efficient. But I've done a lot of side quest chains that are significantly worse so far. What does Alluring offer? Kill 5 mobs and then kill the chieftain. That's 15k. 15k is above average. So, okay. We need to use the lore because these mobs are stronger. Also, that is, yes, slight upgrade for my existing belts. Can't do that while moving or in combat. Okay. If I pull 5 mobs for the quest... So this is 3... Okay, here, this is what I need for the quest. How difficult would it be to kill these? I'm getting clapped. An illusion. What are you hiding? Okay, that healing potion did basically nothing for me. Now, obviously, if I was on a tank spec, this would be significantly easier, and I'm pretty sure that I could just get by with, just gonna lay on hands. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could just do that all without having to use your special, like, ability, and this would be pretty fast. Another thing that I'm wondering is, like, let's say you were questing with another person. Could one person round up 5 mobs, and then the second one use the extra action button to, like, do massive damage and stun all of them when they're grouped? If so, that could be pretty good. That doesn't seem like that bad of a quest, especially because it gives above average XP. Collect the fish, and what do I do with it? Lapsing Guardian Druid. Yeah, pretty much any tank spec would be sick for that. Oh, I have to, like, bring it really far out into the ocean. That's kind of cool.
darkness strikes out with threats not even our key flames can dispel.
Put me in the water. Ooh. Peculiar fish whispers, our cooperation is at an end. Now I return to the sea beneath the sea, away from this... Oh, shit. Away from this accursed star. Bring its light to our depths, and we shall be your crushing end. Let us not meet again. The thought of your drowned corpse pleases me. Jesus Christ. Alright, I thought there was going to be some twist like that, but that is spooky. The sea beneath the sea. I've got to say, you know, any complaints that I may have about War Within as an expansion as a whole, Hollowfall, they knocked it out of the park. Like, the vibe in this zone, I fucking love it. It is so fucking good. I, like, also, I really love the idea of, like, gigantic underwater ocean with, like, evil fish people creeping up to, like, attack. It's just such a spooky concept, and I think, you know, visually, they've pulled it off. I really vibe hard with the whole, like, undersea thing. That's pretty cool. So I love this zone. This is, like, the highlight of War Within so far for me, by far. I got some shit there. Nothing else fancy. Let's see. Let's check those other breadcrumbs sections there. It's probably the best zone they made in a long time. Oh, yeah. Easily better than anything in Dragonflight. Definitely better than anything in Shadowlands. Like, artistically, Shadowlands had some neat zones, but, like, Bastion and Ardenweald, the thing that I don't like about them is I like the general art design, but they're so bland. But, like, Hollowfall has so much cool shit going on. Like, the whole Arathi architecture with the whole light stuff, and they have these zeppelins. Whatever the fuck these weird trees are. And obviously it's underground, so there's that whole thing. Giant crystal in the sky, and then there's that whole other, like, thing about the ocean and the weird fucking creatures coming out of the ocean. It's not like completely one note like Bastion or Ardenweald. There's, like, multiple cool ideas, both thematically and, like, artistically in terms of what they've done with the zone that are working together here to create, like, a really, really original and inspired zone. I do really like this. It's pretty cool. The notebook. Okay, yeah. Any quest, unless this is like you pick it up once and it's just instant. Okay, no, this sucks. If it's not like the quest before where you click on a plant and boom, 9k XP, like, okay, that's fine. But if you have to do multiple things for a single quest that gives subpar quest XP, yeah, we'll pass on that. Let me spend... I actually have 2 points I can spend. Eternal Flame is basically just an upgraded Word of Glory. Blessing of Anshi. I missed a few messages earlier, let me see. You have 3 weekly quests, 1 per zone. Well, they're daily now, right? You get 3k instead of 1.5k. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the weekly quests are now daily. You did the event for 14 hours, with most of it being the original version. Got 32k memories, 10 pieces of tradable loot, and 5 weapons. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't seem great, but admittedly, like you said, it was before the changes. I'm mostly curious how it is after the changes. It looks like WoW now has a CAPTCHA on the login screen if you open the BattleNet, or open the game without the BattleNet connected. That's odd. How do they turn off the giant crystal light when they want to go to sleep? Yeah, I guess they don't. It does eventually turn void, but, you know, I'm pretty sure that turning your giant light crystal void energy thingy related is probably not a good solution just to get a good night's sleep, but what do I know? Yeah, what about this section? How are these side quests? What the?
The flame burns for all of us, for the Empire. Beladar shifted.
Ask Caretaker Ryson. What quest is this? Arcane Trickles? Okay, well, yeah, if this is just a singular quest, this is another one of those where who knows, maybe this leads into like 5 quests at once that are all super easy to complete, and like, oh my god, you gotta do the side quest. But most of the time when you see a singular quest that's like in an inconvenient spot, not a good side quest hub. And that was the quest I did earlier. So what about this one? Okay, that's just the renowned stuff. I can get a slight upgrade there. A waste of crystals, but...
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
Was that... Yeah, I think that was it in Merildar. I did most of the quests in Merildar. The stuff here is actually relatively efficient, so I definitely think it was the right call to do them while in the campaign. Arathi Lore Master.
My goods are the pride of the Empire.
That Azeroth was flat? Is that the joke? Okay, apparently not. Can I get a clue?
Stock up for next curfew.
Oh, you literally aren't allowed to answer the question. Okay. I guess you probably need to read some lore book somewhere to find the answer. The weekly quest is now daily, but it's once per account, no longer per character. Yeah. So the other thing I wanted to check is these two, because these two quests are really easy to reach while you're doing the campaign stuff here. And kind of similar to the one on that island, it's relatively efficient, or it seems so. Ah. These mobs all have, like, casting abilities. That's kind of annoying. It's like the worst possible mob type. At least they kind of group up. Yeah, it really depends on the drop rate for those two things. How do I get staves? Do I have to loot staves off the grounds? It looks like I do. Okay, so in that case, the way that I want to do this is I want to kill mobs around wherever the staves are, and then loot the staves. So that one. Yet another Druid Flightform Stonks quest. So you could just grab the staves while flying. Is the beta finally stable? Yeah, it appears to be. I've encountered like a handful of bugs, which happens. At the very least, the servers are still working relatively fine. So, you know, that's good. Considering it was completely broken for the longest time. Also, at the very least, the entire campaign is doable with no issues. I think there was a single quest that I had to, like, abandon and pick up again to get it to work properly, but all things considered, it's a lot better than it was before. At least, as far as not getting, like, walled off due to bugs is. Do I think leveling tuning will finally happen? At this rate, I think we may actually just be at the final tuning. I don't know. That's kind of one of the reasons why I'm playing around with, like, which side quests are efficient. Because even if they do fix leveling tuning, we'll see. And, like, my next, go to the Priory. Okay. Yeah, so those 3 quests, I would say, are actually relatively fast. Especially because it seems there's more staves. All the staves appear to be located around these purple tarps. So knowing that, I could just beeline over there and get more of them. We'll see what the follow-ups are like, though. But yeah, I really don't know what's happening with leveling tuning, because, like, leveling tuning should have happened by now, if it was going to happen at all. So, the fact that it's this long and they still haven't done anything, and, to top it off, the fact that, what's it called? the fact that the campaign unlocks the moment, or world quest and scaling unlocks the moment you finish the campaign, and not before, leads me to believe that they actually have no intention to tune the campaign XP, and that their solution to that is to just make it so you don't need to be both level 80 and finish the campaign. Let's see, so that is Sweet Sting Infestation and Memorial Wine. We'll see. The main issue with this follow-up is this is a pretty long flight, all things considered. So, basically, unless these quests end up being really efficient, I think you may only do those 3 while doing the campaign, and then you just won't pick up the rest of this. That's what I'm thinking. Oh no! Do I have to step into the vat and jump to squish the mixture around? It's Suramar all over again. It's literally Suramar. Oh my god. It's the exact same thing. Yeah. If you want to hear about the ban appeal stuff, I discussed it towards the start of the stream. TLDR, I got a reply, but nothing is really fully resolved yet. It's still kind of getting strung along. Yeah, they literally step in there and jump. Oh my, it's a direct copy of Suramar. Huh? I'm definitely stomping on it. Yeah, I'm jumping. I'm stomping. There we go. Okay, well, that's the fucking quest. There is no way that this is efficient. Okay. I'm actually kind of glad that's the case. I would be really torn if, like, these quests were pretty good, but, like, it was really long travel time. But if the quests are shit, and they make you create Suramar wine, like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, and the drop rate on this is fucking piss poor, too. Me. It's that bad? Come on. Okay. Yeah, since I did the quest, I'm gonna at least check to see what the follow-up is, but obviously you wouldn't do this normally. Yeah, okay. It's another, like, roleplay heavy quest. Yeah, I'll pass on that. What else have I not checked? I think I've at least taken a peek at every single side quest in Hollowfall. I think what I want to test now is how much XP you get from doing delves. Because, like I said, I'm going to do another run later on where I clear every single delve I come across. But if I test it now and see that delves give, like, absolutely dogshit XP, then, I mean, there's no point in testing, right? Also, the entrance to the sinkhole. This is, like, really far down. I'm pretty sure I remembered this one. Does this give better experience? You know, something that we could test. Let's test it on tier 1 first, and then I'm going to run the exact same one a second time and test it on tier 2 to see if that actually affects the experience. Because that would be important to know. And Sinkhole is one of the delves that I tested on level 80 servers a little while ago. Also, let's go ahead and fix interface class colors. Now, the interesting thing about some of these delves is I do know that a few of them you can kind of cheese. Oh, that's new. Okay, Bran, hello? Can I... Okay, I can't change any of Bran's stuff right now. Leather, okay, that's a ring. That should be... slight upgrade. Wait, what? Okay, the stats in this are not scaled properly. This has additional stamina, but it's missing secondary stats. That's a mistake. So, one interesting thing about delves is you can kind of just skip a lot of stuff. It's all, it looks like if I was a monk, I might be able to roll past them. But yeah, like, a few 300 XP, that's like nothing. So the actual mob kill XP here is pretty awful. Mostly you just want to complete the objective. Now what's interesting is that the last time that I did this delve, on the level 80 version, this was not here. It was something completely different in the sinkhole. So that's actually... that is interesting to note that apparently the objective within the delve, despite the layout being the same, can be completely different. And what I'm curious about is, when we test this again on Tier 2, is the delve objective going to be exactly the same back-to-back? Or maybe does it rotate on like a daily basis? So, if there was a delve layout that was really, really fast, could I, in theory, run that over and over? It's like, when I did this before on my monk, there wasn't really any objective that forced me to, like, progress in this manner. So what I could have done is I could have rolled off the upper platform over there, and then landed down here, and then you can also roll over that cliff and skip parts of it. And that would save you a bit of time. Oh my god, those are some big AoE swirlies. I think I touched the purple circle on the ground, and I think that's what happens if you touch the purple circle on the ground. So let's not do that. Alright, now I need to destroy Leviathan bait. Which I guess is these things, yeah. Okay, so this layout definitely prevents me from taking any shortcuts. Can also unlock the respawn area. This is a really awkward position. Oh, I almost fell off a cliff. Okay, we're good. And then final boss, I think. Yeah. I mean, overall, that was relatively fast, but we really need to see how much XP it gives. Because I don't think I got much XP at all from killing mobs within the delve. So really it comes down to... Okay, so I have to kill the Guardian Tentacle and the rest don't matter. That was like, what, a bar-ish? No, I don't even think that was a full bar. You do get sparks already by doing this. Obviously, this wouldn't be available preseason, but it is interesting to note that you could technically get sparks for your leveling characters by doing delves. And I don't think that you could get that by doing anything else, so that's interesting. Okay, all things considered, though, I think it's safe to say that the experience from that was heavily lackluster. I also... This is less experience than it showed. Am I scaled down? Yeah, for whatever reason, when I'm inside the delve, the XP shows a 17k. It's so weird. Yeah, that was pretty terrible, but then it could just be that it's a rank 1 delve that gives poor XP. So this time, let me double check exactly. We are at 131, 513. We'll see how much I get at the end from tier 2. Obviously, farming delves like this, I expect, will not be a very efficient leveling method. Okay, so it is the exact same layout. So I guess the layout maybe varies depending on, like, the day, but it's guaranteed to be the same. But yeah, doing multiple delves just because you don't get the quest would not... Yeah, it wouldn't really be effective. Looks like... Oh, war mode. Yeah, good call. It's not showing the war mode bonus. That would definitely make up for the difference. Yeah, it makes sense that delves would be war mode off, but obviously... It's a little bit unfortunate. I mean, I don't know. I'm really struggling to see why my friend said that it was really good XP to do delves. I'll have to ask him. Maybe there's like a specific delve that you can farm that gives good XP. But this one seems pretty poor. Could probably just run through here. I think there's evade bugs. Ah, shit. I think Bran pulled that mob, because, yeah, Bran's fucking aggroing extra shit. Bran, can we not do that? Can we fuck off, please? Oh, I'm dying. Okay. I think I was like 1% off dying. Because I forgot to refresh my breath. So what does the puzzle here give? This is... Was this one of those, like, light up every single tile thing? Okay. Okay, so basically the exact opposite of what I just did. Oh, I'm terrible at these fucking things. Oh, I hate this so much. And if the other fucking... Okay, fuck this puzzle. I don't know how to do this shit. And also, while I'm trying to solve it, my breath bar is ticking down. That's actually just so AIDS. I actually hate those puzzles so fucking much. I remember it was like Zereth Mortis or something where you had to do that shit, and it was always annoying because depending on the starting layout, you just had to like reset it back to a default, and then there was a very specific pattern of things that you had to click to get it to work properly. It's like the most fucking annoying type of puzzle that you could possibly add. I hate it so much. There we go. Wait, okay, I didn't touch that bubble, apparently? Okay, yeah, if there is a delve that is worth farming, I can fucking bet you it's not Sinkhole, because this place is, like, yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. And why is the breathing bubble on the edge of a fucking cliff? Oh, it's like they're trying to get the player killed. And also, I should note that I did test this for science the first time I ever ran this delve. There is no invisible wall. If you walk off that cliff, you just die. Okay, apparently I get underwater breath until I die. You're never doing delves after doing this in the beta? Yeah, I don't blame you. I will say some of the other ones I tried were definitely more fun. Sinkhole, is one of my least favorite. It's all of the, like, punishments of being underwater without any of, like, the good things about being underwater of, like, you know, mobility and whatnot, and being able to just swim in any direction. I missed... Oh, there's a Leviathan bait over there. It's like a sinkhole. Well, yeah. I understand the theme. I get it. It doesn't mean it's fun. I mean, visually, I will say, it is a pretty cool, like, well, delve. It's a cool zone. I think it's a neat area. But it still sucks ass. Alright, there's probably a Guardian Tentacle that's gonna spawn. When the Guardian Tentacle spawns, I need to kill it. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I got, what, like 30k XP off that? And that was like effectively one full bar. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely bad experience. Like, maybe, I suppose, if you could complete the delve, if it was, let's say, right next to a questing hub, so that one in Ashkahet, and, like, I think for the other delves that I'll test those ones that are literally a stone's throw away. If they're super close, and let's say with really good gear, you could do the entire thing in 5 minutes, getting, like, 60k XP for 5 minutes, it's not good, but it's not bad either. The problem is, like, if there's any travel time whatsoever, like, just the amount of time it takes to fly to and from, like, that's not really that good. You'll obviously want to complete all of those quests eventually at max level. But, yeah, Okay, that quest, there's an additional objective. Find evidence of Zekfir and complete the delve on any difficulty. Level 1 to 80 exiles reach speedrun when? That sounds like absolute hell. think you'd need to be a psycho to even suggest that.
See some valuable resources in the area. Get ready to grab them.
Trying to think what delves would even be close enough to, like, warrant testing. There's no delves up there. That one's definitely way too far off the beaten path, and I don't even know where the breadcrumb quest for it is. Skittering Breach is technically not too far off. Like, that's close enough that if this is really good... Yeah, it's actually, it's not 60k. It would be closer to, like, 50k XP. And, like, 10k XP a minute is not a good return. So you need to be able to do these things really fast. Now, it's not impossible that there's, like, one delve out there that you can just skip to the end in 2 minutes and then bam, you're done. It's not unheard of. But I don't know. I'll test this one. How far away is it? It's pretty close, because basically, the other thing is tier 3. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this one was really annoying. You remember the guy who was on the Panda starting zone and leveled to max by farming nodes? Yeah. I don't know if you could do that on Exile's Reach. So let's see. Yeah, it's like halfway. We'll try this. Another thing is potentially if, like, the higher level delves give, like, really good rewards, maybe there's, like, a case to be made of it becomes efficient. Okay, yeah, and this is definitely different than the, This seems different than when I did this for the first time. Interestingly, the layout feels different too. Huh. I think no, I'm confusing this with a different delve. Okay. Yeah. No, it's the same layout. Or general layout overall. Also, okay, I need to actually interact with these guys. That's kind of toxic design. They're surrounded by the little traps that activate when you touch them, so there's no getting around it. Yeah, like, there is absolutely no way to free these captives without interacting with the traps. So that's... I don't love that. Barely that time you can reach it. And then there's one more captive that I need. These elites also kind of hurt. There's a little treasure chest over there. Oh no, it's one of these. Oh fuck. Yeah, so... Okay, these mobs are just ridiculously overtuned in general. When I tested, it wasn't this delve, but it was a different delve. And I found that, like, treasure rare. It's basically a mimic. It kicked my ass. It killed me 2 times in a row. That knockback into channel just shreds your health bar. Especially on the higher difficulties. And yeah, they do have mimics in here. Appreciate the kind words about the band, section 279. And yeah, Pally's fine. So far, red has felt pretty good for leveling, and I know prot is always good. Honestly, while I don't necessarily think that Herald of the Sun is bad, I feel like Templar would probably be better. Like, I don't really get a ton. I get like a bit of trickle healing from this, which is like, eh. It just kind of makes like a few of my abilities hit slightly harder, but you get like a lot of free damage procs and stuff from Templar. So I would suspect that Templar is just stronger. Especially because like the healing actually feels a little bit impactful on this character, but that has a lot more to do with the fact that my gear is complete dog shit. So maybe it's a case of like, if you also have terrible gear, if you're like on a brand new character, then Herald of the Sun could be a good option for like the off healing. But like if I was on a mythic raid geared character, I would be getting very little from this hero talent tree. Yeah, I agree that Templar also just seems more fun. A lot of the stuff from Herald of the Sun, like it's not a bad tree. There are many talent trees out there, our hero talents, that are significantly worse than Herald of the Sun. Like, I would definitely say, out of all of the talent trees I've tested, this is the most average. It's not, like, amazing, but it's also not, like, really bad. And there are some really bad talent trees out there. You got here before 80, yeah. The campaign is finished, so at this point we're just kind of testing miscellaneous ways to make up the XP difference. Yeah, exactly. Shadowpan may as well not exist. It's just an embarrassment of a hero tree. Alright, so here, there's no advantage to killing any of these mobs. So we're just going to run straight to the end and engage the final boss. That said, I do have a lot of mobs chasing after me. So they're probably going to do a good amount of damage soon, and I'm going to lay on hands the moment I drop a bit low. Never mind. It looks like Bran actually still has aggro on all the mobs I ran past. So that kind of worked out well. Oh, shit. I was about to say, is that the end of the delve? But I guess not. Okay, I think this is it. Okay, that's the end of the delve. It does seem like the higher levels give more XP. Because I'm pretty sure that I just saw... It was hard to see. I am fairly certain that gave me 22k XP. Whereas the previous delve I did, I want to say gave me 15k. Yeah, Pally's self-healing is definitely really nice. Not to put you on the spot, but what's my favorite between Death Knight, Monk, Demon Hunter, Evoker? Well, so I'm a tank main, right? So just full disclosure, it's not Evoker, right? I can tell you that right now. I also really hate augmentation, just in principle. What's a Rage-Filled Idol? Huh. Add this to Brand's collection. I also got slightly better boots, bag of gold, and... Yeah, it seems some of the companion experience isn't getting auto-consumed and is just ending up in your bags. Oh, I also got... I got a different one, too. Why is this... It's so silly that you have to, like, interact with the thing in your bags to add the ability to Brent. Why does that just not get applied to him automatically? That is very odd. Okay, you agree Og was a mistake then, yeah. The problem is, right now, if you're a DPS evoker for high-level content, you're going to be forced into playing Og.
The Cobus dare to attack our Veneration grounds.
Light's Call. What was the quest? I'm trying to figure out where the breadcrumb that sent me here was. Delves, oh, are you fucking kidding me? I needed to interact with that for the quest. Fucking god damn it. It's whatever. I'm not going to go all the way back in there just for that. I didn't even consider that. Alright, well, at the very least, Nightfall Sanctum is definitely a no. That was also not really a fast delve in general. As for the other things that you said, Austin Abrams, I would say for me it's a rough tie between Monk and Demon Hunter. I don't hate Death Knight, but it's definitely not one of my favorites. Monk and DH are probably my two favorite classes. Don't feel bad, you did the exact same thing? Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone. It's so weird that every single other delve quest is just complete the delve, and that one fucking quest is interact with an object within it. Like, what? Why is that one different? I'm going to test this one. Okay, interesting. So tier 3 is the highest you can do while leveling. Why is it takes such a fucking long time to start the delve? Like, it's a solo instance. Why is there a hidden queue time to enter it? Am I DC'd? No? What the fuck? Hello, Blizzard. It's actually bugged. I'm inside the delve and the gate hasn't dropped. Okay. That's bad. Yeah, I don't really know what happened. I guess I'm hearthing out of here. That delve is broken. You hope... Hello? Okay, just log on and back in. I'm not lagging. I could press buttons. If I was lagging, I wouldn't be able to click anything. It's just bugged. I've never seen a bug like this. This is a new one. What? Hello? What the fuck is... Something is fundamentally broken. I logged out and my character's still here. I literally can't press... Okay, I'm force closing the client. I have never seen anything like that. What the fuck? Delves have a big desync problem. This happens 80% of the time to you. Really? Damn. You can't access for 15 minutes or so? Really? Wow. I guess I'll pause the timer then. Yeah, is it gonna do the whole, like... I guess we'll see if I log in. How promising? Yeah. Yeah, a character with that name already exists. Well, obviously not going to give up the run. Yeah, 15 minutes makes sense. Yeah, because if it's one of those character with the name already exists, it takes about that time to boot you out. So while I wait, I'm going to go make coffee, because, I mean, I have to do that at some point anyway. And then... when I'm back, we'll just kind of test random side quests. At this point, before I forget, I'm going to message my friends and just be like, what am I missing here? Because delves seem terrible. Okay. I tested a bunch of delves for leveling. What am I missing here? Because they seem awful. Takes like 5 minutes to complete, even on tier 3, which you need to complete one on tier 2 to unlock first. It gives 20k XP, and the quest gives another 20k XP. At best, if you managed to do it in 3 to 4 minutes with a super optimized group, that would be roughly 10k XP per minute, which is pretty terrible as far as side quests are concerned. And that's not accounting for the fact that certain delves are off the beaten path. So it would only even be a consideration for ones directly next to the campaign quests. Maybe I'm missing something, I don't know. Okay, well, I asked him, we'll see what they say, but... An Activision polish. Unfortunately, these days, it's just Blizzard polish. We can no longer, and haven't for many years, we can no longer blame the mistakes on Blizzard polish, etc. That's just Activision. Or, words. On Activision, it's just Blizzard. Words. You know what I mean. They're one and the same these days. It's the entire company philosophy, unfortunately. We shall be here upon your return. Thank you. And Austin Abrams donated $5. May Tyr bless you on this Bucky journey. Thank you so much. I appreciate the donation. Yeah. Right now, it does seem like I just don't see how delves are effective for leveling. Unless I'm... Maybe there's, like, one particular delve, but let me see what my friend said. He said, if you're leveling as a monk, delve quests are a fucking joke and give insane amounts of XP, and they're all handed out at the same place no matter what, wherever the delve is located in the zone. Alternatively, they're handed out right outside the delve. I don't know if this changed from when he did it, but, like, 20k XP, it's not bad. That's, like, above average. But that's not insane XP. Insane XP would, like, be 50k, right? Because 19k XP at this level, we had, like, the average quest XP is still 12 to 13k XP. And an efficient side quest hub, as we saw, bare minimum has 2 12k XP quests that you can do at the same time. That's already 24k. And if you're able to do those quests in, like, around 2 to 3 minutes... That's 2 to 3 minutes for 24k XP, and then, of course, it follows into something else, or like a really quick 1-minute quest for 15k XP. So, roughly, like, he's saying, what, because, yeah, then I said, I never bothered with them, I haven't looked at the quest, how good is the quest, and he said, the quest isn't that good, but delves take about 5 minutes to complete, and if they're on the way to a side quest hub, with the hand-in coming up later on while you're flying towards something else, it makes the stop pretty worth it. But, like, even he says 5 minutes. Like, maybe if you could Todd the final boss, but even then, like, how long did it take me to do each of those delves? Let's say, like, 8 minutes, I think is a ballpark estimate. 8 minutes for that does not feel good at all. But even if you shaved it down to 5 minutes, like, if you blitz through it, depending on the layout, maybe if you were able to, like, roll Chi Torpedo or something off a cliff and, like, skip a section. Those delves, obviously, I couldn't, but maybe one of them you can. If you can do that and then, like, Todd the final boss to, like, skip that entire section, maybe. But that's why, like, even and I'm doing an estimation on like 3 minutes. If you could somehow knock out those delves that we just did in 3 minutes, I mean, even then, I just don't see it being worth it, right? And the delve that was closest to the campaign in Ashkahet, that one, like the Spiral Weave or whatever, that, I remember testing that one, and it was like mega AIDS. It was super annoying. You basically had to, like, do web grapple things to get like, jump past a bunch of web patches, and it was just so annoying to get through. Just responding to something on Discord. Yeah, so I just don't see it. It's possible that since my friend tested it, they've changed the values. I don't know. I should also say, I'll tell him. For reference... Oh, I did actually type the, Yeah, I typed the XP values. So maybe when he tested it, it was like 30k, 40k XP for the quest. But right now, that does not seem worth it at all. Especially considering, by definition, you have to go out of your way to complete the delve. And unless it is directly along the path. Yeah, well, those mobs do big damage for sure. But obviously, we're theory crafting it from the perspective of somebody with, like, full mythic gear speeding through the content. And even then, like, this is like a really low item level template character. So this is the bare minimum amount of damage that anybody should do and how much it would take. It's hard to say. What's the fastest you think we'll be able to hit 80? I've had people tell me that they've gotten it in about 3 hours-ish. So I suspect that that's reasonable. And considering, like, my first ever run was 5 hours, 40 minutes, where it wasn't optimized. And this run on a template character with, like, not a super meta leveling spec where I'm just kind of, like, fucking around and messing around with stuff, it looks like I'll probably get a time of about 6 hours, because the run isn't finished, obviously. I have to wait for this to fix itself. I do think that basically an optimized route where you're really trying to go fast, 3 hours sounds reasonable. As for an exact amount of time, hard to say, and of course that is like a speedrunning route. I think the average time for people on their day one leveling journey would probably be anywhere ballpark 6 to 8 hours. If you're like me and you're generally speaking good at leveling, but you're seeing it for the very first time, 6 hours is reasonable, because obviously that's how long it took me. And 8 hours is probably... 8 to 10 hours is usually what you could expect for, like, I have no idea how to level efficiently, and I'm just kind of stumbling through the quest line type thing. I think that sounds about right. I'm just double checking something real quick. The Wowhead news post. Oh, I see. Alright. Yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna go make coffee. I wanted to at least send that message before I forgot. I will say, because I mentioned before that the second testing run, or well, rather the third testing run I do, so whatever the next one would be delves, like, I do every single delve as I encounter it. Obviously, since we've tested that pretty thoroughly during the end of this run, I think we've already gotten enough information to say that it's not worth it. So unless my friend has additional information that's like, oh, you're doing it wrong, and there's this other really fast way to do delves, I'm not going to do the original plan of do delves while leveling. I won't do that. So the next run that I do will instead be, like, trying to find the most efficient side quests to do while completing campaign objectives and reaching 80 at around the same time. And effectively, we'll do this run, but with a bit more, like, experimentation and not strictly sticking to side quests that are along the campaign route, and we'll see how that pans out. To be clear, by the way, because I know I'm kind of, like, you know, monologuing here about the next run. This doesn't mean this run's over. Just want to reiterate that again. I just wanted to make that clear before I go make coffee. So, AFK real quick. I'll make coffee. I'll probably grab food real quick. And then, hopefully, by the time that I'm back, this, you know, this is fixed. Fingers crossed. Alright, fingers crossed. I don't know if it's gonna work by now. We'll try. Ah, I hear noise. Okay, well, at the very least, that issue is fixed. Alright, yeah, well, whatever bug that is needs to be addressed, because that's, like, pretty bad. What quest do I want to do? Let's test these two. I'm just gonna go do, like, miscellaneous side quests, because, like, these two I'm pretty sure I'll end up doing. Right now, it seems like you're gonna need to do a lot of side quests. Because I've done, like, a decent amount. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Like, I do like that the campaign gives you some freedom because it does open up a little bit early. But I still think that forcing players to do, like, so many different side quests and just go around and, like, hunt them down is just kind of not great design, especially considering it's been well established in the last 2 expansions, really. That's just not how the design is handled. So it's just kind of weird to go back on that now and suddenly, oh yeah, you're actually expected to do, like, an insane, basically 4 levels worth of side questing. Now, the good thing about that, this is something that a lot of people don't really consider, is that by giving more XP, or putting more XP in the side quests and less in the campaign, that leaves more room for routing freedom. So, if there is, like, a really efficient XP farm method that gets discovered, then that could actually end up being viable, because now you're no longer forced to do the campaign for the vast majority of the leveling process. So, it's a little bit annoying to have to work around, but theoretically, like, I guess it's more annoying for me, more than anything. But it does mean that once I end up figuring out a route, things will probably be easier for the players following it, because they'll have more freedom to, like, do that. But it's going to be a bit of a nightmare for, like, the actual process of figuring this out in the first place. And it's definitely going to be a pain for people who, aren't following, like, my leveling guide or anything like that, and are just trying to piece it together on their own. Because just figuring out in a vacuum which side quest is good and which side quest is bad, that's already a fairly challenging thing for me, and I can, generally speaking, just look at a side quest after testing it once or twice and determine that. But then, of course, it becomes the issue of how difficult is it to string it all together in the same zone. There's, like, a lot of nuance to that, which a new player may struggle to really find out. So they'll probably just end up stumbling their way through, like, random side quests, which may not necessarily be super great. What is that? Oh, that's a Delve one. I think I've kind of done all of the quests here that I wanted to do. Let's do those 2 quests, because I did say earlier that they're pretty good and will probably end up in the final route. Timer's paused, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At this point, the timer's kind of scuffed anyway, right? We're just, we're testing various things. That was, what, 5 minutes, maybe? Probably more like 3, but... you think my ban should be addressed first? Well, obviously I'm biased and I would agree with you, but, you know. I think the game functioning properly should, probably come first before my personal ban, even though it is a big issue. Oh, it wasn't even that much? Okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, the timer, it's like, it's nice to have just as a reference point, but of course, to me, the only part of the timer that really matters, and of course I can, like, go back into the footage and check this, is how long it took me to finish the campaign, which was, like, around 3 hours or something. Everything since finishing the campaign, I've just been kind of fucking around and testing various things, so not really concerned about it. But obviously I would rather, you know, rather it be turned on just for accuracy's sake. Less bottlenecks for quests? Yeah, exactly. That's another thing that's nice, right? Like in Shadowlands, the way that they did it was you needed to be at a certain level before completing certain quests. Like, you needed to reach at some point it was level 53 by the end of Bastion. Like, whenever you reached Necrotic Wake, there was just a hard wall of the next quest won't happen unless you're 53. Which kind of forced you to do a certain amount of side quests within every zone. And admittedly, I think it's better that way than the way that they did it in Dragonflight, where you needed to reach max level to access everything, but at no point did it ever block you off. So you could just end up reaching max level a few levels early, and it was, you know, you would just get screwed. But sometimes it was, like, really aggressive. Like, you had to be 67 by the time you entered Ardenweald, even though a lot of, like, the really good side quests were in Ardenweald. So it was just a little bit frustrating to, like, work around that. Do you ever change the icons of my abilities? You've spent like 2 hours changing all of your priest abilities. Not intentionally, no. The only time I've done that is once or twice in Classic, where like the Cataclysm icon for something is just nonsensical. And it's like, for whatever reason in Cataclysm, they decided this icon is going to look weird today. And then they reverted it like the next expansion. So the icon for like, I think Hammer of Wrath is something super weird. And then I put it to an icon that is similar to the current Hammer of Wrath. That way I just know by looking at it, this is Hammer of Wrath. Because obviously this is a fairly new-ish icon. But there is like a pretty consistent old Hammer of Wrath icon that we had throughout all of Classic. And the other thing is, what's it called? The one in Cataclysm that is like the actual Cata version of Hammer of Wrath looks nothing like any version of Hammer of Wrath. Like, they designed this new icon based on the old Hammer of Wrath icon, so that's like the only case where I do that. But yeah, if you want to create custom macros, that's definitely a thing that you can do. Another thing to consider, though, Matafang, well, I think it make me a neat idea, right, for like a normal player. Think about it from my perspective. If somebody is trying to watch my footage and learn how to play a class by watching me say, let's play Rep Paladin. Or let's say Rep Paladin. So I'm playing Rep Paladin, and they see me click all these buttons that just have nonsensical icons that have nothing to do with like actual stuff in game. Well, the person watching that video is just going to be really confused. And they're like, what button does he have bound to like whatever that keybind is? I have no idea what that's supposed to be. So one of the main advantages of using like default UI and all that other stuff is for beginners trying to learn from watching my videos. It's a lot more intuitive because all of my stuff they can have access to on their own, and they don't need to like download a special UI add-on or change their macros, etc. to get exactly the same layout that I have. And like, while I have made a custom UI for like within the default UI, okay, now I'm lagging. That's not good. I hope it's just in the game's end and I'm not like, the stream isn't lagging. Looks like it was just on the game's end. Maybe your next few hours on WoW? Nice. Do I use any additional add-ons for non-streaming? No, not really. Everything that you see on stream is what I use normally. I'm also just not a big add-on person in general. So, like, admittedly, it wasn't like a conscious decision per se. I didn't, like, step back and say to myself, like, I am deliberately going to avoid using add-ons to make my game more readable. I just have never really liked using UI add-ons. But it does work out really well. And now I definitely would not want to change it as a result of that. Yeah, it definitely can be confusing for new people. And yeah, for my like UI, my edit mode thing, you know, I've definitely customized this, but the UI import code is in my Discord for people who want it. It's like one of the first pins. So collect the perfect lash room cap. That's a weird quest objective. I don't know what the perfect cap entails. Okay, well, killing those mobs definitely didn't give me the perfect cap. I'm getting the feeling that this quest is probably not worth doing, but we'll see. Where is... Okay, that's the missing bucket. That mob can potentially drop... Stuns are nasty. You're RPing a Sally Whiteman and you've macroed /say into your macros. Confuses the hell out of folks. Cool. Yeah, as long as you don't macro /say stuff to like a spammable button and like flood chat in the middle of a dungeon, it can be cool. Unfortunately, some people take it a step too far and they just like bombard chat. There was I saw a post on the classic subreddit of one guy asking why he got kicked from a group and silenced, and he posted like a screenshot of chat, and it was just an endless spam of, my shield block is up, shield block down in 5, then another message, shield block down in 4, and like again, in chat, in /say, counting down for how long his shield block would be up. And it's like, obviously nobody would want to listen to that throughout an entire dungeon run. Like, that is insane. So, within reason, /say macros can be cool. Personally, I always prefer to do stuff like, you know, the JoJo soundboard. Okay, yeah, this quest is toxic. I've killed all of these mobs and I still haven't gotten the perfect whatever cap thing. Oh, I think I need context here. So Austin Abrams donated $2 and he said, big ups, Chubby Too Fat. Hold on, but let me see. So Chubby Too Fat, before the donation, said, what the heck? I have the bell turned on, but I never got a notification for your live. Dang it. Well, I'm glad I'm here. Obsessed with your channel. I hope you get your main back. Love you, man. Thank you so much. And thank you, Austin Abrams, for the $2 donation. Stuff like resurrections and whatnot. Yeah, like, I've seen macros like that a lot in Final Fantasy, where it's like, so-and-so, get up! This is no time to relax, and then, like, the battle res goes out or something. There's a lot of those macros in Final Fantasy. I don't know what it is about FF players, but they love their res macros. And a lot of them have, like, uwu shit in it, like, uwu so-and-so, you shouldn't be sleeping in the middle of a raid fight, teehee, get up and get back into the game, or something like that. Like, there's, like, a surprisingly large amount of those floating around. And like, considering it's not even like an easy thing to set up, as far as I can tell, maybe it is easy and I just don't fucking know how, but it seems like you have to actually go out of your way to build that. So maybe there's just like a template out there that people just copy paste and that's why it's so widespread, but I don't know. Yeah, this questline doesn't really seem very good, but I'll keep testing it just in case. Too much shrimp? It's an interesting quest name. Follow the trail of cooling wax. Only long cooldowns, 1 minute or more. Yeah, that seems reasonable, I'd say. Where? Follow the trail of wax. Okay, well, the trail of wax ends here, unless... Oh, is this the trail continues? Okay, I genuinely don't understand this quest, and it seems really shit. I'm not even going to sit here and try and figure it out. We're just gonna move on to the next one.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find it before you have to fight over it.
Bless Gundara's Essence. Okay, that quest seems bad. Subpar XP. Shot in the dark, but do you know how to macro it where the /say only goes off after a successful cast? That I definitely wouldn't know, but maybe somebody here does. Oh man, fucking extra action abilities like this that have a cooldown to use them again are so annoying. Yeah, and that's... For how annoying that quest was, 6k XP is not worth it. The first quest was definitely good. Wait. Oh, no. That was the original quest. Oh, okay, then that quest sucks ass. Yeah. And that other quest that I did along with it wasn't that great either. So I thought it was going to be good, because if it's just like, you know, kill some mobs while doing another quest, 2 birds, 1 stone, that might have been good, but the fact that you also have to go back and, like, punch a bunch of people, that's not great. Yeah, that's definitely... Okay, so scratch those side quests there. I don't think that's worth doing. I still think the one to kill, like, the singular mob over there is fast. And the, there's that other one where you, like, kill 2 named mobs and pick up 3 items. That's good. Yeah, 78, almost 79. I'll test out this on the off chance that, this has the potential to be fast. Okay, insta-evade bugged. That's, not ideal. And kind of a long cast time on this. Don't love that. Yeah, one of those mobs leashed. Let's see. Okay, at least some of these mobs... Oh, please don't tell me that elementals... Oh, fucking hell. That's annoying. It's not too bad, though. Yeah, you can get a lot of these without having to get in combat, so that's fine. The real question is, how much do these give? This is 12k. Okay, so it does give normal quest XP. So 2 12k quests, this is like average. If the follow-ups are good, then this quest could be worth it, especially because it's not too far away from a campaign section. It's not, like, amazing, though. And there's definitely a lot of good stuff in Hollow Fall, so there's stiff competition. Where's the other one? You're stoked for the upcoming guide? Yeah, it's gonna take some time to finish, but... definitely could be good. Let's abandon some of these quests that I don't need. Muddled Mind in the mine over here. How much does this give? 6k just for talking to somebody. That's pretty good. This is 12k? Okay, well, collect 150 items for 12k XP doesn't seem like a great return. I guess it depends on how much these drop. Not terrible. Okay, there's like really good density over here, so... Yeah, okay, never mind. This is... Especially considering if I had, like, started on this section, where look at how many spores there are here. This would have been better. Now we know for future reference. What is loose crystal shard? I don't know what that is. So there's a rare elite up there. That's a level 80 though, so... Yeah, I would say that's a relatively fast quest. There's a follow-up. to the source. Is this another 6k? Okay, 3k to talk to somebody. Still, that is 3 times more than the usual talk to somebody quest, which gives around 1k. So... 15k is above average, but it is only a single quest, so it's, like, still worse than... Yeah... I have to kill 4 rifts, and it's also inside a cave, so it's going to take me a little while to run back out. I'll obviously do the quest since I got here, but I have a feeling that this is, like, not the highest priority side quest chain. This is, like, honestly, a good side quest, but nowhere near good enough to be, like, comparable with the other stuff that we've seen. Let's... Interesting mob model here. I think this is a new... I haven't seen this model used at all during the questing process. Yeah, if it wasn't... Oh, interesting. Quest accepted the Glittering Shard. Gives an additional 6k. Okay, well, in that case, because it's a guaranteed quest drop item, that's more so like 21k XP? That's not bad. That definitely makes this a little bit more palatable. This area is low-key kind of ugly? Yeah. It gives me... I don't hate it just because I get, like, big Chaos Dwarf, like, Warhammer vibes from this section. But it definitely is, like, very, like... industry focused. Alright, there's 79. And yeah, still a decent ways to go. Yeah, that side quest chain isn't terrible. That's definitely on my lower priority list, but who knows? I mean, if we still end up needing a shit ton of side quests, that one just could end up being worth it. I think in my previous run I tested these quests. My memory is fuzzy on how good these ones were. Yeah, it's kind of drab. Yeah, I feel that. Final Fantasy confuses you, and for one of your buddies, it's your biggest fan. It isn't for you, but there must be similar to it that you're just not getting. I mean, the biggest thing is the story, right? As somebody who really likes Final Fantasy XIV, by far the biggest selling point of FF14 is the story. And the story is very, very, very good. So, yeah. I can 100% recommend it just based on that alone. Now, I think the gameplay is also, generally speaking, pretty good in Final Fantasy XIV, but there is, like, one main reason why the vast majority of people play FF14, and that's it. Oh, wow, those boots are worse. Okay, that's a slight upgrade. That flight transition to a new zone was sick, yeah. Okay, so let's check these quests. Do I stand and play at all, or am I sitting the whole time? Yeah, I'm sitting. My dad has, like, one of those desks where, like, you stand up and stuff. He does that sometimes. I never stand and play. Scripts camp found. This is what? Burn nests and kill crawlusks. Yeah, I remember this one being relatively good. It's a little bit off the beaten path. This is one of my first testing runs, so this is like a fresh account test run where we're just experimenting with different things. It's a little bit too early to make assumptions like that, Dylan. you can never judge the final leveling time based on, like, the early test runs, because, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, behind every single one of my guides, right, like, I managed to optimize a route that can get you to level up really quickly. There's, like, countless hours spent testing variations to see if they're worthwhile at all. And you're never gonna figure it out just by, like, doing 1 or 2 runs, because you have to test things that are inefficient in order to figure out what is efficient, right? Everything is relative. So until I test one thing and say, okay, well, this sucks, that other thing was so much faster, I'm not actually going to know. Yeah, no, it's not early access, yeah. There we go. This should be a decent collection of mobs. Okay, there we go. There's the Kralisk meat, and now I just need to get the deep flare nests, which... okay, there's one in there. Come on. I wish the range on Blade of Justice was a little bit higher. Like, just another 10 yards would feel really good. It would put it, like... It would make it comparable with a lot of my other spells, but it feels like it's just so limited. And then I didn't read the rest of that message. Have I taken breaks at all? Just wondering. You envy people who can game for long times. You can't last longer than about 3 hours max. No, I don't. Usually during streams, I don't take any breaks. Obviously, I took a break, like, literally 20 minutes ago to make coffee. But that was only because there was a bug with the delve, and I had to, like, wait on the character loading screen for 15 minutes to get it to fix. So, I was forced to take a break because the game broke for a bit. But normally, I don't take any breaks in the middle of streams. And, like, I will admit, it's like... If I am just playing games on my own, a lot of times I will take breaks, like, in between a bit of testing. Just because, yeah, it can get exhausting doing, like, the same thing over and over. But it's a little bit different. Let's see, in a pinch. Yeah, 16k XP. Okay, these quests are pretty good. Yeah, 16k is, like... That's what the 15k quests, quests were before, and that's relatively fast, all things considered, so... Yeah, these are definitely good side quests. What was I saying? Yeah, I usually take breaks if I'm playing on my own, but while I'm streaming... Obviously, I don't want to take breaks because it would, like, interrupt the flow of the stream, but also... I generally speaking just prefer to do it all in one sitting. Just because, like, I guess adrenaline to a certain extent kind of keeps me going. Now, that being said, when I'm done with a stream where I've been leveling for, like, a really long period of time straight, I'm exhausted. Like, I'm just dead for a few hours, which is, yeah. At least YouTube streams, like, where I'm doing something really focused, it can be a little bit... Ooh, that's a good quest. Let's check this out. Does this quest direct me into... What is this? Candles placed. 6k for this quest is pretty bad. But if it breadcrumbs into that cave, then it would overlap. It doesn't. It's, 12 Undercrawler Venom. Alright, yeah, I don't really like that. Oh, Austin Abrams donated another $5. Hope the rest of your run goes well. You'll have to catch the rest tomorrow. Good luck, have fun. Thank you so much, Austin. I appreciate all your donations today. They're very much appreciated. And I hope you enjoy watching the rest of this run tomorrow. If your main got banned, wouldn't you think your new accounts would get incorrectly banned as well? Yeah, no, I agree. And to be clear, that's the reason why this makes even less sense. Yeah, this makes even less sense than that, right? Like, obviously, you're not wrong. But for added context, these are not brand new accounts. These are actually accounts that I've been playing for like a few years. In some cases a few years, in other cases about 1 year. But over the last year at the very least, I've played these accounts all actively on this exact same computer, and somehow none of them have been hit. So yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. Which is why either it's bullshit and there isn't actually anything that is tripping their anti-cheat, but I would be very surprised if multiple Blizzard people were like just straight up lying to me, especially because, and again, this could just be a miscommunication. The Blizzard dev I mentioned, the one like who did the mop remix stuff, who was helping get my ticket reviewed, he said, all I can tell you is that it seems like it shows that something was flagged on your computer. But I don't, like, he didn't give me more information than that, so it's possible that a customer support person just relayed that information to him, and they are half-assing their review, and all he knows is what he's been told by the customer support people. Because as far as I know, he hasn't directly looked at my ticket. At least he didn't seem to indicate that. I think it is purely a case of... Okay, do I get credit? This is a little bit of an annoying quest. I have to... Wherever this Lisky thing is, I'm gonna have to escort it out. Okay, there's Lisky. Alright, now it's following me. So I think as long as I wait... Okay. That's a pain in the ass. It's one of those. If I wait until after finishing that initial quest to start doing the escort, then that's not too bad. But of course I missed that, so I had to double back and do it again. Yeah, those were pretty good, I would say. Okay, 3 overlapping quests for 12k each. That's pretty good, too. And of course, these are both really close together. So that's solid. But yeah, I really don't know what's going on, especially until I hear back from them as to why they flagged the 6-month suspension as abusive chat instead of, you know, what's it called? Unauthorized cheat programs, because, like, now the penalty is changed, which makes no sense. So if they come back and say, oops, our bad, we put the wrong thing on there, it was meant to be unauthorized cheat programs again, well, then we're back to square one. But if they say, no, we actually did change it to abusive chat because that more accurately reflects the reasons for the ban, then I'm like, okay, well, then what the fuck gives? Do I have something on my computer or not? But either way, it makes no sense. And, like, the thing is, obviously, it's weird because I know for a fact that I didn't cheat, right? And I have changed literally nothing with my computer. So if there truly was something that was flagging my account, it would be flagging all of them every single time that I've played in the past week. And it hasn't. And I deliberately asked Blizzard, I said, I have these other accounts, and they have not received any actions whatsoever, so what's the deal? Like, you know, you haven't found anything on these accounts, right? Because they're on the same exact computer, so what the hell? So I don't know. Basically, right now, I just kind of feel like I'm being gaslit, and I keep getting told, nope, you have a cheat program, and it's like, no, I fucking don't. So... I don't know. It's just kind of annoying. How fast is pre-patch leveling? I don't know. They just changed it while I'm doing this stream, so I'll have to test it later and get back to you. Okay, there we go. That's most of them, and now I just need to free one more NPC. Yeah, it's a 6-month instead of a perma, but like that doesn't do much. I thought I told you that earlier, Demo. Did I not? Maybe I forgot. But yeah, I mean they reduced it, but like obviously that does nothing for me. Right. In fact, it just annoys me because it's like insulting that, you know, if the punishment, see, that's what annoys me. If the punishment for like cheat programs or whatever is supposed to be a permanent ban, straight to a permanent ban, okay, but effectively what they've told me is that they have, like, their findings have not changed whatsoever. They still think that I'm using cheat programs, but they've now just decided to lower it to a 6-month, which makes no fucking sense, right? Like, why are we just randomly changing the penalty despite clearly telling me, you know, we still think that you cheated? So either they're giving out wrong, or they're giving out basically fucked up penalties right out of the gate and hoping people just don't appeal it, like just defaulting to permaban when the action should be 6 months, and basically just screwing people over who don't appeal as much as I do, or it's just not a real ban and they're just kind of fucking me over. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's so weird. They're, like, innocent or not, I don't really think there is any universe where somebody should be able to say, well, we are asserting that you are still doing the thing that we have accused you of, but we're randomly just going to, like, reduce the punishment for no reason. Like, yeah, you got us, you twisted our arms, when I've done 2 appeals for, like, a week. And I know many other people who have said they submitted a ton of appeals and nothing happened. So if Blizzard's still convinced that I cheated, well then why the fuck did they just randomly reduce my punishment? It seems to me like they're just hoping that I stop submitting tickets and accept, like, the lowered punishment, which, like, no, of course not. Again, none of it adds up. Where are these quests? I think I should target the big guys because they probably give more. You hate the thought of Blizzard giving me the runaround? It's been racking your brain ever since you watched my video about it. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's definitely annoying. At the very least, I'm getting a response, which unfortunately, I've got to say, the reason I probably even got a response this fast is thanks to the Blizzard employees who escalated my ticket. Even though the customer support people who helped me out with it really aren't doing much deep diving. They're just kind of basically saying, well, it looks like it flagged your account, so kind of tough shit, right? The fact that I've even managed to get, like, not 1, but 2, in my opinion, real responses thus far. Because, like, I've gotten 3 responses, but my original response basically was just, you know, copy-paste garbage. So that guy didn't actually look at my ticket. The second one, at least, seems to have written something that isn't template, looked at my ticket, and then reduced the ban, but I'm pretty sure that they didn't really do a deep dive, and they just reviewed it and said, yeah, you know, it confirmed that it was something, but I guess they figured it was easier to just try and reduce the punishment instead of actually see what went wrong. Which, again, of course, doesn't help my situation. And, I don't know, I'm obviously going to keep making noise about it. The thing that, of course, scares me is it is absolutely not an uncommon story at this stage for people to say that once Blizzard gives, like, a final verdict like that, they start, like, threatening you if you, like, submit any more actions. And they basically say, if you keep doing anything, we're going to, like, ban your account again or something like that. There are so many cases of people saying that happened to them that there's no fucking way it's bullshit, right? In fact, I mean, I happen to have known a friend who did the exact same thing. Multiple friends, actually. Yeah, because Demo, you said that happened to you, too. And, I had a friend back in Legion who had the exact same thing happen to him. Not the whole ban thing, but an unrelated issue. He kept submitting tickets, they didn't solve his problem, and then eventually they told him, if you submit more tickets, we'll, like, ban you or something like that. And it's just kind of fucked, right? So now, I am hoping that at the very least, they don't fuck me over and do that to me. Let's see. Put on the flawless bug disguise. So what I'm hoping is that at the very least, right, if I keep making noise about this and, you know, pleading my case publicly, they won't be able to try and, like, silently threaten me to get me to keep submitting tickets. But, like, at a certain point, they need to do something about this because otherwise, like, it's just ridiculous. But either way, I mean, right now, obviously there's not like a whole lot that I can do about it. It's, yeah, that's what it is. It got reduced with a response, but basically the response was like, hey, I mean, I could literally read the response to you. We've gotten a response back from the review. It wasn't a false positive. You have or had something on your system that triggered this, but it's not all bad news. The ban has been overturned in favor of a 6-month suspension. Which, again, why? So, you got your review back. It wasn't, you're saying it's not a false positive, and I actually did have something, but we're just deciding to overturn it. Yep, like hip hip hooray. And the fact that they try to say it's not all bad news, like fuck off, right? Like, you know, it's only a 6-month ban. You know, you're not completely fucked. We're not literally taking your account away from you permanently. Like, and that's why, like I said, I am 99% sure that this is a canned response. Well, it's not a canned response in the sense that they did actually reduce it. I can see that they did. But I'm pretty sure this is a, like, they probably have a sheet that they need to follow. And it's like, if they submit XYZ tickets, and, like, presumably if it's not a very blatant case of botting, then, you know, they are, like, told to probably reduce it to 6 months. Because I'm willing to bet that for a lot of people, they'll just be like, I don't want to continue fighting. Because I'll be honest, man, like, this shit has been exhausting. Do you know how absolutely exhausting it is to have to constantly wait and hope to get a response, and then, like, right as I'm about to start a stream, I have to deal with this shit. And it's just like, the stress of, like, wondering, are they ever going to actually fix this? Like, this is the second response I've gotten that hasn't fixed my problem. It is an absolutely exhausting thing to go through, both in terms of how much work you need to do trying to get your ticket answered, and also just the mental battle of wondering, how fucked am I? Like, are they ever going to listen to me? Am I just fucked for the rest of time? It's a really fucking exhausting process. So I would not be surprised if there are a lot of people who get that 6-month ban instead of a permanent suspension and are just like, fuck it, I give up, right? I'll take what I can get. And then Blizzard doesn't have to fucking deal with it. So that's my theory, right? Of course, it is just a theory, a game theory, haha. But it is, I think, reasonable. Because at the same time, give me another logical explanation for why they would, without any other context, tell me, we finished the review and you did actually cheat, but also here's just a random reduction, just because. Because we really like you, right? And now there's two ways to look at it, right? You could say, well, maybe it's because I'm a YouTuber. Maybe because I'm a YouTuber, they were like, well, we're going to make a special case for you. Except this isn't just a me thing. If you look at countless other examples, even people on this stream have given examples of the exact same thing happened to them. So it's not a me thing. It happens to tons of people. They're in the same exact position. They submit a few tickets. Blizzard finally responds and says, we're upholding it, but we're reducing it to 6 months. So this is a common thing that they do to many people. Which means it's not them playing favorites. It's not them, like, giving bias towards me. To many, many, many cases like this, after a few reviews are submitted, they just knock down the ban to 6 months. Which is why, like I said, I'm fairly certain that it is just a to-do list response of, you know, if they ask long enough, just knock it down. Hopefully they'll stop bothering you. That kind of thing. Which, you know, is obviously bullshit. These quests are kind of starting to feel relatively inefficient, so I'm going to move on to a different area. Let's do this section at the bottom. I remember I did this last time, but I can't remember how good it was. So we'll test that again. Leveling pre-patch is still slow compared to Remix. Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's no way that it's ever going to outpace Remix, but it could still be faster than Chromie time. It's hard to say. Being so insanely good at speedrunning that you had to be stopped is crazy. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I know people joke, but to be clear, it has nothing to do with anything that I've done in-game. Right now, there are basically two leading theories. There's two realistic theories and one like crackpot conspiracy theory that a few people have thrown out there. The two realistic theories are there is a completely innocuous program, like something like, I don't know, Honkai Star Rail, and something in Honkai Star Rail is falsely flagging it. I'm just using that as an example. It could not be Honkai Star Rail, but that's what I mean. There's some innocuous program that is flagging it. The other theory is that there is actually nothing. There's absolutely no even remotely cheat-related thing that could potentially have flagged it. Obviously no cheats, but nothing that even tripped Warden. It is purely a mass report thing, and I got mass reported for unauthorized cheat programs, and for whatever fucking reason, their internal review is just being really shit at figuring that out. Which, like, initially I wasn't sure if that could be the case, but considering the 6-month suspension is for abusive chat, I think that it's more likely than previously I thought, so I don't know. And then, of course, the crackpot conspiracy theory, which personally I don't subscribe to, is that this is like a targeted attack by someone at Blizzard because they didn't like something that I did. But considering the fact that, as I said, the person who makes the like breaking out of mop remix protections is the one who was trying to help me with my ticket, I find that highly unlikely. And I think that's like way too conspiratorial, even for me. So. Let me do big pull here. It's like the cops falsely arresting you, realizing it, and then booking you on resisting. Pretty much, yeah. And I should note, like, you know, my actual, like, the thing about, like, resisting, right? I've been more than polite. I know that I can be, like, a bit brash in a lot of my streams and stuff. Like, I don't censor myself here. But I'd like to think that, you know, when actually having, like, you know, trying to have productive conversations with people in this case, like, nothing good will come from cursing out the support staff. Telling them, you're all fucking idiots, blah, 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 blah. Nothing good will come from that. So I have been very polite, very diplomatic. I've obviously been, you know, very adamant about pleading my case, right? You know, there is no, like, ifs, ands, or buts here. I've been very clear about, hey, you guys are wrong, but I'm not being like, you guys are fucking idiots, you fucked up. No, I'm just being like, hey, I know for a fact that you guys are wrong, and I'm not sure what's going on with your system, but obviously I know you fucked up. I don't think I even said fucked up. I think I used the term, like, the auto-cheat or anti-cheat misfired or things like that. I'm trying to be very diplomatic and, like, you know, I understand that it's not your fault individually, but, like, this is bullshit. Politely, respectfully, it's bullshit. Please fix it. Because, you know, at this point, it is all up to whether the customer support actually does really look into it more. And I'm not going to get them to look into it more by being an asshole. So I have been, like, super duper polite in all of my tickets. Yeah. Does that guy give... No, he doesn't give any progress for the thing. So let's just go kill a few more mobs. Am I doing podcasts? My voice and enunciation are great. I mean, you could consider this a mini podcast if you want. And I'm not doing any specific podcast, right? Like, what would I do on a podcast? I would rant about the same stuff that I rant about during speedruns, except instead of it also being a speedrun that I'm like getting practice for the same time, I would just be talking to like a blank screen, right? So if you want to view this as a podcast, by all means, that's in many cases how a lot of people treat it, I think, but yeah. Go full Karen on Blizz? Nah. In fact, that's one thing that, like, I've never really agreed with my dad on. A lot of times, my dad is, like, the type of person who does actually yell at, like, customer support people. And I always look at him and I'm like, what is that going to accomplish, right? Unless you really think that, like, you know, getting, like, really talking to the manager is going to make a significant difference here. Like, if they're just all going to tell you to fuck off, like, you know, what's the phrase? You catch more flies with honey than vinegar? But I don't know. He does that a lot, and again, I've never really understood that. like, there is a certain level of, like, justified outrage that you're allowed to have, like, at the situation. You know, like, I'm definitely... I'm making it abundantly clear that I'm pissed off about what's happening, but I am not taking it out on the support staff. I'm like, you know, this is really frustrating, this is going to completely screw me over, and I really hope that you guys, you know, look into this properly, but I'm not calling them idiots. I'm not saying that they're not doing their job or anything like that. I'm trying to be nice and understanding. Let me scroll up and we'll head into Ashkahet and do like 1 or 2 miscellaneous side quests just to wrap things up. There's like a lot of random side quest chains that I haven't tested in Ashkahet. So this is definitely one of those zones where if you want to do some testing, by all means, let's try those ones over there, because I think I would have done them normally. I know your livelihood revolves around WoW, but man, I wouldn't be able to keep playing. I will say that it's very difficult. Yeah. That part is, it's very difficult to stomach continuing playing this game. And the one thing that I did say earlier is I am probably going to cut back on any, like, miscellaneous WoW videos that I would have normally made. Like, a lot of the bonus stuff in Dragonflight, like the fun speedruns. So, like, I'll give you an example. That speedrunning challenge format that I've been, like, slowly cooking in the background and that I think could be really fun, that's kind of fucking dead to me now. I'm not really going to try and make, like, any fun miscellaneous WoW content for a game, for a company that, like, respects its customers so little. Obviously not. No. I'd rather just try out other games and stuff. So basically, you'll still get the regular guides, all the same leveling guides, etc., that I made before. Those will remain. But I'm not going to go the extra mile for any of, like, the other miscellaneous stuff. I'm probably not going to test, like, every single spec in the game again and make, like, a tier list for that stuff. Yeah, Blizz can kind of, like, fuck off with that. They don't deserve any more of my time than is necessary. If this is 9k XP just for talking to somebody. No, it's 9k XP for talking to a few people.
I do not know you.
Find the ancient above the ruptured lake. Let me just quickly see what else did I miss. I mentioned to you before that they blanket permaban because bots won't actually open tickets to get unbanned. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. That's still fucked, right? Blanket permabanning when it can trigger false positives. Because, like, the problem is, like, they seem completely convinced that their system has, like, no fucking false positives. And obviously, we know that's bullshit. So it seems like all of Blizzard's decisions surrounding what they do with, like, the customer support things are operating under the assumption that they are correct 99% of the time. And they are justified in making the process as excruciating as possible for false positives, because in their minds, they don't have any. But, like, I'm sorry, that's just insane, right? And I think that, generally speaking, it's the entire reason... I get that, you know, World of Warcraft bans are not, like, you know, fully comparable to, like, the United States judicial system, but there is a reason that we put heavy emphasis on innocent until proven guilty. You know, I think, generally speaking, and I'm not saying this is whether I think this is right or wrong, I think it's obviously a bit of a gray area, but our judicial system, the way that it is set up, in United States, again, obviously different countries might be different, our United States judicial system would rather have a killer go free than an innocent man be convicted of crime. Now, whether that is actually how it works in practice, I would argue, based on, you know, everything that I've seen, that it isn't necessarily the case, that unfortunately there are a few too many false positives. But the way that our laws are written, that is very clearly meant to be the priority. And I think that at least that philosophy, right, of not necessarily letting murderers go free, but making it so your system is more like, easier to deal with for people who truly are innocent, and making sure that they are not railroaded into being accused of being guilty, I think that is very important. And obviously, Blizzard's system does not allow for that possibility. It is fully guilty until proven innocent, and the only person who can prove you innocent is Blizzard themselves, and they don't really seem too keen on putting in the work to do that, which puts any false positives like myself in a pretty fucking nasty position.
You have come far, stranger.
What's the storage rack, tuning crystal? Okay, that seems relatively fast if that's the entire quest. You can trigger a false ban instantly because you know one of their broken detection methods, so that's a scary thought. But yeah, it's the entire thing is really frustrating. Do it for content. I mean, I get that you're half joking, Freeze, but obviously I don't want my style of content to be harassing customer support. I don't really like having to deal with all this fucking drama. Like, drama stories are fun to tell in hindsight, but it's not really fun to be involved in it personally. Especially when it has this direct of an implication on my livelihood. The last thing I want to do is potentially endanger my account and my job just for a bit of content. That would be insane. Okay, nice. So these two quests... Yeah, actually, those were relatively efficient quests, all things considered. Pretty fast for two 12k XP ones. And then... Alright, it wants me to go there. Also, since we're on, like, literally the last quest or two, let me just... I'll finish this quest, and then I'll continue reading chat, because obviously we'll have all the time in the world at the end of stream to read through stuff, but... Since we're, like, literally in the final stretch now. You know. Also, what is this? Well, that doesn't seem very good for, like, a singular quest. 6k for just, like... Yeah, that's fine. If the follow-ups are good. Resounding repercussions. Okay, well, it's just follow them into the cave. If the follow-up gives good XP, maybe, but if this is just the last quest in the chain...
Yes? What is it?
Extractor bulb destroyed. This is a 12k quest. Oh, of course. Oh my god, tab targeting, please. Extractor tripod destroyed. And then the final extractor destroyed. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, this maybe is not... Those two quests are, like, okay, but so far... This has been a lot of work for just 12k XP. Could be worse, but it's a lot of travel time. I know this is a bit off topic, but the Ethereal Transmogrifier is on the post this month. Oh, interesting. I mean, I have that on my main account, but... There we go, level 80. Alright. What is it? Well, that's another really quick quest after the fact. And then that was what? Leave no trace. Yeah, this is maybe like a marginal quest line. That's not the worst thing ever, but it's also not the best thing ever. Okay, let me scroll up in chat. Is there anything us as viewers can do to help at all? You doubt there is, but possibility, you want to know what you can do? you'd start a free Harldan hashtag, but you're nobody and wouldn't get traction. I guess the only things you can really do, right, is obviously if you know somebody who you think you can help, be it a Blizzard employee or maybe like, okay, to be clear, I'm not advocating for pestering other content creators, right? But if you happen to know somebody, like friends or like, you know, you're a big viewer or subscriber of them and you think that like you could message them and they would listen, right? Let them know there may be nothing they can do. But at this point, spreading the word is all you can really do. And also, every single day, I'm going to continue making a post on Twitter. So there's like a Twitter post pinned in the chat. And I'm going to keep making posts on Twitter and adding Blizzard CS and Warcraft devs every single day. So you could signal boost that. I don't know if you have a Twitter account. That's one thing, right? But really, that's all that you as an individual viewer can do to help. Just get the word out there, let people know, make sure that it's heard, because it's a fucking problem. It's, And the other thing is, again, if this is a mass report and Blizzard has fucked up, then that's just something that's affecting me, and hopefully they will eventually address that. If it is truly an innocuous program that is flagging my account, then there is no chance that I'm the only person who has had that happen to them. Because whatever program it is that I use that triggered their anti-cheat, there's most likely countless other people out there who have experienced the same thing and are now currently facing false bans. So the worst case scenario is what Blizzard is saying is happening. Because I know I'm innocent, so if it can happen to me, it can sure as shit happen to lots of other people out there. And already many people have reached out to me saying they're in a similar position, so who knows. But yeah, that's the main thing you can do. You got a 3-day ban for telling someone who was doing the fake GM thing to fuck off when you first made your account. Yeah, I found it amusing, like, reading all of these, like, ban things and, like, in the forums seeing people who, like, directly say that they got banned for X amount of time. And it's like, they say some vile shit in chat and they get, like, a 10-day suspension. And it, like, what? So basically being an active asshole and harassing other people in game gets you a 10-day suspension, but like for people who are falsely permabanned for cheating, it just immediately defaults, or well, I said falsely perma, but falsely banned for cheating, it immediately defaults to a permaban. And then their solution after the fact is, yeah, we'll lower it to 6 months, right? Like, holy shit. If you're going to permaban or give people 6-month bans, you better be damn fucking sure that they cheated. Like, and I'm gonna be honest, the whole like, you may have had a program on in the background, right? Unless you know for a fact that the fucking thing you're flagging the person for is a piece of cheat software, or you can tell that they did something to cheat, right? Like, you can't tell what it is per se, but you know for a fact that, like, based on the way that they acted in game, and again, you better be damn sure, right? But there are some obvious ones, like the people who were farming Archerius Aflame, where I dropped like a turnip punching bag in front of them, and they spam sunfired the turnip punching bag for like 2 hours straight. I think we can safely say that no actual player would spam sunfire on a turnip punching bag nonstop for 2 hours. I think we can safely say those people are probably cheating, right? But just the fact that somebody plays for a long period of time or does a farm for a long period of time, that's not enough evidence. Right? The fact that somebody gets mass reported, that's not enough evidence. The fact that some program on your computer tripped the anti-cheat, but again, very clearly not a cheat program, that's not okay. Those are not acceptable reasons to default to a permaban and then 6-month ban for people. That's insane. Especially when the punishment for people actively being toxic assholes and harassing others in game is only like 10 days. Like, hello? Where is the fucking standard there? That is insane to me. If they would check every ban that gets a perma, they would probably have to stock up their support team by a factor of 10. Oh, I guarantee you that they shotgun a lot, yeah. I'm pretty sure. But that's still not okay, right? It is not okay to just assume everybody is guilty until proven innocent. And just fuck over innocent people and then have them suffer through a weeks-long appeal process just because you want to get bots banned a little bit faster. And let's be fucking honest, they're not really doing a great job at curbing the botting problem, right? I don't give a shit how many accounts they ban when botters can just open a brand new account and just farm more gold and pay for the amount that it costs them to start the new account. You don't have a working system there. If you're not going to IP ban people and ensure that bot farms can't get started up again, like, let's say if this was different and Blizzard was known for being extremely strict on botting and the game was like devoid of bots and they made sure that this game was clean as fuck, and in their overzealousness to purge the game of bots and keep the game fair for other people, they sometimes got false positives. Still bad, but a little bit more understandable. But look at every single version of WoW, and bots are fucking running rampant all over the place, constantly, and have been for years. So there's no fucking reason that they can, let bots be this fucking bad, because they apparently don't really know how to stop the issue at its core, and instead they're just shotgunning out permabans left and right, which doesn't actually stop botters. They're still making money hand over fist. It just punishes innocent players who get caught in the crossfire. It's insane. I don't know what country you live in. Well, obviously I live in the US, but I don't know if you were responding to somebody else. In the United States, the most they can do is look at your process list and look at their own running programs for intruders. So if you had a hack, it's a pretty shitty one. Yeah. Let's see. Is that a copy character? No, this is a template character. You can see I have generic gear. You have lessened your interaction with trade chat. Whispering people are typing anything in game that gives others the opportunity to report you. If you get banned again, you're going to change games. Yeah. When you got hacked on launch for Dragonflight, they restored your golden gear before they gave you your account back, so your hacker got double everything. And then after you put a ticket, they said they'd fix it. But if you ever got hacked again, they wouldn't restore anything because it was somehow your fault. That's so fucked, yeah. Kernel level anti-cheats could probably trigger other anti-cheats. I have no idea. I don't know. The thing is, with this ticketing and ban reduction translated, it means, now take this reduction and stop bothering us. Exactly, yeah. How are the vibes in the new zones? They're fine. I really like Hollowfall, but I'm kind of like, on the rest of the zones. They're not bad. Not my favorites. Haven't played in a year. Will you be screwed for leveling if you don't get some gear before the expansion is released? Probably, yeah. I mean, screwed is relative, but if you're rolling into the fresh expansion with, like, 380 item level or something close to that, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, I mean, overall, obviously I managed to make it through, but this, like, I don't know. I feel like despite how much dilly-dallying that we did towards the end of the leveling process, in terms of the campaign completion, I was a lot more efficient about it this time around than I was in my first run. In my first run, there was a lot of times where I took detours to test shit. I did all of, like, the low-level quests, even when some of them turned green in Isle of Doran, so I don't necessarily think that was, like, the fastest thing ever. And although I'm still not, like, perfect when it comes to muscle memory through the campaign, I have done this entire thing once, minus, like, the last few quests in Azj-Kahet. So there were multiple times throughout the questing process here on this character where I remembered, oh yeah, that's where I need to go for the quest. So it saved me a little bit of time. And I was only like 30 minutes slower than my previous run, which was my super efficient Windwalker Monk with like full optimized gear. So overall, I would say that it's like, while the leveling process didn't take me that much longer, the entire thing felt a lot smoother when I was leveling my Windwalker. And that was even with how broken the beta was for a while there. So it definitely felt a little bit rough at points playing this character. And Ret isn't necessarily a bad spec. It's not like the meta, but it's not bad. And having low gear and having to like get pieces as I leveled up was like a little bit janky. So I would say bare minimum, try to get the 480 gear from the pre-patch event. An appeal of yours surely takes the time and money of several tickets. They probably have to look at raw data. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It takes them more time than just clicking, you know, confirm, deny, right? There's a guild bank that has tainted gold, and any account that pulls gold from it gets banned within a day. Damn. Drama is fun for the 5% of the time you want it. The other 95% of the time, it's just a pain in the ass, yeah. I know this is a bit off topic, but... Oh, yeah, I read that already. What level does Chromie time end now? It's supposed to be ending at level 70, but right now on live servers, it ends at level 61, because Blizzard fucked up. So, yeah. I'm convinced you triggered something during the Archerius farming. I mean, possibly, yeah, but... If it is during the Archerius farming, then I know for a fact that I don't have anything. So if it does have anything to do with the farms that I did in Mop Remix, either Archerius or Isle of Thunder, then it is a pretty clear-cut case of me getting mass reported, and the fact that they continue to exist, or continue to insist to me that it is cheat software is insulting. Which is why I am very eager to hear back to what they say about why the recent report has been flagged as abusive chat. Why would they change that? It's either a typo or something fucky is going on. Reported and played more than the average player equals must have been doing something. Yeah. And like, while I did a tiny bit of Isle of Thunder farming on the world record character after the fact, obviously the account that did all of the Mop Remix farming was my main account, which I had my Demon Hunter with 600,000 threads. Which is why that was my original suspicion, that that's what triggered it. And then they told me that I actually had something on my computer, which again is either a lie or something is even more wrong there. But the other issue, and this, the problem for Blizzard, right, is let's say they got it wrong, right? Let's say it really is just mass reporting, and they've been telling me over and over that I had unauthorized cheat programs. I can very much imagine them being hesitant to overturn that ban, because now they know the moment they admit, we fucked up, you never had anything on your computer, and it was just a mass report, how is that going to look? Because, I mean, the reality is, I'm not going to lie, if they do that, I'm going to fucking go public with it and be like, that's fucked. I mean, win, lose, or draw, right? I'm going to make a video, probably on my main channel at this point, covering everything that I've had to go through. That way, other people who go through the same situation know that they're not alone. And if the end result of this is that Blizzard devs repeatedly told me that I had a cheat program, and that after everything is said and done, it's clear that I didn't, and it was actually just a mass report, how is that going to look for their support system? That they routinely say gets no false positives. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Either way, yeah, one thing, and it's, I don't get to rest, man. Basically, immediately after I'm done with the stream, which I'll end the stream soon, I'm catching up on chat, right? But I'm not gonna stick around for too much longer, because we are already almost at 9 hours, which is one of the longer streams. But also, there's like a bunch of stuff that I need to get posted. So I've been debating how I want to handle like videos and stuff going forward. And main channel, I'm going to keep the streams for just now. Main channel will obviously have the guides for when that's done. I'm not going to make another update video on the ban until something major happens, like an update video. I'll keep you guys posted. Don't worry. In Discord, on streams, in Twitter posts, etc. I will definitely keep you all updated until this gets resolved. But I'm not going to make like a video about it, right? Because that just that can fuck with my algorithm stuff. Thank you. Oh, I have already gotten sub 6. Yeah. The primary goal at the moment is actually 3 hours, because I've heard people say that 3 hours is possible. So my first 2 runs, I've spent a lot of time just testing things, and eventually we're going to put together like a streamlined route and then like shotgun it to level 80 and see how that works. But I mean, by both this run and my first run, which was 5 hours, 40 minutes, were both like very much like fuck around runs, test different things, see what works, what doesn't. And I think we got a lot of valuable testing information from this run about which side quests are worth doing. So now I can do those, and we'll see what the best way to incorporate that into the route is. I still think that most stuff within Isle of Dorn, if I decide to incorporate that, should be done at the end once I reach level 80 or not or finish the campaign, right? But we'll see. If you ever get permaban, you're done with WoW. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. Let me just, before I ramble on about videos and stuff. When you start now, you could probably get to about 515 easily until release. Yeah, absolutely. If you follow my gearing guide, you could definitely do that. Sorry to hear about your ban. You have friends that have been botting all of Dragonflight and they somehow managed to get away with it. Yeah. I mean, hell, I know people who will not be named who have done infinitely more sketchy things than I have, and they haven't been banned. So I do think it's funny that throughout all of this mop remix stuff, I have made it a point to avoid doing any sketchy stuff, which certain people who will not be named went full steam ahead and dove headfirst. Okay, well, if you want to out yourself, Demo, yes, I was talking about you. But yeah, fucking Demo here has done so much, like, extremely sketchy stuff that I'm like, I'm not fucking touching that. And he's not fucking banned. And, like, time and time again, I told him, I'm like, look, if you want to test that and, like, you know, stream it to me in Discord so I can see how it works, I'll watch you do it and put your account at risk. But I'm not going to touch that shit myself. And despite all that, his account's fine. Mine's fucking banned. Like, okay, fuck me. It is a little bit fucking annoying dealing with all that fucking bullshit. But yeah. At least, yeah, you don't have any shame about doing it. Which, you know... I mean, clearly Blizzard doesn't think that it was a problem. After being permabanned on your second account for dungeon deserting a few times and probably getting reported, you learned your lesson and now you don't interact with anybody in the game and you're mostly solo now. Yeah, unfortunately that seems like the right philosophy to adopt in that case. They mixed up your accounts, meant to bam him, you got. Yeah. Also, I didn't realize you were watching. Hello, Kelly. Do I think overall leveling in War Within is faster or slower than Dragonflight? I would say, like, obviously we have to compare, you know, apples to apples, launch to launch. It's hard to say for sure. I think the slow times in War Within are going to be faster than Dragonflight. Because, like, by the end of my optimization, like, there were people who got times of, like, low 3 hours in Dragonflight. And my fastest times were only like 4.5 hours doing the campaign. Now, keep in mind, the people who were getting those 3-hour times were not doing the campaign. They were just doing XP grinding. But generally speaking, I think a lot of the people who have told me they've gotten 3-hour times are doing it with War Within campaign. And considering on my first 2 runs, I'm already hitting like 6 hours without like too much issue. And we know for a fact this is super unoptimized. I think that if you just kind of like mindlessly stumble through the campaign and do some side quests, War Within will probably be faster. Now, I think that if you're really hyper optimizing, it seems based on the times that people are reporting that it's a little bit more comparable, but I think War Within is still faster than Dragonflight. Obviously, though, Dragonflight with like Dream Surges and all like the post-launch stuff is going to be faster, but who knows? We may get something later on down the track in War Within that speeds up times, so... oh, you just got here. Good morning to you as well, then. Actually, an accurate good morning. Isn't it against TOS to play if your account is banned? No, that is not true at all. How is Fury Warrior looking? I don't know. I've heard it's all right. Like, it's not bad, but I don't know enough about it to really say. What's the fastest time I've heard of? I haven't heard of any concrete times. I've just heard a few people, like I said, 3 hours. A few people saying that their tests they've gotten around 3 hours. But again, that's all also, I should note, anecdotal. So, I don't know for sure if they're lying to me or not. They don't really have any reason to lie to me outside of, like, potentially thinking they're impressing me. But it was things people told me, like, either in DMs or, like, in my Discord, where... I just don't think they have any reason to lie. And I also, 3 hours does not seem like an unreasonable optimized time for me, given how scuffed, and I say scuffed, but it's really obviously for testing purposes. Like, we did so much in this run that is blatantly inefficient. So I think 3 hours is very reasonable with a streamlined route. Remember when GMs would whisper you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, beta is finally stable enough to do all the quests, SG. I didn't run into many issues. The only real big, like, disconnect issue I ran into was trying to do delves. So, I think as long as you don't try to do delves, you shouldn't run into any stability issues. I had, like, 1 or 2 bugged quests, but they didn't, like, disconnect my game. I just had to abandon and pick them up again. Oh yeah, Chori. Very good point from Chori. In the long run, it's going to be faster because of the 25% XP buff. Yeah. Good point. Last Titan will take 1 hour for 90 to 100. That would be nice. Fury way better than ARMS. That's good to know, yeah. I haven't really closely followed Fury and ARMS, so I can't speak to it. All I knew is that Fury Warrior was good, because I've seen a few of them during testing, but I don't know, relatively speaking, how they're performing. Comparing Dragonflight 10.0 with alts, yeah. What are my overall thoughts on Dragonflight? You liked it because it was a safe expansion? I thought it was incredibly mid. I think one of the biggest things is where I disagree heavily with people is a lot of people say Dragonflight's launch was good. I think Dragonflight's launch was pretty shit. I think Dragonflight did not have a good launch. I think Vault of the Incarnates was not very fun. I had more fun in Season 4 of Shadowlands than I did in 10.0 of Dragonflight. There was like a period there where I was genuinely considering quitting the game because I was just absolutely miserable during Vault of the Incarnates. I think Vaults was a dogshit raid. It is one of the worst raids we've gotten in quite a while. It has some of the worst bosses we've gotten in a while. It has the worst end boss we've gotten in a while. And again, don't tell me that Razageth on Heroic is good. If you like Razageth on Heroic, that's great. Razageth on Mythic was one of the, not just one of the worst cutting edge boss we've had in a while. And obviously Mythic raiding is like the main thing that I do in this game, so that plays a big role to me. And class balance and just generally speaking, the gearing process was a massive pain in the ass during the launch of Dragonflight. I did not enjoy Dragonflight's launch, like, at all. You hate all versions of Raz? See, I don't actually hate Heroic that much. I will say, I think Heroic Raz gets way too much credit for being a good fight. I don't think Heroic Raz is nearly as good as some people make it out to be. But I don't think it is a bad fight, and I don't hate it. But I do hate Mythic Razageth. The only good bosses of Vault were Taros and Broodkeeper. I would say Broodkeeper is like a fine boss. I think she's like average. I would even go so far as to say that Kurog is like an okay boss. Kurog definitely is not a good boss because of how it works on Mythic, but I will give it at least some points for having cool concepts. But at best, that puts it like a 4 out of 10 for me. But whereas like I would put Razageth 0 out of 10, Dathia is a 0 out of 10 boss, Primal Council is a 1 out of 10 boss, Senarth is a 2 out of 10 boss. I guess Aranog too. Aranog is a fine first boss, I think. Aranog's like probably a 5 out of 10. It's fine. It's passable. Taros is a 6 out of 10. Again, passable fight. It's a pretty standard target dummy fight. And I would put Broodkeeper again at 5 out of 10. It's not bad, but, you know, there's a lot of stuff in Broodkeeper that is really annoying. And the other thing is, pre-nerf Broodkeeper, you needed to have a Blood Decay to negate the slam with AMS, which was kind of toxic, so not a very good fight, I think. But not as bad nearly as a lot of the other terrible fights in that raid tier. Yeah, Dragonflight launch overall, in my opinion, was really, really mediocre, and I was not having fun at all. And a lot of people said that in certain ways it was an improvement on Shadowlands, and like, yeah, in some ways it was, but I just thought the game was less fun to play than the end of Shadowlands, which I can't believe I'm saying that. And to be clear, I think Shadowlands as a whole, much worse expansion than Dragonflight, and it's not even close. Shadowlands is definitely the worst expansion this game has ever had. And I think the big thing is, no matter how much I dislike Dragonflight's launch, absolutely nothing will ever come close to both Shadowlands launch and worse, Shadowlands 9.1. 9.1 was garbage. And also, Shadowlands, like 9.2 launch Sepulchre, the first ones, pretty fucking shit. At least 9.2 was the best part of Shadowlands outside of Season 4. Like, if we're talking major patches, it was a significant step up from 9.1, which I've said many times. Patch 9.1 in Shadowlands is the single worst point in this game's entire history. No patch comes close to that. People say, like, the Warlords of Draenor Garrisons update, people will always say is, like, one of the worst patches ever because it added nothing to the game. But the difference is, Garrisons update 6.1 added nothing to the game. 9.1 in Shadowlands actively made the game worse. Almost every single thing added in patch 9.1 was completely dogshit and made the game less fun to play. Just objectively speaking. It was a terrible patch. It made me quit the game for like a few months. It made pretty much everybody I know quit the game. It was bad. It was really, really, really bad. And they like somewhat salvaged Shadowlands in 9.2 by rolling back a ton of the bullshit they did in 9.1. And it wasn't until Season 4 when like most of the content was finally balanced and, you know, we had access to all of the raids because like Nathria was a solid raid. Sepulchre, the unfortunate thing about Sepulchre is it's actually a very fun raid. It's just that the initial tuning in 10.2 or 9.2 was so fucked that the progression was kind of miserable, even though I really like a lot of the bosses. So Shadowlands Season 4 was really fun because after they actually tuned Sepulchre to a reasonable degree and you could do Nathria as well, it was pretty fun. But a launch Sepulchre was just a pain in the ass. Nothing about that was fun. It was just a massive slog to get through. It was blatantly overtuned. Nobody thought that through at all. It was just a colossal blunder on Blizzard's end. So Shadowlands was very bad, don't get me wrong. But having had like a decent amount of fun during Season 4 of Shadowlands, it was pretty disappointing to go into Dragonflight, where basically everything about my spec felt worse to play. The gearing process felt worse. The raid felt worse. It just kind of sucked. And all that being said, patch 10.1 did a lot of good for the game. It's not necessarily a great patch, but like the upgrade system, while it had some early flaws, is definitely one of the best things added to World of Warcraft in a very long time. It blows my mind that Blizzard, for whatever reason, is just obsessed with like terrible currency names that are extremely difficult to understand. I mean, I don't have any on this character, but like, let's look at this. Like, please tell me what the fuck a Weathered Harbinger crest is. If you've only experienced the item upgrade system in Dragonflight, tell me what a Weathered Harbinger crest is supposed to be compared to a Drake crest, right? Like, we have Weathered Harbinger, and to be clear, I'm pretty sure this is a Whelpling crest. So why the fuck are we going from having the exact same currency? The system has not fundamentally changed, but now, despite the system being completely the same, instead of it being named Awakened Whelpling's crest, it is now Weathered Harbinger crests. The readability of the system is fucking awful. We need some standardized names here. Because if I am trying to follow the crest system, like system by system, and I'm a new player who doesn't like understand the game super well, I'm just going to be completely lost every single time a new patch comes out. And I say that as somebody who thinks that most of the changes they've made to the gearing upgrade system are pretty good. I am happy with them. Like, a lot of people hate the myth track going up to 6 out of 6. I think it's a good change. I think the issue is the crest drop rate and the fact that it's going to make alt catch-up a pain in the ass. But I think fundamentally, allowing gear to scale all the way up to the maximum and there not being RNG and like forcing you to get like items off the last few mythic bosses, that's really good. But some of like the UI and like design decisions they make behind the way that this is presented to the player is just nonsensical. This system should not be that hard to understand in terms of naming conventions. Like, fix your shit, set a standardized set of names, and stick to it. Like, and the problem is, and this is one of the main issues with making the crest system, like, expansion themed. Like, this is meant to be a universal currency that is, like, a part of a core gameplay system. Well, if it's a core gameplay system, then you cannot rewrite the name of the currency every single fucking expansion. Like, right now, we have Weathered Harbinger crests and, like, Valor Stones. Valor Stones are now Flight Stones. What the fuck is it going to be? Void Stones in Midnight? And, like, you know, Mysterious Old God crests or something, and that's going to be the new currency? Like, That is just not acceptable for a core fundamental gameplay system that players are supposed to use to upgrade their gear. That is just so much obfuscation. It's not okay. They need to do something about that. That's fucked. Like, obviously, the damage is kind of done already. If they want to keep it as Valor Stones, I don't even necessarily hate the name Valor Stones. It reminds me of Valor Points. That's fine. Keep it as Valor Stones, and don't change it to Void Stones or whatever the fuck in Midnight. Keep the name the same so that people who start now at least understand. But this whole Weathered Harbinger crest shit, that's gotta go. That is absolutely fucking gotta go. You have to make a standardized, honestly, you know what it should be? Veterans upgrade crests. Wow, it's almost like we have veteran tracks, champions upgrade crests, mythic upgrade crests or something. Wouldn't it be awesome if the names of the tracks that the crests were for had the actual name on the crest? Like, duh? It's just baffling to me. Like, and this is the thing, like, this should just be basic common sense. This is one of those cases where the individual person who made this choice, because this is where I sometimes am a little bit harsh to the developers. There are times when I say it's the higher-ups, right? They're at fault here. This is 100% a developer issue. Because I guarantee you there is absolutely no higher-up out there telling the developers that they need to make nonsensical roleplay names for a fundamental currency system. This is just somebody who doesn't understand readability and user-friendly design at all, just thinking, wouldn't it be nice if every single season there was a completely different name for this currency? It's thematic, right? Without thinking of the implications that has for how the game feels to play. Which, again, this is the reason why so many people say it feels like Blizzard doesn't play their own game. Because this doesn't make any sense at all unless you're looking at this purely from a design standpoint and not from an how does it actually feel to play standpoint. Let me scroll up and read what I missed there. What was said on my ban emails? All of that's covered in the Twitter post or at the start of the stream. Have I seen Deadpool 3? No. I heard it's really good. My dad watched it and he told me it was really good. But I have not seen it, no. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't have time to go out to the movie theater these days. Even without all the other bullshit that I have to deal with, I don't have time to go to the movies. But I have heard it's good. Maybe one of these days, if it's on like Netflix or something, I'll watch it. But I have seen Deadpool 1 and 2, so... what do I think about Hunter going into the War Within? As far as I know, BM is kind of shit, and MM and Survival are pretty good. But they are largely good because of how powerful the Sentinel tree is. Who the hell says Dragonflight launch was good? Sitting 2 hours here watching your guildies level was all but not fun, and Vault of the Incarnates was so unfun? Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of people have genuinely had that take, that Dragonflight launch was good. You hate any boss that has a one-shot that'll kill Zug players and pugs, yep. Last question, another shot in the dark. I haven't looked at Disc Priest here. I have not looked at Disc Priest at all. I don't even want to speculate on that. I haven't looked at it. The only thing I know about Disc Priest is that there was a Disc Priest talent that was apparently crashing the game during raid testing. So that's fun. I'm pretty sure that's been fixed by now, but that's the only thing I even know about them. What's my general feeling on the War Within? Largely negative. There are certain things about the War Within that I think have the potential to be cool. I would say, overall, I am very negative leaning on the War Within. And, like, I hate to say that because, again, I just got done ranting about how I didn't like Dragonflight. I obviously hated BFA and Shadowlands. It does feel like a lot of times there's a lot of elements in the War Within that I just don't like. But I've said time and time again that the one thing that I care about more than anything else is mythic rating. Which is why I came closer to quitting than any time recently in Vault of the Incarnates because of how shit Vault of the Incarnates was. But one of the few things that I do think looks good in War Within is Narubar Palace. Outside of the Silken Court, which, like, that boss needs Jesus. But the other bosses, they all look pretty good. And I am excited for the raid. And at the very least, while I'm not, like, I don't love the Brewmaster changes, which obviously Brewmaster is my main. I'm not like, you know, dancing in the streets like, whoop-de-doo, it's so much fun. But at the very least, Brewmaster seems like it'll be fine to play. It's basically Dragonflight Brew with some slight quality of life benefits, which, okay, cool. I liked Brew and Dragonflight. I'm going to like this a little bit more. Is it going to be anywhere near my favorite tank of all time? No, but will I hate it? Also no. That being said, I was also very excited to potentially play Guardian Druid, and Bear has been fucking taken out back behind the shed and shot in the head, so that I am a little bit disappointed by, especially because, like, if Bear has any chance to be viable, it's with Druid of the Claw, which, like, don't get me wrong, I think Druid of the Claw looks pretty good, but I was also really excited for their other hero talent tree, the, like, Alun's Chosen or whatever, and that has been fucked over so hard, it's crazy. Like, everything related to the Moonfire build, they have just gutted. It's wild. So, I'm pretty sure Alun's Chosen is, like, kind of dead, at the very least for Bear. Maybe for Boomkin it's better, I don't fucking know. But it's looking dire for Bear. Yeah, and those were the two tanks that I was the most excited for. So one of them's doing good, the other not so much. And, like, some of the other tanks look pretty cool, but, like, eh. Blood DK is the only other one that I think looks relatively interesting, and my co-tank plays Blood. So even if I really wanted to try Blood, it's not like I would ever really be able to play it in a raid environment. So I just don't really care about it too much. We'll see, though. Common sense ain't that common? Yeah, unfortunately. And yeah, Musical Surgeon plays Hunter, so you can take her word for it. WoW has too many spells now. There definitely is spell bloat for certain specs, yeah. Korthia was an ugly, or small, ugly grindfest. Torghast was a grindfest. Sanctum was a grindfest with shards. So yeah, you could also name 9.1 Grindlands, yeah. Korthia was one of the biggest issues. The Korthia grind and its, like, associated reputation was awful. I would actually say that, you know, and Torghast, admittedly, Torghast was bad. I actually think they made very small improvements to Torghast in 9.1, but they also did a lot to fuck it up. Torghast, like, it's really weird. Torghast was like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, kind of. I don't think it was any worse, particularly in 9.1 than it was on launch. It was definitely worse on launch overall. The biggest issue with Torghast in 9.1 is while the overall quality of life of it was slightly better, and, like, the balance around power was a little bit better, adding the adamant hulls and requiring, like, flawless runs to get maximum rewards was really toxic design. And they should never have done that. So, while I personally never struggled to, like, get flawless runs and complete adamant hulls, so for me personally, Torghast in 9.1 was better. There are a lot of classes that could not reliably solo Torghast and just really, really had a rough time. And for them, getting really high scores to get all of their Soul Ash was brutal. So that was just an objectively bad decision. Korthia was fun for casuals. I mean, I'll take your word for it, but no amount of fun that it was for casuals can outweigh how absolutely atrocious it was for anybody that had any interest in raiding whatsoever. It is the single worst patch zone we have ever gotten, and it's not even close. Korthia was fucking bad. By far, though, like, Korthia was bad. Sanctum of Domination, I don't think was my favorite raid ever. Like, Sylvanas is probably the second worst CE boss we've had next to Razageth. And there were a handful of, like, annoying fights. I would honestly say I think Fatescribe Rokalo was a worse fight than Sylvanas. I would much rather do Sylvanas again than do Fatescribe. Fuck Fatescribe. Shit boss. Even Kel'Thuzad. I would argue that I think Kel'Thuzad was a more miserable fight to do on reclears than Sylvanas was. If your guild was good at Sylvanas, you could get it semi-consistently. There was some RNG, which was a little bit annoying. Kel'Thuzad was infinitely more frustrating. Fatescribe was obviously fucking awful. But, like, Guardian of the First Ones was an okay fight. Painsmith is one of my favorite fights ever, which kind of elevates Sanctum for me a little bit. I loved Painsmith. Now, I know a lot of people hated Painsmith, which, again, your mileage may vary with that fight. I thought it was super fun. I had a lot of fun on Painsmith. I think Remnant of Ner'zhul was a good boss. I think it was a pretty fun. I really liked the tank mechanic on Remnant. Soul Render was like an okay boss, like slightly above average. Not my favorite ever, but it was okay. The only thing I didn't like about Soul Render is that I had to play Blood DK every single week, which kind of sucked. The 9 was an okay boss. Eye of the Jailer was okay. Not my favorite. Terragru was like a fun first boss, but it was just annoying. I would say, on average, Sanctum was not the worst raid ever, far from it. but it did have a few real stinker bosses. But the biggest issue with Sanctum is the gearing process, right? So, like, I'm trying to evaluate Sanctum in a vacuum as, like, a raid, but the problem is, and one of the reasons why Sanctum as a tier, like, you have to separate the raid from the raid tier. The raid tier of Sanctum was one of the worst raid tiers of all time because of the gearing process. Because you had to grind Korthia to an unreasonable extent to be able to get all your player power. You had to do the Shard of Domination system, which is the single worst system they have ever added to this game. And then on top of getting your Shards of Domination, you had to get Shard of Domination armor that had the sockets that you needed. It was just multiple layers of absolute steaming hot garbage. That was all completely rolled back in the next patch because nobody wanted to fucking deal with it. It was so bad. So it was really hard to, in current content, look at Sanctum objectively and say this is a fun raid because of how much bullshit we had to do outside of the raid. But yeah. Fate is why you don't farm that raid and the Furnace fucker. Yeah, like, I mean, the Furnace fucker. Obviously, yeah, I know some people really don't like him. Wait, are you saying Soulrender is the Furnace fucker or Painsmith as the Furnace fucker? I could see that equally applying to either one of them. Most people don't like Painsmith, though. I think Painsmith was a really fun and creative fight, though. Oh, you mean Painsmith. Okay, I figured that's what you meant, but I realized that technically Soulrender has a big furnace where Garrosh is being held, so... You love Sanctum from a raid, not shards, but we went Mythic until Soulrender was killed, so you didn't do Painsmith after it. And you often hear all after Painsmith is dog shit. I don't know if I'd say all after Painsmith is dog shit. Fatescribe and Kel'Thuzad definitely are. Guardian of the first ones is not a good fight, but it's fine. Guardian of the first ones was just a tuning issue. Sylvanas, I think, gets a bad rep largely because of how bad Phase 1 is. And the fact that Phase 2, once you've gotten the movement down in Phase 2, it's just a very long, repetitive phase. I don't fundamentally think it is a problematic phase. The biggest issue with Sylvanas is the RNG in Phase 3. Like, if they shortened Phase 1 and they made it so you didn't need to stop damage, stopping damage P1 Sylvanas, one of the biggest issues. The length of Phase 2 Sylvanas, one of the biggest issues. If there was, like, one less set of chains to deal with, that would have been much better. So instead of basically having like an intermediate burn phase in the middle of the Sylvanas chain phase, they should have just made it so any damage that you deal in Phase 1 carries over. That way you can like Lust on Pull without worrying about like doing too much damage. You don't need to stop damage. The fight ends at a predictable time and you go into like the Rive intermission. Because that's the thing. What Matafeng said, I am like actually a bit more positive about Sylvanas than I think a lot of people. A lot of people universally hate Phase 2. I like the idea conceptually of Phase 2. I think there's some cool design elements there. I like Sylvanas Phase 1, a lot of it. I think like the whole idea of having to like CC the ads and stuff, and especially my favorite part about Sylvanas P1 is the Rive Bullet Hell. The Rive Bullet Hell I actually think was a very fun section where like at that point you're just killing chains, you're dodging like slidey things across the ground, especially on Mythic where there's like a million Rives to dodge. It's really fun. I like that part of it. The biggest issue with Phase 1 again is the fact that you had to stop damage on proc. The push timing was ridiculously tight. You had to completely stop damage, switch to ads. When Sylvanas was leaping up to do her Banshee Scream, you had to phase her as she was moving in the air to push her before she spawned an additional set of chains. It was just really, really, really toxic to deal with, and it never truly got addressed. So it was a consistent pain point where if you phased her too early, your healer CDs were fucked. And the other problem is because positioning for where you stood for chains was so tight, if you phased her too early, not only were your cooldowns fucked, but your raid was usually standing in the wrong spot, and unless you managed to quickly reposition by the correct marker, which could be difficult to do considering the entire room was symmetrical, so it could be very difficult to see where is the generic area in the room that we're supposed to stand to get the ideal chain spawns for this transition. And then a lot of times people would get chained in the wrong spot, they would die, and then it would just be fucked and you'd have to reset. So that part of Mythic Sylvanas made the fight kind of cancer, and Phase 2 was just a little bit too long. They should have shortened that quite a bit. And, I mean, the entire fight was way too long, right? That's definitely the biggest issue overall Like, 11, 12-minute boss fights just do not really have a place in this game. Yet another reason why Razageth was trash, except Razageth was so much worse. And then I think most people will agree that Phase 3 Sylvanas is the best part of the fight. And I think a lot of stuff in P3 Sylvanas is pretty good. The two things that I have an issue with in P3 Sylvanas is, one, on Heroic, the fact that a single patch being active could wipe your raid, and like if somebody dispelled at the wrong time, it wiped you. I think, or not patch, it was like a single debuff on you, so you needed to dispel at the right time so nobody had debuffs so that you didn't wipe. That mechanic was way too punishing on Heroic. The fact that on like my 25th Heroic kill, we still would randomly wipe because somebody dispelled at the wrong time is super fucking annoying. And, you know, you could kind of outgear it way long down the road. But that made Heroic Sylvanas one of the most annoying AOTCs to get in a very long time. And more importantly, on Mythic, the RNG in who got Sylvanas' Healing Absorb was fucking garbage. Because that RNG literally made it so Prot Warriors could not reliably tank that fight. Prot Warriors could only survive in P3 Sylvanas consistently unless healers bombed healing into them, or they got exceptionally lucky and they were never targeted by a Healing Absorb ever. And the other problem is at certain, not necessarily ever, at certain very low tank damage points in the fight, I could eat a Healing Absorb and it would be fine. But the difference between getting like a big Sylvanas tank buster while I have no 100% of my health Healing Absorb on me and having a 100% Healing Absorb on me, like there's no difference. One is survivable, one you just die, and it's completely random and you have no control over it. That made that entire phase pretty miserable for me, and overall just made progressing the fight a lot harder than it had to be. So Sylvanas is definitely the second worst cutting edge boss we've had, next to Razageth, in a while. But I think compared to Razageth, it has a lot more redeeming qualities. Like, 90% of Razageth's fight is just pure dog shit through and through, and there is just nothing salvageable there. It's just a bad fight. You could take, like, a few basic concepts, go back to the drawing board, and rebuild a boss fight that feels a little bit better. Like, the final phase of Razageth, outside of how punishing and how bad the visuals were early on, was maybe the best part of it, but everything phase 1 onwards until you get to the very end is just pure fucking trash. Which is why most guilds on Mythic Razageth, like, the third time they managed to reach the final phase, they just killed it that fast, because getting there was the hard part. The final phase was actually good and reasonably tuned, and if you managed to make it there, you were probably going to kill the boss anyway. Sylvanas, I think, had a lot more good ideas that were just very heavily tarnished by a few key problems with the fight that were admittedly massive problems. Razageth is just a dog shit fight. From phase 1, intermission 1, phase 2. Phase 2's okay, but still not that great. And then definitely intermission 2 is like the worst part of the fight by far. Intermission 2, fuck whoever made that. It is maybe the single worst phase of a fight I've ever seen. Worse than anything in Sylvanas. It's just bad. Razageth Intermission 2 is just designed by fucking psychopaths. Anyways. I ranted about that for a while. Shukaduk said, hey man, sorry to hear about the lack of progress in the band situation. While we're asking questions, which X-Pack do you think would be the best candidate for another remix event? Probably Legion. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Legion or WoD. You stopped playing retail when Classic came out. You have so much old content to do. Yeah, I feel that. You still don't know the names of all the crests? Yeah. With recent changes, you extremely fear for Season 1 War Within because of their change in crests and gear drops. Yeah, I agree. It's not looking good. For a Classic enjoyer coming back to retail for the first time since original Kata, all these systems are mind-boggling. Yep. This naming is again their philosophy where some narrative designer had more to say than a UI designer or UX designer. Yeah, just make it more generic. Yep. You skip launch and came back into Mirdrasil. You still have no idea how the crafted gear embellishments and all the crests work. Yep, that system is definitely very confusing. Yep. Same reason why Artisan's Metal has a new name. They really need a team to place standards across expansions. Yeah, that is so strange. I have no idea why it's randomly called Artisan's Equity now. Like, what was wrong with Artisan's Metal? What the fuck? Like, if you want to make it like a separate currency, just remove everybody's existing Artisan's Metal from Dragonflight and make a new one. Like the same way we have honor points that have carried over. And they're still called honor points. We just wipe them at the start of every season. Valor Stones at least sounds more generic. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, and Lumion even said the same thing. Veteran, champion, hero, myth. Yep. Why can't we just do copper, iron, gold, diamond? That would work too. That's pretty easy to understand. There are mobile game currencies that are intentionally confusing so you don't know how much you spent. Yeah. Except here, there's no reason to have that in the game, right? They can just remove the currency similar to Season 1, 2, 3 Dragonflight Crest that you can't really get them. Yeah. Name it Veteran Harbinger Crest, next expansion, then Veteran Void Crest. Yeah, that would be a passable solution. As long as there is some term there that makes it very clear what the one-to-one comparison is between the different types of crests. Yeah. You want your emblems back, Hero, Frost, etc. It's so simple. Completely agree. Yeah. Castle Nathria had SLG and was an awesome raid, so when it's only one second-to-last boss, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I will admit, I am a little bit more of a downer on Nathria than I think most people. I do agree that, like, SLG is definitely the worst fight in there, but Sun King's Salvation was also a pretty terrible fight, and I know some people have mixed opinions on Council of Blood. I'm of the opinion that Council of Blood was a pretty subpar fight. Enerva Darkvein was also not the best fight on Mythic. Not bad. Like, I remember the days when I thought Enerva Darkvein was a bad Mythic fight, but compared to some of the stuff we've got recently, it's fine, really. Like, compared to the Dragonflight raids, Nathria looks good. But I didn't love it at the time. There are some very good fights, but, like, Sun King's is definitely pretty bad. Stone Legion General's obviously really bad. And I think Council of Blood is a pretty bad fight. Definitely not as bad as the other two, Sun Kings and SLG, but still not a good fight. The other fights are, like, for the most part, good. I know a lot of people who really hate Zymox, but I think Zymox was relatively fun. Sludgefist was fine. I think Sludgefist was a good fight. Some people say it's, like, the best fight ever. I think that's overrated. But it was a good fight. Denathrius, obviously very good end boss. That much most people agree on. I think something that I don't see a lot of people giving enough praise to is I think Shriekwing is one of the best first bosses that we've gotten in a while. Like, compare all of the other first bosses that we've gotten. Like, in Dragonflight and Shadowlands, I think the contenders for the best first bosses are pretty clearly either Kazara or what's it called? Or Shriekwing. And, like, Kazara, I don't think Kazara is a bad fight, but I think Kazara is just a good first boss. Like, Kazara does exactly what a first boss needs to, but Shriekwing, I think, is a genuinely innovative fight that's kind of fun to play through, and I was the Lantern person on Shriekwing. I really liked that fight. So, I think Shriekwing was probably the best first boss that we've gotten in a while, and that's, like, a good way to set the tone for the start of the raid. I also do really like how Shriekwing and Sludgefist use the exact same room, and the way which you interact with the same exact obstacles is completely different. I think that's really cool. So I think they get a lot of points for that, in my opinion. Any intermission where you can't do damage is omega bad. That's a fair point. I could completely see that case being made. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think that there is absolutely a place for damageless intermissions. I think as long as there's not an intermission that, like, causes you to lose damage, because, like, Shriekwing was timer-based, right? So if Shriekwing was, like, at 50%, he becomes immune to damage and does the intermission, that's annoying. But you never had to, like, throttle your damage on Shriekwing. You just had to take a break. But that also meant that your cooldowns were a lot of times back up by the time it was finished, so... I mean, I will say, I understand where you're coming from, but I do not see that as something that's profoundly negative. Yeah, of course, yeah, if it was a late boss. But that's why I specifically said for a first boss. Like, I guess in that case, other than Kazara, what first boss would we say in recent history is better than that? And, like, looking at even, let's go back to BFA. I think the only first boss in BFA that really, actually, I would say if we're going to BFA, Abyssal Commander Savara is probably one of the best first bosses in a very long time. And Rathian isn't even a bad first boss. Champions of Light is complete garbage. Tallock is pretty good. BFA, aside from Champions of Light, BFA had some pretty good first bosses. Yeah, Rathian's good. I could definitely see a case for Rathian being better. I did really like Shriekwing, though. I think out of all BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight first bosses, Abyssal Commander Savara is definitely my favorite. But, like, in second place, I would have a tough time making a call between Shriekwing, Rathian, and Tallock. I really like all three of those fights. And then Kazara is maybe like a close fifth place behind all four of those. And then after that, like, yeah, it kind of falls off. Like, Champions is obviously the worst. Vigilant Guardian is kind of a weird case because on Heroic it's really bad. On Mythic, I actually think Vigilant Guardian would be my sixth pick. I think it was a pretty fun Mythic boss. I think Terragru, for me, some people would like it. I was not a big fan. I thought Terragru was kind of lame. So I would probably then put it there. I would maybe put, like, Aranog equivalent with Vigilant Guardian on Mythic. And Gnarlroot, like... Gnarlroot maybe equivalent with, like... Terragru. I'm not a big fan of Gnarlroot. Gnarlroot, like, the Roots phase is fine, but it's such a boring boss. Gnarlroot is just... he is just so uninteresting to me. It's not a bad fight by any means, but, like, it's just so boring. I think one of the biggest issues with the Mirdrassil is a lot of the fights are just so unimpressive. And they're not good, they're not bad, they're just meh. Base tank opinions? What was my base tank opinion that you're referring to? No one has bad memories of Sun Kings because you just cheese it and get it over with. That's a fair point. Yeah, it was a bad fight, though, right? Like, obviously, if we're going to say someone has bad memories of it, sure. But we can objectively say that it was a pretty terrible fight, still. Hell yeah, Hellfire Assault. Yeah. If we're going back to WoD all the way back then I guess we could say Hellfire Assault is the worst one. Yeah. And, like, Legion had some pretty good first bosses, I think. Groth the Annihilator was, like, probably Gnarlroot Aranog tier. It was fine. Goroth I would actually put up there. Goroth to me would probably be my second favorite behind Commander Savara. Scorpyron was fine. I think Scorpyron was fun enough. Definitely wouldn't rank it super high, but it's good. And Nithendra was fine. Again, another solid first boss. I'm not really including Odin, because Odin doesn't really fit the category of first bosses. Like, Trial of Valor, that you can't really compare that, like, one-to-one, right? Odin was kind of like a bonus mid-to-end boss, along with, obviously, the rest of that raid. Particularly enjoyed Rathian over all the falling bosses. You really loved the slow mechanic. You helped a late Mythic Clear guild, and their progress there was so cool to watch. Yeah, I definitely agree. Rathian was a pretty fun fight. Yeah, the tree is definitely very forgettable. Yeah, Rathian would definitely be top 5 no matter how you slice it, in terms of, like, first bosses in the last 4 expansions. I think I would stand pretty heavily by Savara being one of the best first bosses ever. The thing about Savara is Savara almost feels misplaced, though. Savara is genuinely harder than both Radiance of Ashara and Blackwater Behemoth. It's a very weird place for the boss to be, because it was probably... I think, admittedly, I'm a little bit biased, because Goroth and Savara were easily the 2 hardest first bosses that we have had in the last few expansions. But at the same time, I think that Savara was a very fun fight. So, you know. And Goroth, I think... Goroth is a little bit similar in that Demonic Inquisition was just objectively easier. And Harshatan... Parts of Harshatan were easier than Goroth, but I would say they're a little bit comparable. But Inquisition was definitely the easiest boss in that raid, and it wasn't even close. So I think those 2 bosses are both kind of weird cases, because the ones that come after them are easier. So it almost just feels like they were in the wrong spot in their raid. But they were fun fights. So I don't know. It's a little bit hard to say. And frankly, you could almost make the same case of like Rathian. Rathian was like about as hard as, maybe not Mott, but Skitra was pretty easy. And like what else? Tallock was definitely easier than Mother and the other ones. Yeah. It only took 6 hours? Yeah, it only took 6 hours, and this is slow. This is not a good time from 70 to 80. It's going to be a lot faster than this when we get the optimized route. What you were trying to say is that no one realized how bad Sun Kings was because no one really played it? Yeah, that's a fair point. You feel like Eternal Palace was aimed to be a high-skilled raid, but they regret it and decided not to keep the idea? The biggest issue with Eternal Palace was kind of the difficulty curve. The fact that it started off ridiculously difficult, then you had 2 pretty fucking easy bosses, and then Ashfane was just a gigantic wall. And the other biggest issue is BFA was not in a good spot. Like, I have a feeling that if you took the bosses from Eternal Palace and kind of like we talked about with Sanctum, rated it in a vacuum without the context of other stuff, it would be looked on a little bit more fondly. But all of the bullshit that surrounded Eternal Palace with like Nazjatar gearing and benthic armor and stuff was just not fun to deal with in any shape or form. And a lot of people burned out. My guild died on Eternal Palace. It does not help that Classic came out around that exact same time. So when my guild died on Ashfane and Classic was coming out like in a week or two, I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to play Classic, right? And I know a ton of people who did the exact same thing. So I think that was one of the biggest issues. They released a very challenging raid tier in a patch with really, really garbage, like, systems, both for gearing and for, like, the Heart of Azeroth crap, and Classic released at the same time. So, yeah, Ashfane definitely killed a ton of guilds. Dungeon spam, definitely. Dungeon spam is rarely the way to go. The other thing is I can't realistically test dungeon spam on the beta because, like, there's not really that many people to test it with. But for 2 things. One, dungeon spam in recent history has almost never been the fastest way to level. Also, on your first ever character, no matter what, you will need to complete the campaign. Completing the campaign gets you up to level 76. How you choose to get those last 4 levels is completely up to you, but you need to complete that campaign because it unlocks world quests and all of that fun stuff. World quests, weekly quests, all of the really important things. You need to do the campaign to get it. Only on your first character. Did you happen to see how they fixed the pre-raid event? Well, they fixed it during my stream. So, of course, as I've been streaming, a lot of people have been giving me updates on what changed. And I'll probably go and check it out in a little while. But I've heard that it is better now. It's obviously still to be determined on whether or not it's going to be faster than, like, Chromie time leveling. We'll have to see. Yeah, follower dungeons still give terrible experience, unfortunately. They are not worth using at all. It's just a dead-on-arrival system. You get that? People were already tired of the decisions Blizzard took at that point. BFA was not enjoyable till last season. Yeah. Like, I stopped playing for Classic in Eternal Palace, and then I came back, like, in the 2nd month of Nyalotha. It was still, like, about a month before they introduced, like, Corruption Catch-Up, but it was I don't really think I had a lot of fun playing Nyalotha early on. Like, towards the end of Nyalotha, it was okay, but, like, I would honestly say I had more fun playing Shadowlands Season 4 than I did BFA Season 4. I think corruptions were, like, an interesting idea, and obviously after they dealt with, like, the bullshit ways to get them, it was a little bit better. But BFA, even at its very end, was still, like, a pretty thoroughly unenjoyable experience for me. And in Shadowlands, while most of the expansion was shit, I think that Season 4, when you had, like, Dinar, and you could choose 3 specific pieces, and gearing was much easier, and Covenant swapping was completely free, and, like, all of the bullshit stuff that Shadowlands had were completely removed, I think the general gameplay felt a lot better. Now, while Shadowlands gameplay didn't feel great, I do also think it is worth noting that the gameplay for a lot of specs in BFA is, like, the worst that it has ever been, in terms of, like, how the spec feels to play through the game. Tanks especially have never felt worse than they did in BFA. And I am including, like, TBC and Wrath in that. Because at the very least, in TBC and Wrath, you had really, like, watered-down kits, but the content was also designed around those watered-down kits. BFA, they kicked you in the shins, they took away all of your tools to deal with problems, and then they still designed ridiculously hard content that was just a fucking pain in the ass to deal with. So, it is, in my opinion, the single worst period that tanks have ever felt to play. You love tanking Wrath and TBC? Yeah. I mean, I obviously prefer retail tanking to Wrath and TBC tanking, but I tanked on my prop heli throughout the entirety of Wrath Classic, and I had fun with it. I think that while it's definitely not as fleshed out as modern tanks, and if you were to take Wrath prop heli and throw it into retail WoW, it would feel very outdated. But for the type of content that we had at that time, it felt pretty fun. I think it worked really well. And I played, I was about to say Guardian, I always say that. I played Feral Druid Tank in TBC Classic, and I had a lot of fun with that too. It definitely feels very different, it feels a bit dated, but for the content that you're tanking, you feel like you have the tools to deal with it. Vanilla tanking, obviously a different story. I'm not like the biggest fan of that, but I don't objectively hate it. Like, I tanked it a little bit. But I think tanking got considerably better from vanilla to TBC in many ways. The leveling from 10 is slow as balls. You tried it? Ah, that's good to know. Yeah, I'll have to test it myself. How about gearing at the end of Dragonflight? I mean, gearing feels good now. How do I put this? I guess it's about the same as Shadowlands Season 4. I don't think, like, obviously, gearing is much easier now than it is in Shadowlands Season 4. In terms of, like, quality of life catch-up stuff, it's definitely a lot better. Bullion, just on its own, makes that entire process significantly easier. But I don't know. It's, the item upgrade system can feel a bit of a chore to slog through. There's more ways to get gear now, but the fact that you have to, like, mindlessly grind crests to, like, upgrade your gear to the highest level is a bit of a pain. So I guess if all you're looking for is, like, a baseline set of catch-up gear, Dragonflight is pretty good. But if you were, like, trying to get caught up on, like, mythic rating, it would probably be a bit of a pain in the ass, because you'd need to grind a lot of crests. But hard to say. Follower dungeons, I'd imagine, are neat for practicing your class if you struggle with anxiety. Yeah, that's probably the one redeeming quality. Seems like it gets pretty fast after level 40. The character you're on now is 43 at the start, and you're 70 already. Not sure if that's fast. You didn't really give me a time, right? You just said you started at 43 and now you're 70, so I have no frame of reference for, like, how long it took you to do that. You're tired of caps, man? You just want to try hard for 3 days straight? I feel that, yeah. For you, you felt Legion was the worst for class design. It was carried by the content since it was fun. I disagree. I think, okay, so 2 things, right? Legion class design was, in many ways, objectively worse than WoD class design. So I could definitely see how, coming off the back of WoD, which had some of the best class design in WoW's history, Legion probably felt pretty bad. And I know, as somebody who played Blood DK in MoP and WoD, and loved MoP and WoD Blood DK, and then got absolutely fucked over by the garbage Legion rework, which still plagues Blood DK to this day, yeah, I resent a lot of the Legion class changes. So I'm not going to try and defend Legion class design universally. However, I will say that certain specs in Legion did feel pretty fun to play. I think it is very much a case-by-case basis. Whereas, pretty much across the board, BFA class design was fucking dog shit. They just have this philosophy of we're going to dumb down every single class and make it miserable to play. And there's a reason why they've gone in the exact opposite direction ever since, because the amount of backlash to how bad BFA class design was, it was immense. Every single person I know hated it compared to previous expansions. And while you are right that Legion was partially carried by how much fun the content was, and it did have a lot of problematic systems, I do still think there were enough classes that were fun. Like, I would say I definitely would take both Mop and WAD Brewmaster over Legion Brewmaster, but I would probably still take Legion Brewmaster over current Brewmaster. Legion Brewmaster was pretty fun. It was fundamentally different than both what came before it and what we have now. A bit closer to what we have now than what we had before. Old Brewmaster was like a different beast. But I still think that Legion Brewmaster had its quirks. It was fun to play. And there were some fun elements in Legion Brew that we still haven't gotten back. Like, I've said this before, Obstinate Determination, I think was a very fun ability. It's a passive, but like playing around that passive was very fun. And Vengeance Demon Hunter has been just not as fun to play remotely ever since Legion. The closest we ever got to having Vengeance Demon Hunter feel like as fun as it was in Legion is Aberrus, and then they completely fucked it up with like the sigil rework, where now instead of Fiery Brand, fire damage, and soul management being your core gameplay mechanic, now you just fucking press sigils and watch things explode after a few second timer. It's dog shit gameplay, it's terrible, it's not what Vengeance needs, and I will eternally be pissed off that they continue to ruin Vengeance when it was amazing in Legion, and it has just been all downhill ever since. So many classes were at their peak in Legion. Sub-Rogue hasn't been as good as since Legion. Sub-Rogue got ruined in BFA with one cheese boss fight. Yeah. Zool was a fucking nightmare for that. Just looking for the slap through all of War Within content gear. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have like ballpark 500 item level, you'll be able to cruise through it without too much issue. And of course, get your 4-piece, get your, the best thing is getting your really good trinkets with bullion is really important. If you focus on anything from Dragonflight gear, get your trinkets, get your tier piece. That's the most important part. And it's piss easy to do. You can buy your best trinkets with bullion, and you can catalyze whatever gear you want into tier super easily. So as long as you have decent item level and you're going in with good trinkets and with tier, which again, super easy to do, you're all set. This is probably something I will cover in a prep guide soon-ish, like within a week or so. It took you maybe 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. For reference, it took me 4 hours and 47 minutes to level from 10 to 70 using Chromie time. So, and that's not even an optimized time. I am fairly certain that I can get, with a bit of practice with the new route, down to 3 hours, or potentially even less than 3 hours, 10 to 70 in Chromie time. And on a fresh account, leveling 1 to 70, I managed to get a 5 hour, 50-minute time. So, yeah. And now, to be clear, it could just be if you haven't played in a while, maybe you weren't, like, farming it as optimally as possible. But definitely, it doesn't sound like it's super fast, especially because the irony is levels 40 onwards are actually faster than levels 20 to 40. There's some really weird experience things where it requires more XP per level for, like, levels 25-ish to 40 than it does from like 40 to 60. You need less XP to level up despite the fact that you get more XP from all sources. It's really scuffed. Legion was almost better than Mop. I don't know if I would go that far. If we're talking class design, Mop class design was very good. The grind is also capped, so you can't even decide to grind is crazy, because you'll have to do it next week anyway. Yeah, I get what you mean. Noob retail question, what was that follower dungeon or whatever you're talking about? So, in a recent patch, like towards the end of Dragonflight, they added this feature called Follower Dungeons, where, as the description applies, you can complete dungeons with NPC teammates. Now, as part of the War Within campaign, you're forced to do the rookery with follower NPCs, but, like, not much you can do about that. It's literally part of the campaign, so fast or not, it is required. But technically speaking, I could do any dungeon that I want with NPCs. Unfortunately, the experience granted by these things is complete shit, and by doing follower dungeons, you can't like randomly do it. So there's no random dungeon thing for followers, which one of the main ways that you get experience by running dungeons is the random dungeon bonus. And specific queuing is terrible because you miss out on that bonus. So follower dungeons, while they are a neat concept, they are still pretty bad. And until Blizzard decides to make them closer to what Final Fantasy has, they're just not going to be a viable way to level, unfortunately. Target cap also ruined the game. Yeah, they've slowly been like kind of lessening the impact on target cap, but that definitely is a big change that made the game a lot worse to play for a while. Like, honestly, these days, you don't really feel target cap quite as much, especially because most abilities, they have like a soft target cap of like 5 to 8 targets, but very few things are fundamentally target capped at 5 targets, and a lot of that stuff, it would be kind of broken if it hit more than 5 targets. Like, it's fine that it's target capped. But most, like, generic AoE abilities, like if we look at Paladin, Judgment cleaves onto multiple targets thanks to a talent. Blade of Justice does additional damage to nearby enemies, and if I look at the talent specifically, it is this thing. So it does full damage up to 5 targets, and then it does reduced damage, but it can still hit large AoE pulls. It'll just do slightly less damage. Divine Storm hits up to a lot of different targets, but it does slightly reduce damage. And I'm not sure about Wake of Ashes. It seems like it's uncapped based on the description. But like obviously Divine Toll is target capped, right? But I would say that these days we have more soft target caps, and I think that's fine. I actually think that's very reasonable, and it doesn't make the game feel fundamentally worse to play. The hard target caps that they tried to force on us back in BFA, that just objectively made the game feel like shit to play. Until they, well, in the face of overwhelmingly negative criticism, they started rolling that back. So. What do I think my War Within speedrun time will be? For 70 to 80, I'm expecting, like, it's hard to say for sure. I think definitely sub 5 hours. That is a very safe bet. I think sub 4 hours is also a pretty safe bet. I have no idea if sub 3 is possible. At least on launch. We'll have to see. Was target cap Shadowlands? Gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't remember. But yeah, in that case, yeah, that definitely was really bad. What about just for gear? If you mean like for the pre-patch event, whether it's good for gearing, it seems like it's an okay way to get gear, but the reality is it's already super easy to get catch-up gear through other methods. In fact, nearing 10 hours, yeah, the stream ended up being a lot longer than I thought it would be. We're about to stop though, because obviously I have to stop before the 10-hour mark. And it's very late anyway. But BFA still had some fun pulls. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, you mean the gear from the follower dungeons? No, it's terrible. Oh, no. Yeah. That gear is terrible. It's not worth doing at all. There is no reason right now to run follower dungeons unless, like, you're trying to learn your class in an ultra-safe environment, which, like, I mean, use a fucking target dummy. Follower dungeons don't even really prepare you for actual dungeons, so I never will understand that argument that people make. Anyways, caught up in chat. We've rambled for an extended period of time. Also updates. So, when I mentioned earlier that, you know, somebody was telling me that they were, that delves were really good XP, he says that before the quests were giving 45k XP for delves. So it is possible that when he was doing his testing, delves were like giving 45k. And in that case, yeah, getting 45k XP from delve quest and then an additional 20k from completing it, that would have been really good. That's like 60k per delve. If you can get 60k XP from like a 3-minute delve, that could be very fast. But obviously, yeah, the delves have been kind of gutted, so. Yeah, they're giving me 19k XP at level 78. So I guess they got nerfed. But it seems like Hollowfall actually has a lot of fairly efficient side quest hubs. So that will probably be a good spot to make up lost XP. What was I going to say? Yeah, so right now, outside of course, I'm going to continue doing streams. I don't know if I'm going to stream on YouTube tomorrow. I'll think about it, maybe. I might actually do a 10 to 70 run tomorrow. We'll see, though. Not 100% certain that I will. TBD on that. But what's it called? At some point over the next few days, I am going to stream Cataclysm leveling on Twitch, because basically at this point, since I have no idea how long it's going to take Blizzard to fix my account, I'm faced with the situation of either I just give up on Cataclysm Classic, or I level a brand new Blood DK from 80 to 85 and just get it geared up. And the officers of my Cataclysm guild have told me that if I decide to try and level up a new Blood DK, they will like give me gold to basically make the experience easier, and then like carry me through stuff at max level to get me geared up so I can jump back into tanking raids. So I thought about it for a lot, and I've come to the conclusion that I do not want to miss Cataclysm Classic just because of this bullshit. So if they're willing to help me out, it's going to take a bit of time. It unfortunately sucks that I have to do this now, because that's something I don't really want to have to do right now. But I guess I'm going to be leveling another Blood DK in Cataclysm Classic. So cool, I suppose. And I'm not going to stream that on YouTube because, like, at this point, that's kind of like old news, but I'll stream that on Twitch at some point over the weekend, because I think that could be fun. I don't know exactly what day I'm going to be doing that, though. I'm also going to be leveling a bunch of characters in retail, probably through Mop Remix. Again, I'll probably stream that on Twitch instead of YouTube, but of course, all of the recordings of those Twitch streams will be posted on my second YouTube channel. So, you know, that sounds like something you're interested in, you're watching this in the future, you can look for the recordings there. I am still online, yes. We're wrapping up the stream, though. So that's like the plan. I'm definitely going to continue doing 70 to 80 testing and 10 to 70 testing. One of the main things is I'm kind of like, because there's no real rush anymore to get 70 or 10 to 70 testing done, because at this point I'm just going to have the guide finished by the expansion launch. I'm really hoping that they fix Chromie time and live server so that I can level up characters on there. That way I can not only test my leveling guides, but I can also get a few extra characters on my like second account that I could potentially use in the War Within as like a backup if Blizzard continues to fuck me over, right? So I would like to kill two birds with one stone doing that, but we'll see. If they don't fix Chromie time, then I'll just have to do testing on the beta, and it is what it is. I'll probably do a bit of testing for the pre-patch. I think I'm going to do that on my own time. I've already streamed the pre-patch a little bit. That footage is on my second channel, or my third channel, rather. And, you know, I'll see what the changes are like. I'll see how good they are. And my current plan is probably not tomorrow, but maybe like over the weekend, I'll make a second channel video going over what the fastest way to level from 10 to 70 is in the pre-patch. And I'll compare the event leveling. We'll see how fast that is from 10 to 70. And I'll compare Chromie time leveling, assuming it's fixed. And then I will also compare Scuffed Chromie time, aka Chromie time from 10 to 62. There's some weird shit you could do to like get all the way up to 62. And then Dragonflight from 62 to 70. So we'll compare basically those three leveling methods. Actually, there's a fourth one. Assuming Chromie time is not fixed, then technically speaking, you can use Party Sync to get a workaround. So it's still kind of the same method as original Chromie time, but assuming it's not fixed, basically extra scuffed Chromie time of Party Sync to level it from 60 to 70 could be an option. I'm going to test all three of those over the next few days. Some of it I may stream, some of it I won't. If it's like boring, I'm just going to do it on my own free time. And then when I'm confident in which of the three methods is the fastest, I will make like a short, like 5-ish minute video on the second channel summarizing all of that so that you guys know what the fastest method is until Blizzard gets things fixed and until the expansion launches. In addition to that, there are 2 different videos that I'm going to be posting on the second channel. One of them will be posted tomorrow, like probably in a few hours. One is getting a fresh character caught up on gear. And that is probably going to be a combination of 2 different Twitch streams, because I'm basically going to showcase my gearing process from like brand new doing Dragonflight stuff, and then I will show some of the stuff that I did in the pre-patch event and how that felt to get gear through. I might put that up tomorrow. We'll see. And then the other video, yeah, I think I'll put that one up first, because the other video that I'll be posting on the second channel is the stream that I did 2 weeks ago. I did a bunch of endgame delve testing where I cleared a +11 delve solo on my Brewmaster Monk. And while that footage is all buried like at the end of an 8-hour stream, I think it is really interesting, like a really interesting showcase of high-level delves. And I want to make sure that that footage as like a standalone thing is put somewhere. So probably like early next week, I will take that footage and I'll throw it on the second channel. Anyways, I think that thoroughly covers everything. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for everybody for continuing to support me through Blizzard's bullshit in wrongly suspending my account. Hopefully it gets overturned. Either way, in the meantime, I'm going to continue working, and I really appreciate all the support. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next stream, whether that is tomorrow